probably go up, but it's all KYC. The miners maybe have there is already regulation also for miners, also nice hash having KYC at this point. I mean, think about it. Use it or lose it. What a fun way to start this day, right? It's a little bit, thank you, but. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. Are there any solutions? The first thing is we still have time. At this point, we are digital gold because there is still subsidy, the block subsidy. Satoshi is still helping us, basically. We still get every block $200,000 or 3.125 Bitcoin. That will pay for the miners. And if the price goes up a little, then maybe even in the next halving period as well. So we have around 10 years. But we need to do something. We all. The people that are crazy enough to go to Bitcoin conferences, talk about it. Like, if we want mass adoption, but we don't self-custody, if we don't run nodes, if we don't spend Bitcoin, how can we expect our family, friends, colleagues to start using it, right? Let's look in the mirror and start using it. So, to do that, I present to you the holy Bitcoin trifecta. It's pretty simple, and basically 3 things that you can do that were pretty difficult 10 years ago, and that are really simple, are getting simpler every moment. First thing, run a Bitcoin node. It makes the network more decentralized, and secondly, it's basically your pathway to the blockchain. This is the way to send your own transactions to the blockchain. I mean, we all have our own phone, right? We're not using someone else's phone to make private calls, so why are we using someone else's node to make private transactions? Weird. So run a node. Raspberry Blitz, Umbrel, it's so much better than it was. It costs you $150. Maybe. Maybe even less if you do it on an old laptop or something. Second thing, self-custody. This is even easier. For 50 euros, 60 euros or dollars, you have a Trezor or a Ledger or a Cold Card or whatever. Choose one and self-custody. I mean, if someone else holds your Bitcoin, then it's kind of a bank, right? That was the whole point. Why did we start 15 years ago? Self-custody. Last thing, and that's kind of new, run a miner. And this one is difficult, because if you start to run a miner, you will see instantly how enormous this industry is. We need 90 million bit access, the small miners, to even make a dent in global hash rate. But that realization is what we need to actually start thinking about this problem, instead of just waving it away. We'll be fine. I mean, yeah, 2 pools, 10 miners, yeah, who cares? Yeah, we should care. Because they are, in the end, in control of what gets into a block. And that's the most important thing for me. Start spending your Bitcoin. Spend it. It's money, right? Why won't we spend our money? Yeah, I'd rather spend my dirty fiat, dirty dollars. And I think that's wrong. Because the thing with money is, you can spend it, but you can also earn it. And if you earn more than you spend, you can save. Like, it's a completely different mindset. So spend it here. Go to the merchants, buy your beer, buy your hamburgers, buy stuff with Bitcoin. If we don't use it, we lose it. So I ask you, all the people that are here at 9 a.m., the core of Bitcoin, we need to use Bitcoin, because otherwise, we are becoming a dodo. We're becoming extinct. We lose our ability to fly. And sure, Bitcoin will exist. But is it really in the way that we want it to exist? I think that's a question we all have to answer for ourselves. So I want to thank you. I want to wish you a very great second day. Have a great night in Amsterdam if you're staying. And let's use it so we don't lose it. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, everybody. We are here at Bitcoin 2024 at the start of day 2, and I am joined by none other than Alejandro de la Torre, the CEO of Demand Pool. Alejandro, we were just hearing a little bit about the importance of plugging in a miner if you have the capability to do that. Why is it important to plug in a miner to decentralize the hash rate on the Bitcoin network?
Well, it's good for securing the network, and we need more participants mining. It's we having only just very large public miners, very large miners across the globe. I don't think it's the correct way forward for in terms of the ethos of Bitcoin.
Right.
Having a miner at home helps decentralize Bitcoin, and that's the value of Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is some of the work that you do with Demand Pool, right? You created a pool that helps to decentralize the network. Do you want to touch on it just a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So we've created a solo pool that is the first Stratum V2 solo pool. So if you're a home miner, you can actually build your own blocks and add your own transactions with your small home miner.
Amazing. Do you feel that people understand the importance of bringing a miner online? Can the average person do something like this? Do you have any suggestions to them if they are interested in this?
Yeah, sure. So there's a lot of cool projects by, for example, BitX, NerdMiner, good friends of mine, again, and great guys, and great team. Decentralized, open source, go for it.
Amazing. Anything you're looking forward to today? You were here yesterday, or a reflection on yesterday, or what you might be looking forward to seeing today?
Yesterday was great. There was a lot of mining topics
Yep.
and a lot of decentralization topics. And again, this is a great place to be.
Yeah, amazing. Anyone that you spoke with, so anything, we did hear from a ton of miners, bigger miners in this space as well. Anything you heard that was sort of new to you? Any sort of major takeaways?
No, I just always find it amazing how the mining industry continues to grow and expand across the globe.
Yeah, and there's a lot going on, a lot of talk about renewables. There was actually, we talked about it with the CEO of TeraWulf yesterday, using nuclear, which is quite exciting. Do you feel like, we talk about it, it gets mentioned a lot, but do you feel like right now Bitcoin mining truly is in the process of incentivizing more renewable energy? Does it make sense to use more renewable energy to mine Bitcoin?
Yes, for sure. Look, at the end of the day, the miner tries to find the cheapest source of energy, and if that's renewable, then that's what they're going to use.
Yeah. Is there any projects around the world, so are you paying attention to what places like Gridless or something like that? Are you paying attention to this? And can you maybe give us maybe a bit of a brief overview for what projects like that are doing for mining, how they're pushing it forward?
Yes, yeah. Gridless actually is a great example. They go and buy the more expensive electricity in the town.
Yep.
And they lower the cost for the town folk, which is a great public good.
Yeah. So yeah, and they're using, right, they're building their own grids, mining with hydroelectric power. Anyway, as you can see, the arena is lit. We're ready to go. We're going to head back to the main stage in just a moment here. Again, we're here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, second day of Bitcoin 2024. We're over to the main stage. Stick with us. We'll be here all day.
Oh,
you're natural with this stuff. Nice job. Yeah.
thank you.
The heat from your computer is not wasted if you need to heat your home. Satoshi Nakamoto. Last year and the year before, we were already here, and the first year the Bitcoin Amsterdam conference started, we did the tulips. 3,200 tulips grown with Bitcoin heat, and the goodbye was great. Everyone was throwing the tulips in the air. But tulips, of course, are a waste of energy, so we had to do better. More about that later. It was a beautiful pellet. It grew during the conference, and it was amazing. Last year, we were there with Adam Beck, heating this conference with old A6 S9s, and you could see how we decentralized the network, because people in Europe are using these as home heaters. Thousands of people are using this to warm their rooms with electric energy instead of burning fossils. Now, the next step is we are going to decentralize further with the super small miners, and that's what's being shown at the entrance when you walk into this conference. So, if you look, we've been assembling thousands and thousands of these little miners across the globe. And especially for this conference, we wanted to build something nice. So we designed a really, really nice Bitcoin B consisting of little BitXs. And how does that look when you actually assemble it? Because it's a shitload of work. And the community, of course, always helps out. So thank you again for helping us, making this possible. 121 little miners currently being distributed. The first ones have already left the building, and they will fly all over the world, being plugged into the Bitcoin network later. As you can see, this was not just a few days of work, it was a lot of days of proof of work, and it was really nice. So we've been building the last couple of years. We have been working on decentralizing the network on locations where it makes sense. And how does that look? It makes a lot of sound. A lot of sound. So what you actually want to do is you want to make it silent. And we build a lot of boxes. And these boxes, they dampen the sound, but can also channel the heat in buildings. Or you can warm your clothes with it, so you don't need a clothes dryer. And what you see is that throughout the Netherlands and throughout Europe, a lot of people have been building this themselves because it was actually open source. So everything we've built was being shared in the communities, and people started building it themselves. And therefore, they could mine some sets and, of course, also spend them, for instance, in Arnhem. Why is this important? Governments are good at cutting off the heads of centrally controlled networks, like Napster, but pure peer-to-peer networks, like Nutella and Tor, seem to be holding their own. Satoshi Nakamoto again. So we built decentralized. We built in locations where it actually makes sense. We build where people need heat and where they have access electricity from their solar panels, where otherwise they have to pay if they want to deliver back on the grid. In greenhouses, where you actually want to grow these tulips and actually use less fossil fuels to heat them. In warehouses, where there is an excess of solar capacity and old natural gas heaters, which basically are very expensive to run. It makes sense. And all of this was with open source design. So we published everything on the internet, and everybody on the planet is using our drawings to build these things and actually increase the perfection of these systems themselves. We are at version 18 or something like that now, and we have all different design types readily available to just implement. So what is going to happen in the next couple of years? And we can already see that in the generation of electricity in the Netherlands. We are moving towards renewable energy, and we are one of the fastest running horses. And it's going very rapidly. This means that there's a lot of intermittent power. And this intermittent power is in excess. So currently, we shut down solar parks, we shut down our windmills just to be able to stabilize the grid. And that doesn't have to be this way. We could use this electricity. We could use it with Bitcoin mining and buffer this heat to actually grow food or have it for industrial purposes. And this is what we are working on currently. It's large scale, but also at home scale, as you just saw. So how does this look? If you just look at Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, all together with the UK, the amount of wind energy that's going to come online in 2030 is really insane. So it more than double the actual capacity of electricity we currently use in this region. That means that there's a lot more intermittent power available, and it will look more and more like Texas already is. And if you look at Texas, there are multiple gigawatts already running there to make sure that the grid stays balanced and this excess electricity is actually being paid for, so you can actually build out your renewables faster. And that's what we've been working on for the past couple of years. We've built open source with Home Assistant connections to the miners, where we can actually, on excess voltage or on excess electricity, automatically steer based on price, shut down and on-ramp these machines. So actually, we stabilize the grid, we heat, and use this excess electricity that is currently available. And that's scaling up, and it's scaling up rapidly. So if you look, what is currently happening is that at the largest greenhouses on the planet, they are in the Netherlands, they are already being supplied with heat from Bitcoin miners. And if you look at the little container standing there in this little movie, you're talking about 2.8 megawatts of heat in a little 40-foot container. Insane energy density, which actually is turned off when there's no excess electricity. And when there is excess, we buffer the heat in the tank you see on the left side in the movie. So we actually use the heat in the night, but we can buffer this. And these kind of technologies are not yet on industrial scale available. And that makes it interesting because in the industry where heat is necessary, this buffering principle that's used by farmers can actually decouple the energy needs. And that means that we can, with Bitcoin mining, apart from balancing the grid, we can also use this heat decoupled in purposes for industry. And that's what we are currently working on. So it started all, of course, a bit smaller scale, but now it's scaling up massively, as you can see. Next to that, a lot of test sites have been on the smaller scale solar infrastructure. So a lot of solar has been deployed in the Netherlands, and they can't deliver back on the grid. So what has been tested for the last couple of years is that these miners, they run and they shut down when there's actually need for electricity, but they also ramp up when there's excess. And they are becoming more and more available across the Netherlands. We see more and more people diving into this, and because we share with a large group, hundreds of people are actually mining in the Netherlands. They share this information together, and that's how we build out further, and often, of course, again, repurpose the heat. Now, we are currently also seeing this decentralization movement on a small scale with BitX Supras. And it's not just important for decentralizing the network, it's also learning. As you can see, people in South Africa and El Salvador are learning what Bitcoin mining is. Super important. And with every $5 donation we do with the BitXs, we make this possible. A lot of people attend the lottery. Every 10 minutes there's a block. It costs you 13 cents a day. And you have 1/1,000,000th of the hash rate of the global Bitcoin network. And once we have 1 million of these little machines running, every week someone will win the lottery. And 200K in euros, it's a nice win every week. The chance is incredibly small. Every 10 minutes you have 1 in a billion chance. But, as you know the meme, so you're telling me there's a chance, right? So you want to join this movement. It's really fun, and actually we decentralize the network. And then, if you look, you can also use it for Lightning. A couple of cents a day, 100 days, you will mine a cup of coffee. You have direct payments, great privacy. Actually, it makes sense now to mine for these smaller amounts, and actually with renewables, you can switch on and off, and you actually get paid. So it might make sense just to get some, in case it catches on. If enough people think the same way, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then, as the last little spoiler alert that I already told in Antwerp, we are growing quite some food now, on large scale. If you go to a supermarket in Europe, you might actually have a tomato in your hands that's heated by Bitcoin. So, eat up. And it's not just tomatoes. And we created a little movie for it because we want to show the world that Bitcoin is not bad, it's actually good.
So we are standing here at the largest pepper growing greenhouse on our planet. And the chance that if you buy a pepper in Europe, that it's a Bitcoin pepper is insanely high. Really nice is that these machines here in the Netherlands are supplying freedom for hundreds of millions of people, so they can actually use their money whatever they see fit.
So everyone, let's decentralize the network, and we'll see each other at the BitX stand. Thank you all.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin Amsterdam. I am Frank Korver, the business and political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Alejandro de la Torre, CEO of Demand Pool, and Aaron van Weerdum, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine and author of The Genesis book. Alejandro, we just heard Bert de Groot talking about really important ways to or really creative ways in which miners are using excess heat, how they're decentralizing the hash rate. Your takeaway, what are miners doing that's sort of a creative use of some of the energy that they're producing, some of the heat that's being produced from mining?
Well, Bert is a great example of that, Bitcoin Brabant. They actually heat flowers, like tulips, which is an ironic flower to heat.
Yeah.
But I've heard of heating of mangoes, like dried mangoes, beef jerky. You know, at the end of the day, the miner tries to find different revenue sources.
Amazing, yeah. And Aaron, we were just talking a little bit before about the importance of decentralizing the hash rate. Do you want to weigh in on that at all?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the only way Bitcoin can be censorship resistant is for it to be truly decentralized, to have no sort of choke point for authorities to kind of, choke it off.
Right.
So yeah, mining decentralization, and that's hardware decentralization,
Yep.
pool decentralization. I'm forgetting one. Yeah, chip manufacturing. Well, that's a big challenge.
Right.
Still. Chip manufacturing decentralization. It's all necessary for Bitcoin to actually work as intended.
Yeah. And you mentioned a little bit earlier, you mentioned the solo pool for miners who want to maybe come online, Demand Pool, solo pool. Could you maybe give a little bit of details about what that is for maybe people who aren't familiar with what a mining pool is?
Yeah, for sure. So a mining pool aggregates hash rate and gives you a bigger chance of finding Bitcoin, the block reward.
Right.
The pool that I've built is Stratum V2, which helps decentralize the network, which is on the ethos of what Aaron was talking about.
Yep. Absolutely. And so Stratum V2, it's something newer, right? This just came out. So can you tell us a little bit about what Stratum V2 is? I hear this word a lot. It gets thrown around a lot, but maybe the audience at home isn't as familiar with the term.
Yeah, sure. So Stratum V2, essentially what it does is that it creates, the block template is created by the pool, right, with Stratum V1. With Stratum V2, the block template is created by the miner, which is then helps decentralize Bitcoin mining, because there's only 10 pools.
I don't mean to stop you. I apologize. We do have to hop back to the main stage. We will dive back to that right after this. We're heading back to the main stage. Stick with us here at Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here, and thank you for having me. We all remember the day that we committed and bought our first Bitcoin or sats. We all felt a little bit anxious and experienced fear, but mainly we experienced a lot of hope and a lot of excitement. Something changed inside of us that day. A little flower of hope started flourishing. From then on, we started to embark on this journey that most of us call delving into the Bitcoin rabbit hole. We started to look at things differently. We started to look at economy. We started to look at energy flow. We look at all the things that involves money in a different light. But also, we started to feel different. And I would argue that we started to change as who we are as individuals. My argument today is that Bitcoin changes our identities, and I dare to say our process of evolving our consciousness. So at that point where we were trying to understand who we are and how we are, we all started to understand that things that is going on around us are so much more different than we anticipated them to be before we adopted Bitcoin. Today, I'm going to talk about the worldview change that we all experience and what I call the ego death, the undergoing this process of becoming a part of a network and undergoing your own individual egos, joining a web of people that are highly interconnected. Well, trigger warning, there will be some discussions of spirituality and, dare to say, religion in this conversation, but I promise you that this will be absolutely respectful to those of you who don't believe in any of that. I'm going to tap on some of those universal archetypes that connects us together. My intention is not to divide us. So, and I'm also personally on this path of trying to become a better person. So with that being said, a little bit about me. You can probably identify a little bit of accent here. I was born in Iran, to be specific, where I was the kind of curious soul that tinkered with things and broke toys and tried to put them together, not always successfully. And as a child, I was very curious about how things work. I also was very curious about things that has to do with the questions of existence, life, the meaning of life. However, I pursued engineering. I became an electrical engineer, and soon I found myself doing a lot of bioengineering and looking at the human brain. I invented a nanocarbon electrode that has the potential to change the human brain and the brain chemistry, and potentially maybe it would be a cure for Alzheimer's one day. And then I became a systems engineer, and I started looking at things from a system view, and started managing large teams in Washington, D.C., where I live now, with very multi-billion-dollar contracts. However, something was missing inside of me. Something was absolutely not right. So I started questioning again how things work, what's the definition of life. And I pursued my PhD understanding leadership and servant leadership, to be specific, what it means to step back from your own ego and focus on another and flourishing in life, and what it means to be human. And from that point on, I really started seeing a pattern between different religions, different ideologies, and different ancient traditions. And I created a framework that involves 7 steps to basically freedom or enlightenment or ego death. The 7 steps of ego death, as I was going through becoming a Bitcoiner, delving into my own Bitcoin journey, seems to look a lot like Bitcoin journey. And I started to researching the similarities between this enlightenment and concept of understanding how to evolve your consciousness, and each step with Bitcoin. So today, my aim is to kind of encapsulate, summarize some of these findings, and tell you a little about how Bitcoin and the process of ego death or going through enlightenment has so much in common. So here goes the 7th step. The first step is the idea of knowing that there is something wrong. We all feel it in the back of our mind, in our gut, that something is missing. There is something wrong with the notion of the life that we have around us, which is very similar to what we experience from the matrix of fiat. Fiat is designed to keep us enslaved. Fiat is designed to separate us. Fiat is designed to divide us. My economist husband tells me I have to talk about Cantillon effect, so here we go. So the idea is that those who are in the center of power and money, they are very much benefiting from this brokenness, from this separation, and the rest of us will remain in our chain. So any good engineer would tell you the first step to finding a solution is identifying the problem. And the problem is that we all are separated from our essence. Similarly, in some of these old traditions, or specifically in Sufism, there is Rumi, 13th century Persian poet, says, "Beshno az ney chon hekayat mikonad, v az jodai ha shekayat mikonad." Listen to the reed as it tells the tales of separation. And it gives us the example of how we are these reeds that are separated from our reed bed, our essence, our life. And we are like little children lost in the jungle of life, distracted by the flashy things and sometimes sad things that we see in the jungle and often forget the way back home. Similarly, fiat provides that jungle and this illusion, this disorientation that doesn't allow us to truly understand that we are separated from this working economy, from something that brings us abundance and freedom and, frankly, truth. The next step in this process is that we know that we are not alone. The brother and sister sitting next to you, the other Bitcoiner, has experienced the same thing. They also know that the system is broken. They also know the essence of suffering. They also know that things must change. So that commonality between us is very much the same idea as fiat being intertwined in the web of deception. And fiat unites us not in prosperity, but in shared decline. What that means is that there is a lot of suffering that fiat brings us, and not every day we see that. And also, this is kind of reflected in this, the idea of suffering is very much reflected in the Christian faith as carrying our burdens, carrying each other's burdens, and knowing that we are the members of the same body. So there is a unity, there is an aspect of connection, interconnectedness in this aspect of our suffering. The next step is we talked about the problem and now start talking about the solution. You would think is the first thing to do is to fix things, or at least my engineering brain always tells me to jump into solution. However, in reality, from these ancient traditions, you learn that the first step to finding a solution is to surrender, is to let go. And I dare to say, to abandon hope. Really hoping in changing something that is inherently broken, like a fiat system, would only bring us more suffering. Something that's designed from bottom up, from the notion of human slavery and suffering and the matrix that we are born into, will never become better. So the first step is to let go and make room for what might be, those potentials out. This concept is reflected heavily in many, many religions. Of course, I can example Sufism, which is close to my heart, of the idea of dying to oneself. There is a Sufi proverb that says, if you die before you die, you never die. Which basically is the essence of ego death. The minute you step back and see the suffering of others, suffering in the system, and die to your own needs and prioritize another, is the moment that you truly surrender. The next step in the process is very much embracing oneness. What that means is that you need to understand that everything and everyone is in some way interconnected. There is an invisible set of light. There is an invisible web that connects us in so many ways. An example of Bitcoin, Bitcoin transcends borders. Look at me, some Persian American girl standing on a stage talking about esoteric things to a group of people that come from all over the world. And guess what? I feel more connected to you than most of my own family members, because we have so much in common in the way that we have experienced life and got to this point. And we are one. Bitcoin bridges our reality, bridges our consciousness on a very archetypical level, on a collective unconscious level. We have all gone through our own individuation journeys and come to this realization that our consciousness is a part of a drop in the ocean, like Romy says. Another concept I want to highlight here is that in Kabbalah, in Judaism, there is a concept called Ein Sof, which basically dictates the no-ending light, which literally means that everything is connected, intertwined through this web of unseen, beauty and life. So it's good to understand that while there is so much disillusion and suffering in life and in fiat reality, there's also beauty and meaning waiting for us out there. And hopefully the day that we can really see, I hope in my lifetime I see the day that there is hyper-Bitcoinization and we kind of can get rid of these shackles, we kind of become a little more connected and stop wars and stop this trying too hard to prove ourselves to each other and different nations. The next step after we realize that there is this connectedness, there's this oneness, is to understand that now that you know the person sitting brother is your sister, is that you need to align this understanding with your actions, with your deeds. You cannot just become a Bitcoiner in ideas. It's fun to hear all this, huddle and this and this. And but really you need to live the lifestyle. Not just the monetary lifestyle, but the psychological, spiritual, and dare to say, kind of the aspect of life that actually allows us to become more individualized. So this concept very much is echoed by the idea in Zoroastrianism. Zarathustra, 1500 BCE, talked about the idea of Asha, which is the essence of truth, and provided a very simple solution to aligning your life with your purpose, and discussed 3 different sub-constructs, 3 different principles: good thought, good speech, and good deed. So through these 3 things, one can create cosmic order and get to the essence of truth. So I emphasize that as Bitcoiners, we not only need to talk the right truth and freedom, we also need to align our deeds and behaviors every day to what we truly believe in and the blessing that Bitcoin has brought us. The next step, which is a little bit harder for someone like me who likes tangible things, is trusting in the unseen. Well, a lot of our parents and grandparents might not really like Bitcoin because they cannot feel the little thing in their hand and it's not a coin they can flip or just feel the sensation of it. However, we all know that Bitcoin is a trustless network. But I would argue that we need to really trust each other instead. We need to trust the network. As some scholars and philosophers like Jeff Booth would highlight, Bitcoin is the essence of decentralized truth. And also, this idea of decentralization of truth is very much highlighted in other ideas in the world that we see across the world that, there is so much good in our connection, but also there is also so much evil on the other side of the equation. For instance, if you think about the fiat and things that is happening around the world, the CBDCs, or some politicians are talking about taxing unrealized capital, and a lot of these notions that actually enslave us more. These are not things we can touch and flip every day and have it in our hand. These are unseen truths that are evil in the essence. This is very similar to some, mythical story from Persia of Rostam, this hero that goes through these trials, this this process of becoming the person he could be. And one day he finds himself fighting an invisible dragon. He doesn't see the dragon, but he can feel his effects on him. He can feel the warmth of his breath. He can feel his claws. He can feel that he is in danger. We are all in peril if we don't realize that sooner or later the invisible dragons of this world are coming for us. It is our responsibility as people who have been woken up to this reality of there is a solution to this enslavement of the world. It is our responsibility to take on the sword and charge forward for the future of humanity. And the last step, which frankly is the center of all my life right now, and it's the project that keeps me happy every day, is that after you come to this space where you now know there is separation and there is suffering and there is a solution, there is oneness, it is a moment to realize that knowing that makes us better in helping each other, in focusing on service. Talking about service, it would be injustice and unfair to me to not talk about the Bitcoin prophet, Satoshi Nakamoto, our father, who very much did not have to sit at a Thanksgiving table and convince a idiotic uncle to buy Bitcoin, but rather wrote a piece of brilliant paper that very much evangelized all of us to believing in something bigger than ourselves. That is truly the essence of truth and service. And I can tell you that a lot of us sitting here, I would argue all of us sitting here, are taking on this mantle and following his leads as people that are contributors, miners, and developers, as people that are thinkers, shakers, movers, connectors in this space. We are the ones that we are carrying the legacy of Satoshi forward, and our understanding of service and really truly contemplating what it means to step back and looking at the person in front of us and thinking to ourselves, how could I serve you today? How could I be better for you today? How could I not think about my own needs and provide what's yours? This is how we solve the problem of separation. If I'm connected to you in the way that I think about you, systematically, about your needs, about your wants, about your life, about the fact that you might be experiencing something today that might be way beyond this conference, and empty myself of my own ego and rather focus on you, something more important, that connects us. No longer separation is needed at that point, and we are at that point reaching the absolute essence of ego death. That being said, this idea is very much something that is reflected in a lot of different religions, and in Zoroastrianism, services in Christianity. We see a lot of the ideas of service is a part of worship, service is a part of connectedness, service is a part of elevating our collective consciousness. And let me do my part here. After all this time that I've been researching these ideas and spending countless hours on helping people figuring this out, I'm actually putting together a retreat where I'm using these principles and Amsterdam, so I'm going to say it, psychedelics, to help people go through ego death and very much align themselves with their essence and find life and re-envision themselves in a new light. And I'm hoping to increase interconnectedness. That being said, I want to tell you that I hear you, I see you, I understand that most of you have days that you don't feel that you belong. Most of you have days that you don't feel seen or heard or loved or taken care of. I have those days too. I understand that you're united in our suffering. I understand that there is more to us than just being Bitcoiners, but being Bitcoiners is a new perspective that I hope one day would allow us to hold each other's hands and escape this jungle of disillusion, fiat system, this matrix of enslavement, and go home to a day that is full of love, justice, truth, and freedom. Thank you, and please feel free to come to talk to me.
Welcome back on the Bitcoin Magazine live desk, coming live from Amsterdam, Bitcoin Amsterdam. I'm joined by Alejandro de la Torre, the CEO and founder of Demand Pool, and Ludmila Kozlovska, president of the Open Dialogue Foundation.
Guys.
Ludmila, speaking of open dialogue, in the EU we've seen a push against messaging apps, basically, chat control. What are your thoughts on that from a human rights defender perspective?
For human rights defenders, independence of actually privacy of communication messengers and the same like payment platform, it's extremely important. This is the only what actually helps us to save life. So when we see the democracies, Western countries attacking encryption, this is for us a red flag. And that's why we engage a lot with regulators, explaining them the value of private messages, and we really stand against chat control 2 and chat control 1 in EU. So it's very concerning that we see also in media, and we ask for solidarity in media and activists, everybody who stands in privacy, to contact journalists, to contact politicians, and actually say it's not far-right extremists using simplex and used to use Telegram. It's us, human rights defenders, and those who actually politically persecuted. It's the only guarantee for our privacy and even our lives. And in case of Simplex, we're really concerned about attacks on this platform. So yeah, we ask as much as possible solidarity. Telegram, unfortunately, completely cancelled all our archives for the last 15 years. This is extremely concerning.
Alejandro, you've been in mining for a long time now. How has the mining ecosystem developed over these past years?
Well, yeah, I've seen it all. I've seen it. I've seen mining occur through wallets. You would be able to download your wallet and start mining. Then I saw the emergence of GPUs and then ASICs. ASICs has been an incredible development over the years. You know, you used to be able to, again, mine with the computer, but now you need an ASIC, and the ASIC race is crazy. And I think the manufacturing space will continue to evolve, and we'll see more and more new participants.
Ludmila, one more question for you. So you mentioned, you're pushing against this chat control. What is the status of that now?
Actually, today is one of the most important discussions. We expect that it's going to be very positive. In this case, it means that all governments will vote against proposal of Orban and Hungary. So the next fight will be in the middle of November, December. So middle of November, beginning of December. So this is the moment when we have to accumulate people as much as possible.
All right. Thank you. Back to the main stage.
Thank you. Good morning, Amsterdam. My name is Arsh Molu. I'm from the Human Rights Foundation. We are a nonprofit organization based in New York City with a critical aim in promoting and protecting human rights in authoritarian regimes. And I'm excited to be here with my friend Jorge. And we have a really exciting chat for you guys. But before we get into it, Jorge, can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Arsh. Thank you, and thank everybody for being here. It's a pleasure to be here among friends, among people who love freedom and people who love innovation. So I'm very happy. My name is Jorge. I'm from Venezuela. And I'm here because I saw how everything collapsed in my country. We lost our freedom, we lost our economic freedom, and we lost our human rights. So this is why we are here, because we want to bring back democracy in Venezuela. And we also want to protect freedom in other countries, because you need to always defend it so you never lose it.
Yeah, and the name of this talk is Freedom Tech in Venezuela Post-Election. And we're going to explore a range of technologies and how these help people on the ground and people abroad in Venezuela. But before we get into it, I want to offer some prehistory into what happened in Venezuela. Many people in the room may have heard in the news recently, Venezuela had yet another fraudulent election. But what does this really mean, and can you go into the prehistory of how we got here?
Yes, the situation or the case study of Venezuela is particularly insightful, I think, for people from other countries. Venezuela used to be a rich country, used to be a prosperous country, used to be a democracy. This is why both of my grandparents, they moved from Lebanon and from Italy to Venezuela in the 1960s, because it used to be a country of opportunities. In fact, from 1920 to 1980, it was the highest and most growing economy in GDP per capita percentage. We had also the most stable currency in the world with the dollar for a period of 50 years. And then everything collapsed. Bad politicians, bad policies, policies against private property, against innovation, against people who just want to be entrepreneurs. And because of that, which this process began by the late 1990s, we started losing our GDP. We lost 70% of our GDP. Right now, in my country, 80% of people are in poverty. We lost 70% of our economy. Thousands of businesses are closed. The last time I went to Venezuela, I could not recognize it, because the businesses that I used to visit are gone. 8 million people have left my country. That's 25% of the population. That means that all of our families are divided. I have my own family divided. I don't see them often. My parents live in one side, my sister lives in another side, and myself. I haven't seen my grandparents for many years either. And I think this also shows that economic policies, they have consequences. It's not just theoretical. It's not just something that you see in statistics or in indicators. When you see bad economic policies and you see the result of these bad economic policies, they destroy the life of people. So in Venezuela, we had 70% of GDP decline, 80% of people in poverty, 25% of people have left the country. Only around 30% of people in my country can have 2,000 calories per day. Inflation reached 1,000,000% in 1 year. I remember a friend of mine who is a teacher. One time she told me that when she got her salary, after the month of work, it was only enough to buy a package of gum, because the inflation process destroyed it. That's why financial freedom, that's why financial stability matters in this context.
Yeah, and this didn't just happen overnight, right? The past 25 years under the Chavez and Maduro regime, this has happened, and there's been over 30 fraudulent elections. Can you touch on the history of that and how this even came to be?
Yes, like in every situation, you don't lose your freedom just in one election or in one snapshot. It's always a process. It's always a process of politicians slowly taking away our freedoms and our rights. In the year 2000, for example, they rewrote our constitution in Venezuela. They rewrote it in a way in which they took away the division of powers in Venezuela. They then politicized the Supreme Court in Venezuela. So all the people in the Supreme Court are actually loyalists of the Socialist Party. There is insane videos you can see in YouTube in which the members of the Supreme Court are chanting propaganda and speeches of the Socialist Party. So all that division was taken off. Then the people wanted to do a referendum. They denied this right. We voted for a change. They denied our rights. And slowly, this process continued fading away. They took away our ability to vote, and they took away our ability to be prosperous. What these kind of regimes, what they want, is that they want to put people on their knees. They want people dependent on them, politically and economically. And that's what the socialist regime was doing. There is also a very interesting political economy phenomenon, which is that Venezuela is an oil-rich economy. In Venezuela, from 1998 to 2013, we received about $1 trillion in oil revenues. This, for a Latin American country of our size, is a huge amount of money. In a normal, in a good economy, with a good democracy, you will have used this money to improve people's life, to provide more education, to improve public services, to make the economy more competitive and more productive with public policies. But what they did in Venezuela is that they used this money to create a clientelar establishment. They create a network of business people, politicians, and diplomats who all of them were part of the system. They empower people using this money. They bought foreign diplomats, so they support socialism in Venezuela. They paid journalists, political parties in other countries, so they support the ideology of socialism in Venezuela. So that also gave the regime so much power, so much control over the population. And I think that really shows the importance of the political economy of countries. When wealth, property, opportunities are on the right of civil society, of people, you build prosperity. When all this wealth, when all this property is owned by politicized institutions, then this wealth is used to control society even more.
Yeah, and just briefly touching on what happened with the recent election in July, I want to touch on opposition. So from Machado to Yoris to Gonzalez, it was estimated that the opposition actually gained 65% of the votes. And shocker, right? It was estimated that Maduro got 51% of the votes. So I guess it's just very ironic how that works, and they can just kind of suppress the stats on their own.
Yes, it's such a difficult situation, right? Because despite not having free elections, despite people going to jail only because of their political opinions, people went out and voted. Despite the fact that all people in exile, like myself, were not allowed to vote. People went out and voted because for them, it's life or death. In countries like mine, if you live under these circumstances, it really means everything in your life. People went out, they vote for a change. Over 70% of people voted for a change. And these statistics was provided by insights, by evidence, by exit polls. And what Maduro did, the dictator of my country, was basically say that he won the election. He said that he won with 51% of the vote. But of course, that's a lie.
Yeah.
Because of that, people went to the streets. People in all cities in my country went to the street, defying what the regime was saying. But what was the result? Over 2,000 people, mostly young people, were arrested. I have a friend who told me that he felt that he was a Jew in Nazi Germany, because they knocked on his house, they took him out from his house, and they took him to jail. One guy, 21 years old, a student, a law student in my city, Barquisimeto. So people went out, voted for change, demanded change, but sadly, in regimes like the Venezuelan regime, they have so much control, so much power, that they stole the election. To this day, we are still trying to change that, reverse that, and we are trying to do different tactics and strategy. We are working on a diplomatic front, we are working also on the grassroots activist perspective, and key to this conversation, we are using technology to do this. Bitcoin for us has been essential, but I know we will talk more about that later.
Yeah, and going back to what you were saying about the economy, right? It's not just that they suppress dissent and there are no fair and free elections. It's that by suppressing the currency, they actually make it much more difficult, right? So the Venezuelan bolivar, since inception, it was paired 3-to-1 to the dollar. And under the Chavez and Maduro regime, the bolivar has lost 14 zeros. And since 2016, there has been a conservative 8 million% of inflation. So you're seeing financial repression across the board, not just in Venezuela, but how has this become a tactical topic in the playbook of dictators?
Yes, there is two ways of do financial repression. One of them is the one that you mentioned, which is that dictators know that the less financial capital people have, the weaker people are. In Venezuela, as you mentioned, inflation has been so high, so rapid, that we lost 14 zeros to our currency. We have been one of the longest hyperinflation rates in the world. By hyperinflation, it means at least a 50% increase per month, to the point in which 1 year we surpassed 1,000,000% of inflation. That takes away all financial capital of people, ability to do transactions, ability to prosper. Of course, Maduro started blaming business people, so he put some business people in jail. They put executives of credit card companies in jail because of this issue. So that's one form of financial repression. The second one is that for freedom activists like ours, we cannot open bank accounts in a place like Venezuela. We simply cannot. They will take it away, or they will just monitor our transactions. So human rights activists have had to rely on other source of other financial vehicles, especially Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, even the opposition was cut off from the banking system, right?
Yeah.
And this is something that in a recent exclusive interview with actually Bitcoin Magazine, opposition leader Marina Corina Machado, she said that Bitcoin has been a lifeline for them, and with organizations like the Human Rights Foundation and a lot of fundraisers on the ground, we're able to raise Bitcoin for them. So how do you see Bitcoin playing as a tool for financial freedom in Venezuela?
Yes, the reason that we are cooperating for all these months, and the reason that I have been speaking in many Bitcoin conferences about our experience, is that because, as you mentioned, Bitcoin for us is not a matter of, it's not an investment mechanism, it's not about speculation. It's for us, it's a human rights tool. Bitcoin for us has been the way to promote and to protect freedom fighters in the most difficult and hostile environments. This includes Venezuela, but for example, I have done the same in other countries. I have done the same in the Middle East, in Lebanon, in Africa, because in these places where financial repression is extremely, extremely tight, you need to use technology. I believe in it. Yeah. And Bitcoin is not, for us, has not been a theory or a hypothesis about the future. It's reality. We use it. We empower people. It's a freedom technology. And this is something that I have been really vocal about it, not only with activists in Venezuela, but also with policymakers in the US, policymakers in Europe, because they have this wrong perception about Bitcoin. They think Bitcoin is just an investment mechanism. No, maybe in the West, but in our country, it's not. It's a human right of issue. And also in the West right now, because I have been hearing how people are losing their banking access, also in democracies, in the US, in Europe, people who are, let's say, software open source developers, they lose their banking access. Or people who deal with exchanges, they lose their banking access. And in fact, something that I have been particularly vocal about is that many people who are immigrants, who come from Venezuela, and then they go to Europe, for example, they cannot even open a bank account because of bad financial regulations that are meant to protect the system, but what they end up doing is excluding millions of people from the financial system. So Bitcoin for us is not theory, it's reality.
Exactly, and touching even beyond that, right? So just last week, you and I, we went to an event, and we met a lot of human rights activists and a lot of opposition leaders and a lot of people who lead NGOs. And they said the same thing, right? From Lebanon to Syria to Kenya and beyond, we've met these people, and they're saying that, hey, Bitcoin is the only thing that works, right? So just touching on what you said, it's not some theory, or it's not saying that, oh, like Bitcoin, it could work. It is working. So it's worth to highlight that.
Yes, in the human rights perspective or human rights sphere, not many of us are openly saying it. Not many of us are speaking about it because, of course, it's not the easiest thing. But I'm doing it because privately, I know how many people have to use it, must use it, so we need to raise awareness about it. Last week, we were in the conference, Human Rights Foundation, and you organized in Nashville. And what we found is people from, 60 countries, right? Coming to one place, discussing how they use Bitcoin for human rights. This included people from Bolivia, from Nicaragua, from Venezuela, people from Africa, Zimbabwe, people also from the Middle East. The situation in Lebanon, for example, is something that we need to find a way to fix.
And we raise money on the spot for Lebanon. It just goes to show how instant that is.
Because people are having such a difficult time in Lebanon.
Yeah.
My family, from my father's side, we are Lebanese, and the situation is extremely difficult.
Yeah, and if Bitcoin is a vital tool, right? Don't you think that the Maduro regime and other governments around the world would notice this and try to act against it? I mean, in Venezuela particularly, what are some instances that happened that the government actually suppressed Bitcoin use?
Yes, we have, on this regard, we have two different threats or challenges. First one, as you mentioned, coming from autocracies. More and more, I think they are understanding the power of our technology. More and more, they are tightening these mechanisms. In Venezuela, Maduro banned, for example, Signal, Maduro banned Twitter, which is something that was not happening before. Maduro has also been more difficult with Bitcoin. He banned Bitcoin mining, for example, as well. So that's one side. There have been in other regimes, for example, I know information that they prosecute people when they try to exchange Bitcoin for cash to identify human rights activists. On democracies, what we need to fight, and I believe is the most important fight right now, is to fight so that democracies adopt pro-Bitcoin, pro-technology policies, especially economic policies. Right now, we have all over the place an extremely pro-competition and pro-productivity economic agenda. In Europe, for example, you have the European Commission, you have the European Parliament discussing how we will have a more competitive economy. What I told them, I gave a speech on the Parliament last week, is that you cannot have a competitive economy if you don't embrace emerging technologies, including Bitcoin. Right now, for example, in Europe, since we are here in Amsterdam, only 4 of the top 50 technology companies in the world are European. Over 30% of companies that are unicorns, meaning over $1 billion, have left from Europe, mostly to the US. Only about, I think it's 16% of total AI venture capitalist funding is in Europe. Most startups in the world about AI are in the US, China. I think Europe is less than 10%. Only 6% of companies in Europe have adopted artificial intelligence, and the number is even less in small and medium-sized businesses. On the difference between productivity between Europe and the US, the difference in productivity is roughly 70%, and most of this difference in productivity is just focused on the lack of embracing of technology of Europe.
Yeah.
So in that way, what we need to do is to need to tell governments, politicians, stakeholders in Europe to embrace Bitcoin, not only for human rights, but for their own economic survival.
Yeah, and you mentioned there was, yeah. You mentioned there was a crackdown on dissent as well. So like X and Signal were banned. Like, you know, they're not just trying to like merely shadow ban you, right? They're straight up blocking and banning these things. Yesterday there was a talk about Nostr, you know, which is a new platform where people can't be surveilled or censored. What role do you think Nostr may play in places like Venezuela?
Nostr, we have one opportunity, and we have right now one big challenge we need to face. Opportunity about Nostr. Give us freedom. Give us opportunities. Is way more difficult, perhaps impossible to censor, right, in authoritarian context, because it's a protocol. So in that sense, it gives us an opportunity. And I mentioned this in the Nostr conference last week to Jack Dorsey and the others. The challenge that we have, we need to find ways to have adoption of Nostr. People in Venezuela don't know what Nostr is. They don't know how to use it. We need to find a way to bring Nostr to people in Venezuela. But for that, we need support. Well, we need support because it's an effort that we have to do so that young people and everybody switches to Nostr. This is something that I'm very interested in doing because, as you mentioned, the same way that Bitcoin gives us financial empowerment, Nostr can give us this uncensorable access to communicate, organize each other, and exchange information. In Venezuela, we don't have media outlets. Maduro banned Twitter. So they are trying to isolate us from the world and from ourselves. People are strong when they are together. That's why we are here in conferences like this one. It's not only about hearing speeches, but it's building community. I believe in that. We need to build community in Venezuela, Bitcoin community, and that's why what we are doing is so inspiring for me. Because we're building a community that has human rights activists, developers, investors, people that have different capacities and complementary capacities. And that if we stay together and that we develop new solutions that combine policy, human rights, technology, I believe we can make changes. It's not impossible to make changes. It's not impossible to, we not only need to dream about a better future, but we need to build it. And I think the way to build it is by joining very different kind of people, bringing them together and develop these solutions. I believe in technology because if we are at the cutting edge of technology, we have a chance to succeed. Dictators, demagogues, socialists, they have all the instruments in the world. What we have is our commitment, is our passion, and is our ability to build new technologies and new solutions.
Yeah. And you know, just the final 30 seconds on the clock, right? What does the path forward for a democratic Venezuela look like? A lot of the Bitcoin enthusiasts in the crowd may argue that fiat is an experiment, right? It's only been around for 50 years, and we can return back to sound money. In Venezuela, dictatorship has only been around, and the Chavistas have only been around for about 25 years now. How does the path forward look for democracy in Venezuela, and how do you see Bitcoin playing a role in there?
The path forward in Venezuela, really quick, is that we need to build a true grassroots movement that has all these elements that I mentioned before. As you said, Venezuela has been a dictatorship for the past years, but it was not the case before. The same way that my family moved from Italy and Lebanon to Venezuela is the same thing that I want to see in the future. I want people to come back to Venezuela. I want investors to come to Venezuela, to make money in Venezuela. We have an environment in which people can breathe opportunities, innovation. And I think people in my country are so tired of socialism, they're so tired of government controlling their life, that when we have the chance to be entrepreneurial again, to have freedom again, we will not only be an average country, we will be a great country. A great country for human rights, a great country for business, for entrepreneurs, for innovators. We will embrace all these aspects because we already saw how difficult, how horrible, and how catastrophic life under communism is.
Thank you, Jorge, and thank you, everyone. Bitcoin is freedom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine live desk, coming live to you from Bitcoin Amsterdam. My name is Aaron van Widdem. I'm the editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Alejandro de la Torre, the founder and CEO of Demand Pool, and Ludmila Kozlovska, the president of the Open Dialogue Foundation. Ludmila, you mostly focus with your foundation on Eastern Europe, Ukraine, former Soviet blocs, but you also work with Jorge from Venezuela, is that right?
Yes, exactly. Jorge Girasati, he is a founder of Economic Inclusion Group, and he is also a Venezuelan youth politician. And together with him, we promote privacy of communication, privacy of payment, but also reform of anti-money laundering countries regulation, which is used as one of the most powerful tools against activists, human rights activists, opposition leaders. It's one of the most severe repressive tools in also authoritarian states, but as a transnational tool in Western countries too. So his role is to educate regulators, explaining what kind of cases we have and what policy proposals we can bring actually to have neutral language to new technology, both for encryption but also for peer-to-peer transactions, mixers and other instruments which we use as activists.
So what does this collaboration look like? Is it exchanging ideas or is it more than that?
No, we actually we build a coalition, Building True Change Coalition, BTC Coalition we call it, which the activists from Belarus, Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Turkey. Jorge is from Venezuela. We have also people from Nicaragua, even from Togo, right? And every of us, we bring testimonials how we were financially excluded. So nobody can question that Bitcoin is a human rights tool for us.
And specifically, how can Bitcoin, or how do you see Bitcoin helping, for example, Ukraine right now?
Right now it's very difficult, but since Russian full invasion to Ukraine, it was one of the main tools for us to actually fundraise and to buy protective equipment. We were able to fundraise and bring on the second day of Russian full invasion humanitarian aid to Kyiv and to Lviv, while completely financial system was of Ukraine paralyzed. Nobody was able to send money and and get back from Ukraine. So this was at that time one of the most important tools. Right now it's way more difficult because of, again, pressure of Financial Action Task Force on Ukraine. So they have to disconnect exchanges from actually a banking system, which makes way more difficult activities what we used to have in the past.
Right. Well, so they were just talking about Venezuela on stage. Alejandro, we've also heard a lot about mining in Venezuela. Do you know, is that still popular? Or is there a lot of mining happening in Venezuela now?
Well, the miners know that their old machines go to Venezuela to die. That's what everyone knows. That, because
it's the retirement home for
the retirement
miners.
home for old miners. Yeah. In Venezuela, the electricity is very cheap, and the miners over there can't afford the newest machines, so they buy the second-hand, older machines, and they run them hard. They run them hot, and they die there. So yeah, there's a lot of mining going on there.
Is it legal there to mine right now, or is the government trying to prevent that as well?
It's I think it's a gray area. It's very difficult to pinpoint what the legality is in Venezuela of anything. So I don't know what the answer is, to be honest.
I think it's way to say that it's all allowed for governments, but if you're independent, it's way more harder.
Ludmila, one more question for you. I'm wondering, how do you, in your mind, balance the idea of Bitcoin both helping human rights activists, but potentially also being used to sort of circumvent economic sanctions on Russians?
Actually, you will be surprised. We have 8 reports showing with the data that actually financial institutions of third countries.
We got to go to the main stage. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Hi, I was looking for the microphone, then realised they've been miking me up for the past 15 minutes. We've got an amazing panel, Bitcoin mining in 2050. This is one of the best venues that I've ever moderated in, and I absolutely love the Bitcoin Amsterdam conference. But today, we have got Kevin from Foundry, we've got Francesca, who's actually stepping in because we actually had a dropout, which is fantastic, and she's a miner, so complements the panel beautifully. And we have Wright, who's from BT Micro. So just to provide some context, Bitcoin miners are actually fantastic at innovating. We're going to run through the past, the present, and the future of Bitcoin mining, and looking at whether or not Bitcoin mining is actually inevitable. So would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, sure. Hey, everyone. I'm Kevin Zhang. I'm the SVP of Business Development at Foundry Digital. We're a wholly owned subsidiary of VCG Group. It's my first time in Amsterdam. Still lucky to be here. Thank you all for having me. So our firm, we're best known for running our Foundry USA pool, which at present time is one of the largest pools in the world. Most people don't know that we actually also do a lot of our own self-mining as well, and we offer a whole suite of services to make mining easier for our institutional customers.
Francesca Failoni. I'm co-founder and CFO of Alps Blockchain. We are a mining company. We have operations in Europe, in Middle East, in South America, and now in the US. And so our aim is to continue our self-mining activity and optimize it as soon as possible.
Yeah, so my name is Wright from MicroBT. Actually, I think everyone know, what's miner. Actually, this is not a question right now. This is a brand. So if you have anything like to know from us, just reach us. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe we'll start with you, Wright. Can you provide some context on the history of mining, so then we can look at what's currently happening in the future?
Yeah. Actually, I joined MicroBT in 2018. Actually, I come from the traditional high-tech industry. I was a chip designer before I joined MicroBT. So I know, how hard to introduce the maybe advanced technology into specific areas. And I think it's very surprised and maybe leave a deep imagine to me. The only word I want to comment on the Bitcoin industry is faster. Actually, only 10 years right now, the chip of the Bitcoin uses the most advanced technology node. Currently we just can maybe proud to say that everyone just, if you do not have chance to acquire the maybe high-end technical node, you do not have chance or qualified to play these games again. And by the way, also, we just help the social and help anyone to just adopt such kind of renewable energy, and also maybe solve the problems for the such kind of power consumption and ESG. So I think everything leave maybe deep images for me, but I think this is just a start point. So we believe the Bitcoin industry would be better in the future.
Francesca.
I come to this sector in 2018, so I'm seeing several years of history of mining, and what I saw is like the efficiency of the miners is changing a lot, and it is making this world more industrial than it was when we started. So we started and there were self-miners from home, and right now it's kind of in because the energy sector, the hardware, and everything has changed a lot. And I think it's also good because we are seeing people that are making professional mining, industrial mining, an important activity and an important economic activity. And also we are seeing mining as something important to develop. We are seeing a lot of listed companies. We are seeing mining as a partner for energy infrastructure. And this is really important right now because we are speaking about energy transition, and mining can be really a good synergy with that. And so I think mining right now is an industrial activity who can be a synergy with energy transition.
Yeah, so a little bit about my own background. I got into mining at the very end of 2013. This was when China banned Bitcoin for the first time. The industry's obviously shifted a lot over the years. We've talked about how there's a lot of centralization now with only a few actors when it comes to manufacturers. Over time, the industry has shifted back and forth between West and East. When the China bans first came out way back in the day, ironically, it was the Western manufacturers of ASICs that actually went out of business first. They had a very tough time competing with the low cost of manufacturing from the likes of companies over in China, and in particular, manufacturing in Shenzhen. That's why today you see only a few players out there, and they're typically out of China. You have the Bitmains, the MicroBTs, the Canons of the world. But talking about present day, you also saw a great migration of hash rate. Despite the units being manufactured over in the East and over in Southeast Asia or China, you now have a lot of the dominance of the hash rate itself, the infrastructure and the operators, like Francesca and others. We're now operating in North America, in Europe, South America, and other parts of the world. And it's be interesting to see how kind of this proliferates and continues to centralize and migrates as policies change, as costs change, moving forward as well.
That leads on beautifully actually to my next question, which is how will hash rate migration impact decentralization?
Yeah, so when it comes to Bitcoin mining and the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think it's pretty cool that we have so many different players and actors here in the room. We have the audience, which are mostly users of the Bitcoin network. You have the manufacturers of the equipment. You have the operators and infrastructure builders. And then you have players like ourselves, where we operate the mining pool at the software layer. And we have a very clear visibility of a lot of the activity, especially with IP addresses, where people connect their miners from, where transactions are being sent from and to. What we've seen, like I was kind of alluding to before, especially with the ban of, it wasn't actually an official ban, it was strong guidance and advice from the higher levels of CCP that they did not like mining happening within mainland China. And when that happened in the summer of 2021, a lot of the hash rate immediately migrated over to the West. Some of it went to Kazakhstan, some of it went to other parts, but in particular it went to North America and in the US. And that's why right now US is such a strong foothold. We see hash rates, about 50, 60% of all global hash rate is domiciled right now in North America and the US. And what that's really done is it's shifted it towards a much more institutional adoption. Miners right now are leveraging capital markets. Some of the biggest miners in the world that you see are now publicly listed, right? And as you move forward, you see there's been a lot of consolidation over the summer. Miners merging together, miners teaming up. Some of it is out of survival. Some of it is out of just getting ahead of as mining economics get tougher and tougher. Moving forward, you also see newer regions that are developing their mining capabilities and infrastructure. There's been a lot of talk about South America over the years, and now you also have Africa and the Middle East kind of stepping up on their mining capabilities as well.
Francesca?
What I'm seeing is that with this process of making mining more industrial, it happens that there are less companies doing the mining activity in a professional way. And for this reason, there is less decentralization in the mining activity. But what is happening is also that energy is the key for the mining activity, and so these big mining companies are searching energy all over the world, and so we are having a decentralization of energy sources and mining farm in this way, because we are creating infrastructure all over the world because of energy sources and because of specific projects that can be found to make mining really a synergy with energy transition and energy sources. And for this reason, what I'm seeing is that the big mining companies are creating mining farms they started from US, but right now there is Africa, there is the Middle East, there is the South America, who is developing a lot the mining activity because of certain conditions we can find in these specific countries. And so we are having decentralization in a different way than before, but we are having it.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I also agree. Decentralized is much important and healthy for the Bitcoin network. So technically, I think it's much easy for manufacturers just to set up mining systems. Only we need the energy, and only we need the maybe miners. But the reason is how we can just maybe achieve the decentralized from the technical side. And I believe, yeah, right now, maybe just as Kevin and we just see energy is the key. So we always think about how to just fund maybe such kind of renewable energies to both in the maybe minings and help anyone easy to set up such kind of mining systems. So right now, our company also just introduced solar mining, minings, and such kind of replacement maybe systems. This is what we see that we are healthy for the maybe energy suppliers and also healthy for the whole network. By the way, I think also we noticed that currently the mining is just from the institute. I mean, just maybe centered from the capitals. And we also think about to deliver some 2C product. Actually, I think if you just leave home and you want to just maybe use the mining as a heater, it's also a good idea for you just to participate this kind of mining. So we have all kind of ways to help our maybe anyone who want to just maybe booming or decentralized for this Bitcoin mining.
Yeah, and energy is key. And finally, we've been able to connect energy back to money. So that's good. So how will AI impact the growth of Bitcoin mining? Would you like to take that one?
Yeah, I think from our eyes, it's the same things. Actually, you need to power and you need some servers. You just do the calculations based on the same systems. So right now, we believe, maybe some big giant, I think, also noticed that even you want to just adopt AI applications, the performance or the overloading is diversity. So it means you need some other applications as a complementary, maybe solutions for you to maintain the power consumptions and make the whole systems healthy. So right now, I think the AI maybe is also a good, maybe a technology support the Bitcoin minings together. We will see in the future such kind of mixed facilities would be happened faster in the future. Yeah.
Perfect.
So looking at the industry, we can see that many mining companies are starting working also in the AI sector. And probably is that because it's a kind of good synergy and good diversification. So both these activities require energy sources, and AI has more capex per megawatt. And so mining can be a good way to have good energy because you have good volumes on energy, and so you can have good contracts with the energy and then use these good contracts to develop AI data centers. Anyway, we have to consider that it's a completely different business, and so the know-how you need to know to develop an AI data center is different than a mining farm. but I think they can be a good synergy. And also we see from the hardware sector, I think they can agree. Yesterday we saw Bitmain speaking about the Anthrax and the new miners made for the AI racks. So we are thinking about developing a data center that can be both for mining and AI, and hardware companies are making hardware for that. So I think there is a transition to AI data center with Bitcoin mining, and this can be a good synergy for the future. Also, AI can be a good way to optimize our data center because we can use AI for the curves of production. We can use AI for the energy grid to try to make provisions on how it's going and make mining according to that. So it can be good for curtailment for the grid and also to optimize mining operation from a software perspective.
Yeah, so I recently learned a new term. It's called mullet mining. It's AI in the front and Bitcoin mining in the back. So especially with all these institutional investors, I think they like touting whatever is the new hottest narrative because they have public shareholders and they have a board to answer to. But jokes aside, I think what's really unique about Bitcoin miners is as much as a Bitcoiner myself, as much as I would love Bitcoin miners to be Bitcoiner or Bitcoin maximalists first, miners are actually profit maximalists first. And I think that's actually very much in the ethos of Bitcoin, which is you're backing everything by economic incentives. And what I'm getting at with that is miners will always go for wherever there's revenue and profitability. And I think looking in the future, one of the ways that Bitcoin mining will integrate with other business lines is finding dual revenue streams, whether it's with sharing the power they use for AI. One of the issues with AI, if you can even convert your site over into AI, it uses a lot more bandwidth, right? You need also a lot of connectivity. But oftentimes, you don't have hyperscalers that are using your facility all the time. So you have to use that power for something else. So no different than grid response, curtailment, or if you're doing heat recapture, miners have to figure out other ways to find income, especially when you're in a very tough bear cycle. Even though Bitcoin price is kind of near all-time highs, things are pretty frothy as far as dollars per Bitcoin. It's actually very rough for a Bitcoin miner out there. We just experienced the halving earlier this year, this past April. And mining revenue, if you look at it very crudely, essentially we're making 50% less revenue immediately after halving. Not only that, you now have all-time highs with hash rate. So that's another 30% whammy on however much money we're making. So that's why you see miners kind of looking to adopt other use cases. And as far as we talked about before about like bigger sites and smaller sites, you may have the mega sites that also scale into HPC, institutional data centers. But you also have possibly some use cases with microgrids where you're doing 5 to 10 megawatt or even 1 megawatt deployments where you're using hydro miners and recapturing that heat and either saving money on your energy costs or getting paid to generate heat. So I think that's also something interesting to look at moving forward too.
Yeah, so profit maximalization, absolutely. So with that in mind, and with Bitcoin mining in 2050, what kind of strategies and innovations are Bitcoin miners going to have to adopt to stay relevant, right?
Yeah, let's just think about the history. We just start very faster, and we may also just think about that what will happen in the futures. I believe, the innovation would be the key to drive the list, maybe industries. Actually, if you cannot just bring the values to the investors, to the participants, you will lose them maybe naturally. So I think right now, just as maybe let's look back to the development of the chips. When our founder, Dr. Yang, introduced the full custom design methodology into this industry, we almost just maybe meet the more laws. Even we does not adopt the advanced technology. So in the future, I think the things should be the same. We may just try to develop new technology, and also we may just focus on how to bring values to the whole socials.
Perfect. Francesca?
I think we can learn a lot of this post-halving period because it's like the most tough period for the mining activities. And so the mining companies that are kind of profitable right now are doing right. And what we are seeing is that miners' efficiency is the key right now. And we are seeing a lot of hydro data center to try to raise the efficiency. That's also what we are doing. And it's really a good key to be efficient and profitable also in these periods. For sure, energy and scale with energy is really important because it allows to optimize the operation in the data center. Then also the software and O&M part is important in a mining farm because you can have the best hardware, but you need to make it run properly and as much efficient as possible. And so I think that to make a successful mining operation, there are many factors that can make it work also for years. And so if I think about mining in 2050, for sure what we have to do right now is create properly operation with a good basis, and then try to optimize them in the future, and try to diversify them also with other things, like we are speaking about AI, we are speaking about reuse of it, we are speaking about curtailment. So these are ways to try to also enhance the revenues of the mining farm.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I'll take a step back and just give some key points from how I'm seeing each of the different actors and players in the space strategizing today to survive, but also moving forward. So everyone already talked about AI and alluded to how manufacturers now are designing U3 form factor, which is the same as AI data centers and traditional center racking for Bitcoin miners. I think that's one way the manufacturers are integrating with strategy moving forward. From the operators, we talked about how they're finding dual revenue streams. Once they found that low, cheap cost, the other way to profit maximize is increased revenue, right? So whether it's AI, whether it's heat recapture, whether it's curtailment to turn off when power is very expensive on the grid, those are ways to increase your revenue as well. And on the software side, on the pools, it's a really brutal business. Our fees are very, very low. Generally, they're average way below 1%. So ways we're trying to stay relevant and competitive is we're looking at some of these new projects that are coming out. I think it's one thing that's unanswered with Bitcoin mining moving forward is the block subsidy, right? Where are the rewards going to come from? As there's continue to be more and more halvings, will the initial block rewards be enough? If not, should we boost transaction fees? Should there be more activity happening on chain? If not on chain, is this other activity that's happening off chain, or is it merge mining? All these things that can be brought back into Bitcoin. And whether you support these projects or not, if there's a market for these coins, we'll merge mine, we'll sell these coins and redistribute it back to the customers, etc. So there's all these different ways to figure out how to increase your profit once again.
So this whole discussion is about Bitcoin mining in 2050. So we're making a really big assumption that Bitcoin's going to be here in 2050. So the final question I would like to ask is Bitcoin inevitable? Right. Is Bitcoin inevitable?
Sorry?
Inevitable. Huh? Inevitable.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think maybe, right now just I see that maybe Bitcoin just bring values for the socials. Yeah, so it's not a question for anyone just maybe support Bitcoins. Yeah, definitely in the futures, if we still just maybe can support maybe the social get better and get benefit from the innovations. It's much maybe healthy for the whole industries, and also maybe for the maybe investor and participants. So I believe in the futures it's no problems to say that the Bitcoin would still maybe the leading and maybe contribute its values to leading some technology improvement at the end.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Yes, Bitcoin is inevitable.
If it wasn't, we wouldn't be here, I think. So for sure, I see a good future for Bitcoin. I think it will depend by mass adoption, and these events and this conference are for sure a good way to start. It will depend on regulation. It will depend on big corporation, what they will be doing with that. And we are seeing, for example, in the US, that also politics is starting speaking about Bitcoin. So I think we are going through a mass adoption, and it will be used more than today. And so, yes, it's inevitable, I think.
Amazing.
Yeah, I agree with all the points. I think Bitcoin is inevitable. Like Francesca said, like we wouldn't be here if it isn't. But how Bitcoin's used and what its use case is, I think will shift as time changes. When I first started, it was peer-to-peer cash, right? It was used as exchange. Nowadays, it's advertised as digital gold. And it could be used for many different properties moving forward, right? But I think one thing we shouldn't take for granted is if people stop working on Bitcoin, if we don't continue with the mass adoption, it's not just going to thrive on its own. So it does require a lot of work. It does require a lot of innovation to kind of move the space forward as well.
Yes, absolutely. Let's come to the end of our panel. Can I have a round of applause for Wright, Francesca, and Kevin, please? Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin Amsterdam. I am joined by Alan Helm, Head of Product at Bitcoin for Corporations and host of The Culture Bit, as well as Matt Crosby, Lead Analyst for Bitcoin Magazine Pro, and I am Frank Corva, the Business and Political Correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I want to kick it over to you, Matt. So please first tell us a little bit about what you do over at Bitcoin Magazine Pro, what Bitcoin Magazine Pro is, and what sort of data we can find on mining at Bitcoin Magazine Pro.
Yeah, great. So first of all, thanks for having me. I'm the lead analyst at Bitcoin Magazine Pro, and we're the data and analytics branch of Bitcoin Magazine. So providing lots of charts around mining, about the hash price, the hash rate, the volatility in that, and just general miner earnings. So we can kind of get an insight into the miner perspective, not just short term, but how they're feeling long term as well.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit before. We've been seeing Bitcoin Magazine Pro charts pop up a lot, right? We've been seeing some bigger names in this space posting them out. Any comments on that?
You know, it's really interesting to see, you know, in this era of proof of work, right? That's where Bitcoin is like known for. All these companies are needing data-driven market intelligence insights that, you know, give them that leg up on being the most competitive they can be. And I've seen Bitcoin Magazine Pro just really, honestly, in the last like 6 months since, you know, having the refresh really start being adopted by these companies. It's just really cool to see.
Yeah, 100%. So how is that happening? What sort of magic are you doing behind the scenes to get the Michael Saylors of the world and the El Salvadors of the world sharing Bitcoin Magazine Pro analysis?
Well, I think a lot of it is people have come to realize that just relying on instinct and emotion maybe doesn't work as well in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And especially if we can provide the data of Bitcoin in a very clear and visual way and just simplify a lot of people's analysis and cut through the noise. Not only does it simplify the process, but it actually outperforms a lot of the traditional means in traditional finance, such as fundamental and technical analysis.
Amazing. And so is it for the everyday person? Is this for the everyday person who's maybe looking to get a little bit better, more of an edge on maybe the best sort of entry price for Bitcoin or something like that?
Yeah, of course. So it depends on your approach to the market, whether you're a dollar cost averager, an active trader, a business even. We try and help regardless, even if you don't want to trade or invest actively, just understanding and being educated on how Bitcoin operates as a network and understanding the data behind it, I think can give everyone a little bit of an edge.
All right, well, we should probably end on a bullish note. So are we back in a Bitcoin bull market? I know we're this whole 58K crowd, you know, we're sort of stuck in this 58K, 60K region. Are we moving from there or what?
Well, I think just given the fact that the miners, specifically this is a miner talk, they're bullish. We're seeing hash rate all-time highs.
Okay.
Clearly they're optimistic for the future, so there's no reason we shouldn't be either.
All right, Alan, I'm going to ask you to speak from your gut. Are we back? So this guy's talking all the technical jargon here.
We're so back.
We're so back.
Been back.
Okay, we're so back. Speaking of which, we're about to cut back to the main desk here. Again, we've been talking about mining. Any other sort of takeaways from the event thus far? Is this your first time here at Bitcoin Amsterdam?
First conference ever in general.
First conference ever.
So it's been amazing. The production value is great. Everyone I've met has been amazing. A lot of the speakers have just been incredible and so intelligent, and really gives you confidence of the space and the industry going forward.
Okay, when I see people, you got the Bitcoin Magazine Pro shirt on. I'm assuming some people have walked up to you next year talking about maybe ways to incorporate some Bitcoin Magazine Pro charts in their slides here.
I'd love to say there was a queue of people, but the one guy that came up was very optimistic and very nice. So
okay, fair enough.
Thanks, Colin.
Nice. So what's next for Bitcoin Magazine Pro? Where are we going from here? We can get anything there from, like you said, analysis on the price, analysis on mining. What are we looking to do as we push forward into the future with Bitcoin Magazine Pro?
Well, we're also providing industry reports, so we're trying to get insights from analysts to gain an understanding, of course, on the future and current price action of Bitcoin. But as well as that, there's the Bitcoin for Corporations that launched recently. Was it yesterday?
You know what? If you don't mind, I have to actually hold you. I have to ask you to hold that thought. As you can see, the Bulls are marching here. We do have to head back to the main stage. Matt Crosby, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thanks.
We're headed back to the main stage. Stick with us here at Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Hello, everybody. So I guess we're here today to figure out how to actually solve the scaling problem and make Bitcoin work in about 30 years. But I'm gonna go on a kind of long intro rant here, and then try to let these guys take it from here. But the big problem with Bitcoin is that blockchains suck. They don't scale. They're not a practical solution for any large user base, just based on how they work. And so we have to kind of find a way to take activity that people want to conduct on a blockchain off-chain in a way that still anchors to it and provides the same or similar security guarantees that the blockchain itself does. And really, I want to kind of break this into discussion around the different abstract ways you can do that. So like the two big categories I see are kind of a reactive security model or a stateful security model. And the two easiest examples of this are something like Lightning. Like you lock your Bitcoin into a multisig and start creating this chain of pre-signed transactions. And the entire way that it works is I just pay attention to the blockchain. And if somebody uses a transaction they're not supposed to, I react to it with another one to enforce the correct outcome. Everybody gets the money they're supposed to have. And things like rollups, which is like a more stateful model. Like you actually update in some way the current distribution of funds efficiently on chain, and people have the equivalent of a pre-signed transaction or one they can make that will just always be able to pull the money they're owed out of that system. And there isn't really a worry about having to react to things because only the correct thing is possible. And kind of the different trade-offs between those two types of systems, the limitations, the benefits. And so I guess, Alex, just to kind of toss it to you first, like what's your thinking in terms of those two classes of how we can actually scale the use of Bitcoin?
Well, it's pretty technical, I think. Like, I mean, how we're going to actually implement what is required. I think a lot of it comes down to the user experiences that we're trying to drive, and I think there'll probably be a variety of solutions. And it just really gets into the weeds of the trade-offs. Like the Lightning Network right now, they're using channels where you have a penalty system. So if somebody tries to kind of take money that they're not supposed to have, you can use a justice transaction to kind of show the network that, oh, actually this money is mine, and even more than that, you can go and take their funds and use their funds for chain fees. So it becomes very complicated and technical, but the solution isn't really part of people's day-to-day experience with the Lightning Network. I think the thing that they really care about is like the second-order effects of what it creates. So how long do I have to be online? Do I have to be online? Do I have to have run this on my desktop? Do I have to have like a service provider who's helping me watch for these kind of scenarios, or how worried do I have to be? And I think it's kind of like a marketplace-driven solution. Like the ones that are going to win are the ones where it's just people execute and do a great job, and they find the trade-offs that work for people, and I can't really say what's going to win.
And Samantha, Marco?
Yeah, so I think I don't see it as an either-or. Maybe similar to Bosworth, I think it really depends on the type of application, what the intended experience we want to optimize for is, and I think we're working more towards like the stateful route, and looking at the roadmap ahead, we see that roll-ups and kind of using zero-knowledge proofs and these kinds of new cryptographic primitives provides a really good way to batch a bunch of transactions off-chain, settle that on Bitcoin, and use it as an anchor for trust, and to be able to basically expand the design space for what's possible to build on and around Bitcoin. Bitcoin scripting is quite limited, and some of the stateful models, approaches like rollups, aim to expand that programmability kind of design space in allowing a lot of new innovations that we're seeing sort of within, let's say, DeFi or just better payment experiences. All of these things to sort of exist on a layer 2 that still is secured through Bitcoin. And so I think there's natural trade-offs there. We can discuss more, but there's a set of applications that definitely fit that model a lot better. And then other applications that fit the more reactive model better. And hopefully we see a plethora of different scaling solutions in 2050.
I think there is also a mix of the two models, where I think reactive model and also a stateful model is where Arc is kind of a bit of both. But I would say definitely Arc is much more similar to Lightning, for example, where you have a reactive security model. Both the server and the client potentially can obtain their own UTXO just reacting to events. I think the interesting part is to not introduce another blockchain, because in the end, like scaling a blockchain with another blockchain, you will even figure out a trustless bridge to anchor your Bitcoin there and moving to another blockchain. You're still feeling it in a separated, let's say, universe. You're not really using UTXO base. So I will say it's interesting to see the limits of using UTXO as your base of word, and of course, covenants can expand this programmability of Bitcoin script. But yes.
And I think, like Alex, you kind of put the focus on like user experience and how users interact with it. And I think that's really kind of one of the core differences between like a reactive versus a stateful model that's at odds with how scalable these systems can be. Like, for instance, with something like Lightning, you just open a channel once, and there is no set amount of block space that you have to pay for in the ideal case of the system. Like in theory, that could live off chain and avoid using that resource of block space infinitely. Whereas like a stateful system like a roll-up, it's going to require constant block space use just to progress the state off chain. And so it's kind of at odds where like the more scalable model is the thing with more friction in the UX. But the thing with like a simpler, easier UX to experience for users, that has a worse dynamic in terms of the cost that's ultimately going to be created by its requirement for block space. Like, do you guys have any kind of thoughts on if it's possible to kind of square that circle there, or is this just like the inherent kind of trade-off there, that the more scalable something is, the more friction you're going to introduce into the UX? Open question.
No, I think I'll speak maybe within the context of like these roll-up systems. There's a lot of different variants, of course. Shinobi talked about the transactions that happen on a roll-up. Roll-up being a layer 2 blockchain where a bunch of transactions are batched. A single digital signature, a proof of those transactions being valid, is posted on Bitcoin. And there's a summary of like that transaction that also needs to be posted on Bitcoin. So this is the data requirement and the kind of scalability friction I think Shinobi was talking about. The data that's posted on Bitcoin is going to be a lot less than the kind of raw transaction data, but there's a scaling limit in terms of how much compression can you kind of have, and it's on the order of estimated 30 to anywhere from 30 to 100x the scalability, which is again limited. How do we actually expand that to everyone in the world using the limited block space on Bitcoin is unclear within the roll-up model. But then there's variants where you can take that compressed transaction data, put it in alternative data availability solutions. It doesn't have to be on Bitcoin. You can still settle the proof through Bitcoin. And this is where maybe the transactions don't have full security, the same exact security as a Bitcoin transaction, but maybe that's okay for certain types of applications that maybe don't need the kind of full settlement security that's available on Bitcoin. There's still a lot of security inherited through the proof being posted, and the proof itself is very small in its fixed size. So, maybe on the roll-up side, I guess there's sort of alternative variants of how you can handle data that allow certain types of transactions to be scalable to the world, but reducing some security parameter, and that could be optional for the user.
I don't really see it as divorced. I feel like the security is part of the user experience. So if I'm using a system that could scale to everybody, but it has no security, that's not a good user experience to me. And the user experience that's going to win is the one that people want to use and is executed well. So I feel like if people demand that when they make a payment that is decentralized, that they have the security that they need, that's a system that they're going to use. And if we're thinking about 2050, I think it's hard to say like, oh, exactly the technical ability that we're, technical details of how those systems are going to work. I mean, that's pretty far in the future. But I think like the trend that I want to see is that people don't just ignore the idea that like, oh, all of your money could just be taken away or just be locked, or you could be subject to these systemic risks. I think that if people start to value using an open network where, especially in a business case, like if I'm building on somebody else's platform and just one day, whatever happens to them, they could just all get shut down by the company themselves or by the layer that they're built on, then my business is impacted. So I think like if we can get people to think about that more, then there's going to be more demand for that, and then there's going to be more solutions built on that.
Well, Marco, like I kind of wanted to.
Yeah, I also wanted to answer to Shinobi's point when last year, basically service provider like Bolts had to shut down for an entire day because the costs for them to operate their lining operation were too high. So there is also a concept like, yes, we can have a full trusted solution, but for me, if it's inefficient or not economical to operate, it's basically backwards, right? So it's not really helping or serving the purpose. So for sure, the problem we saw with the current scaling solution is still the blockchain counterfactual, place where you want to see who's right, so who's cheating. So you still need to consider that the blockchain has to be used in the moment that is necessary. And in general, I think you really need to not only scale in a vertical way, which Lightning does in a great job. Two peers, they understand each other, they know the liquidity, they can scale vertically as much as they want, but you also need, at the base layer, a way to horizontally scale. And things like channel factories and many other proposals definitely will help in that direction.
That's exactly where I kind of wanted to take things. It's like this whole design space I kind of see as a decision between security, cost, and trust model. And it's like, might not even be possible to really get all three of those things. Did my mic? Okay, there we go. So like the dynamic there is kind of just this struggle to find the optimal place. Like how scalable can we make something to make it affordable for people with the best security model possible? And just kind of in this framework of like reactive versus stateful systems, like at least so far with what people have designed and come up with, I just see like kind of an inverse correlation here. Like the more scalable you make a system, the more complexity and friction you introduce to try to maintain a good security model.
Yes, complexity is always, something you need to pay it, right? So complexity is needed. So you should always try to use it when actually allow you to scale. But sometimes complexity gets at that point is too much, and it makes the good purpose, the good intention of the base system not actually working, not actually solving the problem.
I think we can't let security like totally stop us from improving like the usability and the scalability. I think that was actually kind of the insight that Satoshi had when making Bitcoin that was missing from a lot of other attempts. In that the proof of work, it doesn't really stop you from double spending. You can certainly double spend. It's just like there's a cost that people can reason about. And unlocking that, I think, was a key to saying, OK, let's get past that one hurdle, and now we'll go on to the next one, and we can improve that as we go on.
Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of what I mean is like, are we going to bump into a wall where really the only way to continue scaling is make concessions in terms of security? And like, how far are we going to slide down that slope if that's the case?
We maybe forgot, but there was a very loud camp back in the years which saying increase the block. So there is also another option with saying, oh, OK, we are still using the miner model. We're just making, increasing the block. But I think that's a taboo, right, in the Bitcoin community.
Has a security trade-off. If we increase the block sizes, you're decreasing the security of the entire base layer. So I think that's something that we also have to think about is like, we all want to make second layer systems, but it's very key that the first layer system behaves in a predictable way. That like that's our greatest tool is that we have a predictable first layer that can be used as an arbitrator in the worst case scenario.
No, absolutely, and we did that. Like with SegWit, we actually increased the actual space we can use. So we actually did that in a way, in a more smarter way, more elegant way. But absolutely, like more you increase the block, you also you're not decentralized enough because people cannot use cheap commodity hardware to validate the entire block. So definitely, there is always a trade-off, and I think nobody has a magic wand to fix all the problem of Bitcoin. But yes, there is for sure many.
I think it's also a matter of like exactly like the L1 being the foundational, like Bitcoin is the trust anchor. This is the arbiter, and that needs to be solid, and then have a bunch of different second layer systems with taking different trade-off space and sort of let the market figure out where which applications people are actually going to kind of which second layer solutions to use. I think any of the sort of on-chain second layer infrastructure solutions that we're building here certainly it's more trust minimized than like going straight to a custodian and going using that solution. And I think the market sort of will see which trade-off. I don't think that the perfect kind of full security best kind of like the same security as Bitcoin L1 transaction for infinitely scalable transactions on second layer systems can exist. I mean, part of it is there's some risk associated with additional code that you're already using for the second layer system and so on. But I think it'll certainly be a lot better than kind of using fully custodial services for all these kind of financial applications that we want to use Bitcoin for.
And there's going to be a range, right? There's going to be like 1,000 flowers blooming, that's going to meet all sorts of different people's needs and expectations. And we're not going to converge on a single solution. We're going to have many solutions that fits many different people's needs. And the Lightning Network is already like that. There's lots of different types of Lightning Network already.
You know, actually, the last 5 minutes here, I think this would be a good thing to touch on. If each of you kind of want to go through your thoughts on different solutions actually being composable and interoperable. You know, I think we're all on the same page.
I think, like, on my side, I really see Arc and Lightning be complementary, even though maybe people think they're like totally two different solutions. And I really see how, as I said before, like how we can combine the two things where we can horizontally scale. So potentially you can have virtual channels, right? So channels are not open on the base layer, so we remove the cost potentially, right, for operators to basically open channel, rebalance them, but you do it on another layer. So potentially you're really combining these two models, are very similar to them. They're UTXO, they speak the same language. You're not going in a different, I would say, tooling set. So I think that's for me the most interesting combination that I'm looking forward in the next years.
Samantha, Alex.
The scaling limit that I think we really have to think about is actually not the block space and not chain efficiency. I actually think that, like in terms of 2050, the scaling limit is the Bitcoins, because we can improve our efficiency a lot by optimizing the code. So much. I mean, we've almost done nothing in the grand scheme of things to get better chain efficiency. But we can never get more than 21 million Bitcoins. And that's already a huge limiting factor that we see in these second layer systems, because somebody needs to make these systems liquid. And they need to have enough coins with enough people that they can service those users. So it's not just users per blockchain byte. It's also users per liquidity allocation. And I think that's going to be probably the next area where things compete, is not just like, OK, what's my onboarding cost? I think everybody's going to get to low onboarding cost. I think that's very feasible with dedication. But what we're going to see is competition between how much capital is required per user. And I think that there's no way around a certain amount of capital per user. Like, Bitcoin is needed to be the engine of this. Like, you need to have coins locked in a channel for the channel to work. But how much is kind of variable potentially.
Samantha, you have any thoughts?
On the interoperability between, so I'll speak on rollups again. The focus there is really, I mean, it's scalability to some extent, but also expanding, programmability. How do we enable people to build whatever they want and sort of program Bitcoin, make Bitcoin programmable? It's expanding the design space for, creating contracts, maybe building borrow lend solutions, building keyless payments. There's been some amazing innovation actually happening in other blockchains around just radically simplified payment experiences. We want to bring that, to Bitcoin, and those experiments should exist on layer 2s on Bitcoin. And so rollups sort of focused on that expressivity, and as part of that, a big part of that is how do we, enable better privacy to transact Bitcoin. And I think the natural synergy maybe with Lightning and like channel-based approaches is the focus there is more about velocity of payments, and I think that whether it's how we bridge between Bitcoin and a roll-up solution, maybe we use like atomic swap, submarine swap, faster ways to kind of bring BTC in and out of these systems, or the assets that exist on the rollup, like they can be interoperable with Lightning and kind of move around in the Lightning network. These things definitely are interesting areas of synergies, and we'll be exploring that more for sure.
All right, so it sounds like in order to actually make this work in about 30 years, a lot of things have to get glued together and actually made to stay working. Well, I guess you guys want to try and do a quick final thoughts, and let's not try to throw the whole AV team off running over.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we need to stay super iterative. Like, we can't just design things in, a silo. We need to be super connected to what people are doing, and we can't just like design for 2050. We need to design for next year and the year after that.
Definitely. And again, kind of reiterate my point earlier of like, I think we're working on different approaches to scaling on Bitcoin, but I don't really see it as competing at all. I think the competition is, anytime you want to do payments or any kind of financial applications with Bitcoin, like, do you have to go to a custodian, which is less accessible, which is, loses the properties of Bitcoin around censorship resistant, Caesar resistant, these properties that are very important. Like that's the competition, I think, and we should see a lot of different approaches to actually scaling natively on Bitcoin, hopefully interoperable as well.
I vouch for both. We are Team Bitcoin, so I think we're going to make it.
All right. Well, thanks, guys, for joining me for this chat. I hope everybody enjoyed.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business, innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin Amsterdam. I'm Frank Corva, the business and political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I am joined to my left by Matt Crosby, lead analyst at Bitcoin Magazine Pro, as well as Sam Abbasi, CEO of Hoseki. I want to kick it over to you first, Matt. We just heard about ways to scale Bitcoin, Lightning being one of the biggest ways, right? The biggest L2 right now in the Bitcoin space. What sort of Lightning data can we get via Bitcoin Magazine Pro?
Well, we can see the capacity in Bitcoin terms and US dollar terms of the Lightning Network, as well as the amount of nodes that are actually running and supporting the Lightning Network. And what's been really interesting over the past few months, even though we've had this very choppy, chopsolidation, boring price action, let's be honest, we've still seen the number of nodes and capacity grow. So clearly this scaling solution is still growing in popularity.
Love that. And we're about to move on to a panel right now where we're going to be talking about Bitcoin ETFs, a very hot topic this past year. Sam, can you tell us a little bit about Bitcoin ETFs and how Hoseki, the work that you do with Hoseki, relates to the ETFs?
Sure. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure.
We basically are sort of like a source of light that's trying to shine as much exposure as we can on these traditional financial products that typically are incredibly opaque. Simply the native properties that Bitcoin offers are so different than traditional financial assets. And though TradFi is bridging itself into Bitcoin, we think a lot of education, a lot of tooling still needs to be built in order to make it a true Bitcoin financial product. So what we do is we provide real-time transparency on the underlying Bitcoin. The nature of custody is obviously different. How you can hold Bitcoin is different. Right. Self-custody versus custodians and sort of the array of combinations you can do in that space. Yep. And so what we do is provide as much transparency, as much visibility as possible in this underlying asset.
Yeah, I love it. And so with the ETFs now, so to just clarify for the audience, so you buy a share of your securitized version of Bitcoin via an ETF, but you can then see via the work that Hoseki does the proof of reserves, right? That these people are actually holding the real Bitcoin behind the scenes.
Exactly. This is no different than having Bitcoin on an exchange in that sense. You're not holding the asset yourself. You're relying on, in this case, an ETF issuer who's relying on a custodian themselves. And so, we think there's a lot of systemic risk. A lot of these ETFs are being custodied with a single custodian, and we think the risk profile there is just, it's so different compared to everything else. And that's basically why we exist.
Amazing. And do you think that there's a lot of companies just broadly in the Bitcoin space or that are now adopting Bitcoin that feel that, you know what, I really understand Bitcoin. I understand its fundamental properties. I want to have something like Hoseki be a part of what I do as a company so that I can sort of embody the Bitcoin ethos. Are they thinking that way to maybe attract people to use whatever product they're offering?
So our clients like using us because it really sets them apart. Frankly, from like a marketing perspective, it really conveys that they're a more sophisticated actor in the space.
Okay. Interesting. Very, very cool. Well, we are about to head back to the main stage, ladies and gentlemen. Again, here with Bitcoin Magazine Pro lead analyst Matt Crosby, Sam Abbasi, CEO of Hoseki. We will be back right after this. Over to the main stage.
Hello, Amsterdam. How are we doing?
I think we can do more than that. Hello, Amsterdam. How are we doing? There we go.
Not too bad.
It's a bull market. Come on.
We're going to do a presentation today on the rise of the Bitcoin ETFs. Is it going to come up on the screen in front?
No.
No. There we go.
There we go.
So, Peter, could you just tell us a bit about yourself, who Jacobi Asset Management are for the audience who might not be aware?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Peter Lane. Firstly, thank you to Bitcoin Inc. for inviting me, and Bitcoin Conference is the best conference sequence in the world, I think. But yeah, Bitcoin ETFs, the rise of the Bitcoin ETF has been absolutely astronomical. So I co-founded Jacobi sort of late 2020. We incorporated and made our application to our regulator for a Bitcoin ETF early 2021. We basically TradFi people thinking that Bitcoin is going to take over. So how do we bring that into the mass market? Because I fully believe mass market participation needs ease of access. So we thought a Bitcoin ETF is the most simple way for the people who aren't tech-savvy, crypto-native Bitcoin investors to access the underlying asset class that we saw as the most exciting and compelling investment to possibly buy within any sort of portfolio. So we built the company specifically to try and create access into Bitcoin for people that are unable to do it via their own wallets, crypto exchanges, etc.
Yeah.
And want to do it via products that they're familiar with, they've got their existing assets already in. So an ETF was the natural selection, and since we started, I think there wasn't any Bitcoin ETFs in the world when we started. Then the Canadians went first, and they did a great job, and then there's been a few popping up around the world, and then earlier this year, the Americans decided that it was happening, and they've just, I believe that's the absolute tipping point. So I've not seen a single shitty journalist say, oh, it's a Ponzi scheme or a scam since, because what are you going to do, go and argue that with Larry Fink? I don't think so. So, we are fully into crypto. We think Bitcoin is going to be the best asset class that you could buy, probably for our lifetime. And so an ETF for us made sense to bring that to the rest of the world.
Thank you. So just to put some context of where Bitcoin is against other assets by market cap, Bitcoin's sitting around $1 trillion, just above. It took this 1 trillion in February, just after the ETF launch in January. So these ETFs have given it that kind of recognition of it's around 1 trillion. And we see it against the S&P, gold, global bonds, that it's such a tiny fragment of global assets, which are around 1 quadrillion. So it shows how early we are compared to major assets around the world.
Yeah, and I think that, if you look at that chart, just imagine like a percent of bond market goes into Bitcoin, or a percent of the S&P 500 goes into Bitcoin or Bitcoin ETFs. We've got such a long way to go, and I don't think it'll be an awfully long period of time until the blue bar is really knocking on the door of the gold bar to see
15x.
Yeah, I
15x.
mean, you don't need an awful lot of global assets to then say, okay, well, we're going to switch into Bitcoin now for that to become that, and I can see that happening, within a decade.
So I know you touched upon this briefly, but just to tell the audience again, what are ETFs and why do they matter so much to Bitcoin?
Yeah, so an ETF is like any stock that's listed on a stock exchange, but instead of you buying a Tesla stock or an Apple stock, you buy into a company that's a fund, and that fund then does, with your money that you put into it, it goes and buys Bitcoin. So within our ETF, somebody would pay in with their brokerage account or their trading platform or whatever they want to use. They would then click buy Bitcoin ETF, and then we would then go and buy the actual Bitcoin. We would then store it with a custodian. So it trades then on an exchange. So any usual financial product, like let's say, for instance, I'll use the UK because that's where I'm from and that's the market we operate in most. Most people have pensions, tax-efficient savings accounts, and you can't hold Bitcoin directly in those products.
Mm-hmm.
So most of your assets generally are tied up in those assets.
Real estate.
So if you want to buy Bitcoin, you'd have to do it with new net money, which isn't really going to make a dent because most of your money is tied up in investment products. So in order to access Bitcoin or the underlying performance of Bitcoin, you need a product that's able to be accessible via these products you already have, your assets and your capital in. So, if you can, take your pension pot, for instance, and most people have got, all their people's assets are in their house, pensions or tax-efficient savings products.
Like an ISA.
Yeah, and you can use that capital to access Bitcoin. That's a way bigger pool of capital that can come into Bitcoin, and you can't hold direct Bitcoin into it until regulators start to say, actually, we're okay with direct ownership of Bitcoin within these products because we've got custodians, like BNY Mellon just recently got looked at, to hold your Bitcoin. So until that's the case, an ETF is the gateway for these such products to hold a Bitcoin product and therefore benefit from the underlying asset class without the direct ownership and the legal and the regulatory complications that the regulators will throw in your way.
So this is just a diagram, obviously, of the map of the world and where Bitcoin ETPs are located. So we've got about 9 jurisdictions. So Peter, do you want to talk quickly about the 9 jurisdictions or any of significance, really?
So I think we're getting quite good coverage now, really. So if you look, most time zones, the major time zones across the world are starting to get covered. So initially, the Canadians were first to approve it, then I think Brazil. We then saw the Australians listed, and they had an absolute catastrophe because the listing date was the same day as the Terra Luna issue, so it couldn't have got any worse for them. There's a few exchange-traded notes and other products in the European market, which is great because it's given access, especially in Germany and Switzerland. Unfortunately, the UK regulator is banning crypto for retail investors, which is really just stifling everything. And it's so political, it seems, that I can't see. The UK government's in a pretty shit state, so I'm not sure where crypto is for them on the priority of things to sort out. So I'm a bit concerned about that, but the rest of the world, major markets are starting to open up to it. As you can see, Hong Kong is a great gateway for China to get into it, and anyone in that kind of time zone over in the Far East and the Australian time zones can now get in on a trading platform which is suitable for them. I can see...
and the UAE we'd expect to be
I think from conversations we're having with other asset managers around the world that want to get into this, I think South Africa is a pretty good place, and the UAE. And then I think if you look at the map then, you'll have most time zones and most markets pretty much covered. So that will start to allow ease of access for most of the world. I think Japan needs to make a bit of a move because they're a crypto-friendly group of people, but they're not really allowed to buy crypto products at the moment on traditional finance platforms. But yeah, we're getting some good coverage, I think.
So we've looked at the worldwide spot ETPs, and we just wanted to see assets under management that the US that launched in January have absolutely blown away all other countries around the world. Was this something that you expected? I was extremely bullish going into Q4 and obviously Q1 of this year that the US is the financial capital of the world. That's where you'd expect the dominant ETPs to be.
Yeah, totally. I feel like the crypto world is two worlds. There's America, then the rest of the world. And as soon as the Americans listed in January, that was a huge tipping point for the rest of the world will see that. The rest of the world will now think, okay, the biggest market in the world's doing it. You've got BlackRock and Fidelity, the biggest asset managers in the world doing it. There's just no going back from that. So it's just then a case of the rest of the world's regulators and asset managers need to say, right, how do we create a product and bring it to market to try and do something like the Americans have done. And I think one of the key things is retail access, because at the minute, a lot of access from retail is what's driving the inflows. When institutional adoption starts, then the whole world will just, the flows from the whole world will start to go, and that's when we know we're here.
So again, understanding that the US ETFs have dominated, let's put it into perspective against traditional asset ETFs since launch. You've got examples of GLD or the JP Morgan Equity Premium ETF. They're the two, orange and yellow at the bottom. And you can see how dominant these Bitcoin ETFs have been. You've got the QQQ NASDAQ 100 ETF, which actually launched in the 2000 tech boom as well. So it's absolutely obliterated all records. And that has been the most successful ETF launch of all time.
Yeah, it's just unheard of, really, isn't it? It'll probably never happen again. It's very unusual to see an asset class that just is created effectively. And so there was an absolute queue of ETF issues in America looking to launch, and there was clearly unbelievable demand. And so it just garnered so much attention that it was always going to just ruin everything that's ever gone before it. And we'll probably carry on to do so.
So for me, understanding Bitcoin was the digital gold narrative. So taking that digital gold narrative, and then we take IBIT, the BlackRock ETF, and compare it to GLD. just to see how GLD, which launched, the gold ETF, which launched in the end of 2004, we can see in the chart with the black ETF holdings that actually for the first year it was quite stagnant. And then through 2004 all the way to 2011, through the global financial crisis, rates dropped, and it just continued to soar. So that's something that I'm expecting to see with these Bitcoin ETFs. They hold around 5% of the circulating supply, so as they get bigger, we'd expect the Bitcoin ETF market to grow. And then, I don't know if you can see the two quotes from the Financial Times article, which was a 2004 article just before launch, and it talks about the first types of commodity ETFs to be backed, so which was GLD. And then the second quote on the article is talking about how the hedge funds and traders were taking futures positions, rallying when gold made a 16-year high, so which was a similar occurrence in Q4 2023, where we're going to look that the futures market was actually front-running a lot of this.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of noise made about the similarities with gold and when that launched and what it did to the price. And I think it's probably the only relevant comparison that we've got, given that the comparison of gold and Bitcoin is kind of well aligned, apart from one you have to dig out the ground and the other one you have to mine electronically. But I imagine that once gold ETF adoption, I think that will be mirrored. And I think the more that we've seen great adoption in America, but I think a lot of the American market still probably can't access. So Vanguard obviously don't give access to it. There's RIAs that would want to see a more longer track record before they allow their clients to get into it. So I think even though there was an absolute boom at the beginning, then a bit of a lull, I think that's probably normal, because with the gold ETFs, when they launched, it took a little while for that to then really, really ramp up. And I think we'll probably see a turbocharged version of that, but I'd expect that's going to be the way it's going to be followed.
Yeah, after the first 13F filing for GLD, there was around 115 institutions that held it. The first quarter for IBIT was about 414. So again, all records, it blows out the water.
Yeah.
Just a visualization of the Bitcoin holdings with other major Bitcoin holders, publicly traded miners, MicroStrategy that's just overtaken Grayscale, but as I said, they hold over 5% of the circulating supply in like a 9-10 month period, which is just insane, really. But the interesting thing was obviously Grayscale converted from a trust to an ETF. They had around 600,000 Bitcoin. They now hold 235,000 below MicroStrategy. But I think if you total them up, the newborn 9 and Grayscale, it's like a 800 and something thousand. It's just insane.
Yeah, unbelievable. And I think this goes to show that ETFs are important, because everybody that bought a Bitcoin ETF in America could have bought Bitcoin before, but it just shows that most people's assets are in products whereby you can't hold Bitcoin. So when that market got opened up and the 401ks were allowed to buy it, and your trading account with Morgan Stanley or whoever you got it with would you allow you to buy it, then people really, really dived in. And I think that's the familiarity that investors then see in that makes it a lot easier for them to go and access it, which is why these numbers are just absolutely ludicrous.
Did they blow away your expectations? Yeah.
I don't think so. I expected them to absolutely smash it, to be honest. And as forward-thinking as the American investor population, they've got the most advanced asset management businesses in the world. I feel like they were always going to do this, and I think it was just a matter of time. And I think the demand, America's a crypto, loving place. I think if you look at adoption rates globally, they're up there fairly high. Most people, people in this room are in the 1% of tech-savvy, crypto investors. The most of the world have got no idea what to do. And from my experience, so before I got into this, I was working in wealth management and financial planning for a decade or so. So I know what normal investors are like, and they've got absolutely no idea. So once these products are made available, the people with no idea can now get in, and they're the majority. So I kind of wasn't really surprised that, especially the likes of BlackRock, because how much trust do you really need to have in BlackRock? I mean, everyone knows BlackRock. There's no counterparty risk really. They're the biggest thing in asset management. And if you've got Larry Fink going on primetime business news saying, this is what I think is going to happen, people are going to listen. And I think that's exactly what happened.
Couldn't agree more.
So taking IBIT, the BlackRock ETF. So Peter, do you want to go through the left-hand chart to show the top
I think the left-hand chart is the biggest holders. And what you see on this is a lot of hedge funds that use it for the basis trade. You see some of the authorized participants, which would hold a stock because they're the people that are buying and selling it. And then you've got the Wisconsin Pension Fund, which is probably the most advanced thinking pension fund trustee board in the world, because they've gone all in, not all in, but they've been straight out the bat. They've put it into the Wisconsin Pension Fund. That is money that, if that came into our ETF, you'd be like, great, that is that's here for 10 years at least. A lot of the basis trade plays and the market makers and the authorized participants holdings, that's going to come and go. But if you start getting, pension funds dropping in, hundreds of millions of dollars into a Bitcoin ETF, that is going to be there for years and years and years.
Yeah.
That's exactly the sort of client I imagine IBIT are trying to get into the pension fund, and I think they'll probably carry on doing that. And all the big pension schemes, like the firefighters' pension schemes, the teachers' pension schemes, the state government schemes, those are the ones with absolutely stacks of money.
Yeah.
And those are the ones you want to make a 2 or 3% allocation to your Bitcoin ETF, because that's going to be there for decades.
Yeah, I was speaking to someone, they said there's only about 7-8 pension funds in America that can actually, are in a financially stable position to actually go and speculate in Bitcoin and hold it for the long-term position.
Yeah.
And then just the right-hand chart is just to show how IBIT has actually evolved. It's only till from January to May, but it is a retail-driven ETF. But we can see IBIT against the JP Morgan ETF, that the trade size is actually increasing. And the number of trades is going down. So yeah, it's still retail, but I think, again, over time, we'll see more institutional money coming in. I put this slide in. I just did an analysis a week ago or so, and it's just trying to understand where all these products kind of fit into the market. So you've got, again, IBIT, the BlackRock ETF, against MicroStrategy. And we obviously understand that MicroStrategy is like this leveraged Bitcoin play. So when Bitcoin goes up on a day, MicroStrategy does huge outsized returns. But on the down days when Bitcoin goes down, again, IBIT follows suit, but MicroStrategy actually outperforms on the down days. So it's just trying to find where all these financial assets sit within the Bitcoin ecosystem. I think MicroStrategy is up about 7 times what IBIT is this year. So it's just trying to find clues how the market perceives each financial instrument and see where we're going to head with this, really.
Yeah, interesting analysis you did. I think people are seeing MicroStrategy as a leverage play, aren't they? So I think the other thing about MicroStrategy is, in the UK, if you're a retail investor, I think you even mentioned it, within your...
YOLO, my whole pension in MicroStrategy.
Yeah. So you can't buy my Bitcoin ETF, but you can buy MicroStrategy in your Hargreaves Lansdown SIP. So they got probably more access, well, definitely more access for people to buy into it than Bitcoin ETFs. So it's an amazing thing that Saylor's doing. I think he's kind of found a glitch in the financial system to maybe make himself the richest guy in the world.
And then it's trying to understand the behavior of the ETF buyer. So we've got the cost basis of the ETFs. So we've taken the 3 largest asset managers. So that's BlackRock, Grayscale, and Fidelity. The deposit cost basis is around 54,000 to 59,000. So they're in the green currently, give or take where Bitcoin is now. And you can see that the price has actually used the deposit cost basis as support for the past few months. And obviously, Bitcoin goes through these 20, 30% bull market corrections, which is quite a usual thing. But it's just interesting to see that these are just, I believe these are passive flows. So like when we had the yen carry trade unwind August 5th, 6th, IBIT registered no outflows. IBIT's only seen 4 days of outflows. So that would tell me that this is kind of being treated as like an S&P 500 play, that every month, or again pension, that they're just allocating bit by bit and not really selling because they don't see it as a short-term play.
Yeah, totally. I think that sort of screams retail investors too, because institutional traders would be in and out all day long, but a retail investor that doesn't quite have the capabilities to do that would just buy it. And I think this is an exact example of financial products that you've had for a long time that now have access to it, that you just make a part, or you make Bitcoin ETFs part of your allocation model. And if you're thinking about, let's say, a UK pension scheme, you would pay into it on a monthly basis. Let's say, I know easy numbers, you put £500 a month into it, you might have an allocation of 100 of that goes into Bitcoin. So every single month, you'd be buying more and more and more, which I think is the way that people will start to build up real holdings in this because they can access it via products they have to save money into.
And then just to show everyone that the ETFs, they're amazing, and you said earlier that they get so much media attention, but they're actually such a small part of the market. So the ETF trade volume pretty much on any given day is around $1 billion. The spot market's around 5 to 6 billion, and then you've got the futures volume that can trade anywhere between 30 to 60 billion. So it's a really, really small percentage. So when we see these 100 million, 200 million inflow days, and people are like, why is the price not moving? It's pretty much that. It's such a small part of the market. And again, as adoption grows, we would expect it to be a larger and larger market share of the total aggregate market of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think this is a really positive chart, actually. I think what Bitcoin's ETFs did is two things, intangible and intangible, right? So tangible, people can now come in and access it. And the intangible stuff is that it's a movement now, like it's a complete traditional finance is moving into it. So what I think I mentioned earlier, you don't see journalists now saying it's a Ponzi scheme or a scam because go and try and win that argument with the best investment management companies in the world. And I think that has driven the media to then switch their focus away from it. And a lot of retail investors especially would read the news and believe it. So if you have journalists that don't really know what they're talking about, just looking for headlines, well, that headline can't really now be, it doesn't work, and it's going to crash, it's going to go to zero. Yeah. I mean, that argument's completely eradicated.
The left tail risk is gone.
Yeah, and I think largely because you try and make that argument now when there's the most successful ETF launches in history are Bitcoin ones. So that narrative is completely gone. That's moved away, and I think that now can allow for a new narrative, a new level of education to come into the investors. They'll carry on buying, and I think the ETF intangible factor in that is that we've got rid of the negative noise, and actual education can now come in.
So the Ethereum ETFs haven't done anywhere near as good as Bitcoin.
I was expecting a boo.
Yeah, or a cheer. $500 million worth of net outflows, but there's obviously reasons. Maybe the appetite isn't there, you don't get any of the staking for it, but what we're seeing is that Ripple and other tokens essentially are getting these ETFs, but again, the free market will determine what they want.
Yeah, it will, and I think the free market will decide, and I think the ETH ETFs have got, they were never going to do what the Bitcoin ETFs. It's like getting me and you to race Usain Bolt. We're never going to beat him, but we might be quite quick against the usual ETFs. So I think if you look in the top performing, the top flows into ETFs in America this year, there's some ETH ETFs ones still in there. So versus real life, traditional ETFs, they've still absolutely smashed it, but they just can't come anywhere near the Bitcoin flows because it's not Bitcoin, right?
And then alluding to what you said earlier about the basis trade, which is like longing the ETF and shorting the futures market and gaining that little arbitrage, that's I would say the majority of the inflows. Again, Wisconsin is that spot hold where the APs are holding on to it. So in October 2023, for me, I flipped extremely bullish. The CME, the regulated exchange, became the #1 futures exchange, overtaking Binance, which is more of a retail exchange. And if we go back to that FT article of GLD, the futures market kind of front ran the gold price. This is exactly what happened pretty much, gearing up to launch.
Yeah. The 1 minute clock's flashing now, so I reckon we go to the next one.
Yeah. And then IBIT has now got options, which is absolutely massive. For retail investors, they can make passive income through like cover calls. Miners can hedge. So it kind of unlocks this whole new world for all these
investors. It's another step towards it just becoming a normal asset, right? All other asset classes, all other stuff you can do these things on. So an ETF now gives financial investors a tool to be able to use it to do other stuff other than just passively hold it.
And just lastly, your thoughts. The big one is obviously Bank of New York, Mellon, being allowed to custody. So
I think the big thing about financial products having assets, Bitcoin as the underlying asset, it does create ease of access. And for Bitcoin to fulfill its potential of maybe a currency one day, it needs to be less volatile. To be less volatile, it needs mass adoption. Mass adoption then requires ease of access. And as I said before, 99% of investors have got no idea what they're actually doing. People in this room know way more than people outside of this room will ever know. And so to have products that people that don't know what they're doing, to allow them to get into Bitcoin is the ease of access key that the industry needs. So without that, it will carry on just being people like us in this room that want to buy it. But we need everyone for Bitcoin to fulfill its potential.
Perfect. Thank you, Peter.
So yeah, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Going to do a selfie?
Yeah.
Go on.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin News Desk, everybody. We are here at Bitcoin Amsterdam 2024. I am Frank Corva, the host of the live desk here, the political correspondent and business correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, joined by Susie Violet Ward, Bitcoin journalist and co-founder and director of the Bitcoin Policy UK Institute, Roger Huang, author of Would Mao Hold Bitcoin, as well as a contributor to Bitcoin Magazine and Forbes, as well as Mogashni Naidu, UX researcher at the Bitcoin Design Foundation. Mogashni, I want to kick it over to you first. What has been your biggest takeaway from this event thus far?
This technology that we're building, it's not just technology. It actually has the potential to dramatically improve people's lives all the way across the world, from activists to everyone. It's reachable technology, and it is technology that is creating hope. Let's go.
I like that. Woo! Roger, what is your biggest takeaway thus far?
Yeah, I love the energy here in Europe. I was in London doing a Bitcoin event as well, and seeing all the people here that are just so interested in Bitcoin, are so passionate about the topic. It's just been great to see, and love to see the energy.
Love that. We love the energy from you, Roger, so thank you. Susie Violet Ward, what haven't you done at this event so far? You've been all over the place, but on a serious note, what is your biggest takeaway from the event?
I love the fact that we're discussing the freedom technology. Of course, that is the most important part of Bitcoin for me. And the Bitcoin mining in 2050, we're talking about Bitcoin as if it's inevitable. I think it obviously is.
I love that.
Yep. And just how Bitcoin miners in the Bitcoin space has to innovate. They're always the leaders.
They are very creative, right? We've heard a lot of creative solutions using like the wasted heat as energy to do other things.
Yeah.
Really cool stuff. Mo, I would like to kick it back to you. You do really important work in coming up with really good design for people who are using this in a variety of different contexts, and you focus a lot on people's stories as a way to influence and to inform the design decisions that you make. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
In order to be able to build this technology with real use cases, we have to understand the people behind the applications we're building. We have to build a set of very specific use cases, which we can then share with the entire ecosystem. I am really trying to drive this role in the ecosystem to build products for real people. To do that, we need to sit across the table with them, we need to speak with them, and then we need to feed that information back to the ecosystem. I'd love for everyone to be involved in this, because I do believe we can do this together.
Yeah. And you're building for people across the world. Speaking of international or across the world, we have, again, the author of Would Mao Hold Bitcoin. Roger, you write a lot about Bitcoin adoption in China, where Bitcoin isn't necessarily welcome. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think it's been incredible to see the fact that Chinese people are so involved with Bitcoin, even though the Chinese state has been so against it. And you can see it even here in this conference, right? We have a lot of Chinese miners, businesses still involved in Bitcoin. So always inspirational to see that even though you have a state that's tried its hardest, to try to get rid of Bitcoin from, and even try to attack the network, you can argue with the mining kind of kicking out people from the provinces, that there are still so many Chinese people that are involved, whether they're buying Bitcoin, whether they're entrepreneurs, or whether they are investing.
Yeah, appreciate that. Susie, you're from the UK. You write a lot about what's happening with Bitcoin in the UK from a bunch of different perspectives. You've recently critiqued some of the BBC's coverage on Bitcoin. So while the BBC is obviously far from maybe the CCP, what can you tell us a little bit about maybe mainstream media coverage of Bitcoin and what it lacks?
I think there are signs that we're sleepwalking into an authoritarian government. And so I think that people look at China and they think, oh no, that could never happen to us. But I think not being able to challenge mainstream narratives and get articles retracted that are provably wrong, I think is a clear sign.
Yeah, I think that's extremely important to note. So we're kicking it back to the main stage in a second. I just wanted to let you know once more again, we were here with Susie Violet Ward, Bitcoin journalist, co-founder and director of Bitcoin Policy UK, Roger Huang, author of Would Mao Hold Bitcoin, and Mogashini Naidu, UX researcher at the Bitcoin Design Foundation. Thank you all for joining us. We're taking it back to the main stage. We'll be back after this.
Hi everyone, thank you very much. Lovely to be back in Amsterdam. We're here for everyone's favorite subject, politics and regulation. So as long as we can keep you awake for the next 25 minutes, we will be delighted. So I'm here with two insightful speakers to discuss these topics. As a bit of an intro, a lot of Bitcoiners think that speaking to politicians about Bitcoin is pointless because Bitcoin's going to win anyway. I like to look at this in the context of a metaphor that the Stoic philosophers used to use. They imagined humanity as a dog tied behind a moving cart. And the dog has got really one choice to make, which is does it resist that movement or does it just get dragged along anyway? So the work that I do in the UK with Bitcoin policy is really to try and encourage politicians to make the right choice and to run along behind the cart because they'll all be happier and so will we. So without further ado, very quick intros. As was mentioned before, my name is Freddie New, and I work in policy with Bitcoin Policy UK. And gents, do you want to introduce yourselves? Sam, if you want to kick off with an intro.
My name is Samuel Kuhlmann. I grew up in Mongolia, but I'm Swiss. Been living in Switzerland for 21 years. I was elected into the Parliament of Canton Bern, one of the largest provinces in Switzerland, 7.5 years ago. And 3 years ago, I started the parliamentary group Bitcoin because I said it's urgent that we as Bitcoiners in politics advocate for proactive Bitcoin policy on the political level.
Very much agreed. Tom, do you want to?
Yes. I'm Tom van der Moen. I'm the... I've got some fans in the audience. Thank you. I'm a politician from the Netherlands. I was the party leader for the Dutch Libertarian Party at the last elections. I'm a very staunch Austrian economist. I've been an activist in the financial system against fractional reserve banking and central banking for more than 15 years. And I've been into Bitcoin 6 of those years and staunch Bitcoin maxi as well.
Thank you, Tom. So maybe diving right in terms of inevitability. If we're correct and Bitcoin is inevitable, is there any merit at all in engaging with politicians such as yourselves? And if you believe there is, how do you think it's best to go about that as a citizen or as a representative in one of the Western democracies? Maybe Sam, coming to you first with that one.
Yes, I do really believe Bitcoin is inevitable. Why? Because the characteristics are simply superior. It's not just twice or 3 times as good as the fiat system. It's really much, much better. And so it's only a question of when people realize that, or more people realize that. And how do I see the role of the politicians? Well, it depends. If you're in politics because you like your power and because you like the printing press and the power it gives you, then, well, Bitcoin is not for you. But if you're in politics as a member of parliament or in a government role and you care about your country, you care about your province, about the town where you live, and you care about your vote, not only about your voters, but about the citizens and the population, then you want them to be prepared for the huge changes that are coming, that are taking place already, and you want your country to be already at least partly in the Bitcoin financial system, so that when there's the crisis in the traditional legacy system increases, it's better if people already have an alternative, know about the alternative, and if your country, your province, your citizens are prepared, and that's what I want to do. I want to prepare them.
That's very laudable. I like that. And Tom, you were mentioning before that a financial crisis may actually...
I fully agree with everything Samuel said, and I'd just like to add on that Bitcoin is inevitable in the best way, but of course we have to see in what timeline and what transition we take, or what the politician we take, what we should push for. That's the best for the constituents of every country. Because on the other side, like the printing press has also been inevitable. Like the banks, they want to create money to collect the interest, central banks the same thing, and the politicians, they have a lot of benefit in this situation, because the politicians, they want to run a campaign on promises. This is what we're going to do for the constituents, this is what I'm going to promise you, and I'm going to pay it with this money. But raising the taxes, if there's any campaign where they're going to say, raise your taxes to do this, you're not going to get any votes. So the printing press gives a lot of power to the politicians at the moment, and it's a hidden tax. So this is very problematic. So it's, for me, the way we can pressure politicians or also educate the people to pressure the politicians is from the bottom up, just through education and educating people on what inflation really is and the consequences.
Yeah, and I think that's a theme we're going to be returning to several points during the conversation. Obviously, most people in this room will be aware that Europe has actually been quite proactive in terms of its regulation. If you're not familiar with it, MiCA is probably the flagship piece of regulation worldwide at the moment. That stands for Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation. Part of it's effective already. It should be fully effective later this year. Both of you had some interesting comments, I think, around the merits or otherwise of MiCA. Maybe Tom, staying with you to begin with. Do you think that MiCA is striking the right balance between innovation and customer protection? Does it go too far?
Well, from my libertarian standpoint, I think any regulation is a bad thing, of course. And I think MiCA is going really far. Of course, they're selling it as, yeah, then we've got more equality because it's a cross-border regulations and everything. But still, it's very far-going regulation. And what we can see also, yesterday we got the exchanges here on the main stage, and Coinbase is actually trying to get more regulation. But in my opinion, if you look at it from the banking district, banks always were trying to get more regulation because it creates a monopoly. Like regulation you can see as a speed bump, so it gets really tough for new companies to become competitive. So the larger companies, they always want more regulation. So in my opinion, any regulation is a bad thing.
I think you raise an interesting point there. So Sam, you have to come out and be even further anti-regulation than Tom. But you had an interesting one of the Swiss exchanges. Maybe if you want to delve into the problems that they're facing.
Yeah, so in Switzerland it's a bit less strict than in the European Union. And actually we had Bitcoiners writing our current DLT, distributed ledger technology regulation that we have in Switzerland now. And the parliament approved it unanimously about 10 years ago. And we had the luck that our finance minister at that time went to the Bitcoiners and said, please write us this regulation. And no one in Parliament had any idea at that point about Bitcoin or whatever. And so they just passed it unanimously. And so Switzerland has been able to be on the forefront of Bitcoin adoption and also the industry, thanks to not too bad regulation. But I say it's also already too much what we have. And especially where I see, like in my case, I was put on the PEP list, politically exposed person, which originally was intended for high-ranking nation-state government officials, that financial companies would be more diligent when working with them because of corruption issues. But now I'm, as a member of the cantonal parliament, it's a part-time job. Being a member of parliament in Switzerland is a part-time job. We have our normal jobs as well. And we don't even earn a lot of money in Switzerland being in politics. So it's crazy that actually I was not able to continue doing business with my Bitcoin-only broker in Switzerland, which I really appreciated. And they even cut off my dad from being able to do business with them. Second?
Because he's connected to you.
Yes. Yes.
Tom, did you have a...
Yeah, if I can just add on to this, because I was talking about regulation as a whole, of course, but what we can see in Europe and in the Netherlands, especially right now, it's very strict. And you can walk around the convention over here and you can see a lot of people, like Bitcoin companies are being targeted and being unbanked at the moment.
Yeah.
I think the last few months we can see that it really started cracking down. And in the Netherlands, we have the AFM, it's the Authority Financial Markets. It's like similar to the SEC in the United States. And we've had public quotes from Laura van Geest, she's the chair. And she was saying, we're not going to wait for MiCA, we're going to be very strict from the start. And she actually said, it's a quote, we don't care if companies will leave the country because of it. So, yeah,
I find that
it's
attitude
insane.
completely idiotic. And unfortunately, we see the same thing in the UK. There's a long list, as long as your arm, of companies that can't operate there or withdrawing services or can't market. Unfortunately, and Sam, picking up on something you said about educating politicians, this, I think, is why it's so important to maintain a dialogue and to keep the flow of information going. It's admittedly a difficult subject if you don't have any background or grounding in it. And it's very easy to suffer from category confusion and put Bitcoin in the same bucket as crypto, which unfortunately is what's happened in the UK. And as a result, we've seen businesses closing, businesses being debanked, and products being withdrawn from people. So, I mean, perhaps moving slightly into that area and considering that we do have a large number of European-based Bitcoin businesses, what do you think those businesses can themselves do? Tom, you were saying Coinbase are pushing for more regulation, I assume, to create the regulatory moat. Do you think that there's scope for Bitcoiners working with or in businesses in the European Union to try and get them to push in the same way that we see lobbying in the United States? Maybe, Sam, staying with you to...
Yeah, I think so. I think we're in the current situation, and we have to be pragmatic. Of course, I'm against regulation, but you have to work with the government and the European government that's here at the moment. So, like lobbying, it does work, and you see the banks and other financial institutions, they lobby very hard and they get things done. But from Bitcoin perspective or even crypto perspective, nobody is lobbying for anything. They're just saying, the regulation is hurting us really much. But I think we can do a lot to influence a bit more, to push it in the right direction.
Sounds sensible. So one thing that we saw last year, I believe it was in December 23, as part of the preparation for MiCA coming into force, there were new reporting obligations that were put on different crypto asset issuers. Some of our response that we did, almost as an amicus brief from the UK, albeit now outside the EU, we suggested that if crypto asset firms were being forced to disclose their negative impact on the environment, they should also be forced to disclose the positive impacts that they have on the environment. And Sam, I think you had an interesting anecdote around your work on Canton Bern and in the mining sector. Do you perhaps want to fill us in, give us some more details on that?
Yeah, so part of the proactive Bitcoin strategy I want to push forward is that I filed 4 political bills in March to my parliament, and now the government took their position, and the parliament will debate it in beginning of December. Excellent. And I'm very curious whether the time is already ripe that we could get a majority. So one of those, it's actually not a bill, it's just I demanded from the government a report on the potential of Bitcoin mining in my province to stabilize the grid, to use wasted energy, because the media for a long time has portrayed Bitcoin as wasting energy, but we all know, or those who have went down to the rabbit hole, we know Bitcoin is using energy that would be wasted otherwise, mostly. And now we have these green energies. We're building big solar plants in the Swiss Alps, and they can produce electricity, but the infrastructure is not there yet. It will take maybe another 5 years. So there's this solar plant and 10% of the energy can be used for a couple of years. So I believe there must be opportunities to to offer good deals to Bitcoin miners, and they need to be very competitive, of course, because we're in direct competition with the big dam in Ethiopia, and but I see that energy being wasted, and I just wish that we had industry taking the chance and politics facilitating this and not making it difficult.
Yeah, completely right.
Why not?
And I suppose one thing that we often encounter when considering as you rightly point out, effectively the green credentials of Bitcoin mining, the fact that a Bitcoin miner is never really a commercial competitor for the purchase of electricity because, bluntly, they can't afford to pay market rates. They need wasted or stranded or extraordinarily cheap energy. Do you think there's a bit of an ideological problem here between the industry and getting it accepted by run-of-the-mill politicians? Interested to hear both of your views on that. Maybe Tom, starting with you in terms of ideology.
Well, while we were talking backstage, you were saying, like, as a Bitcoin Policy Institute, the way you talk to parties is you talk in their own language, right? So when you're talking to left-wing parties, you have to say, well, the sentiment around Bitcoin mining is changing. Like, Bitcoin uses the most green energy from any system in the world. And when you can also show them that it incentivizes more green energy incentives, then it's an argument. And for more economically right-wing parties, maybe you can use the monetary aspect, of course. So Bitcoin is like it's a natural thing. It's objective, really. But for different parties, it has a lot of different aspects. And I think the energy part the sentiment is changing a lot at the moment.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, and I believe that coming to a point where someone is pro-Bitcoin, almost for everyone, it requires a change of worldview. Because I believe there's almost no one who first hears about Bitcoin and says, wow, this is great. Yeah. So one of the most important character traits for being able to come to appreciate Bitcoin is humility. Because you need to be able to acknowledge that you've been wrong. Because almost everyone was wrong about Bitcoin at some point in their life. And for many people, I believe it's a painful process to adapt their worldview, even if it means, especially if it's a big adaptation. And because you have to come to a point where you have to say to yourself, consciously or unconsciously, I've been wrong.
Yeah.
I need to learn something new. I need to adapt. And for some politicians, they are deeper in an ideology that is very much against Bitcoin. And for them, the price is higher to pay. So I've had green politicians from my parliament come to me and show me their Bitcoin wallet in secret and tell me they cannot show their fellow party members, but they showed me. And they said, well, my son told me 4 years ago I should get into Bitcoin, and I did, but I can't really talk about it because there's a high price to pay. But with good education, we can lower that hurdle for the politicians and make it easier for them to admit, maybe, okay, I've been wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to admit that you've been wrong. And on the subject of humiliation, all you need to do is to wait for one full cycle, and then the 80% drawdown will hit, and you'll feel very humble immediately after that has happened. Mm-hmm. And then, so in terms of the messaging there, I think it's really interesting what you're saying, both of you, to needle out what it is that each political party would like to hear. What problems is Bitcoin going to solve? And as Bitcoiners, we can get very, very far down the rabbit hole and forget sometimes that Bitcoin is just a tool. It's a tool that enables us to do certain things, whether you're looking to monetize stranded energy in the Alps, or you're looking to fix the monetary system, or perhaps you're simply looking to, maybe you're an activist working in an authoritarian country and you're raising money from overseas, and you're able to continue funding your operations even in an authoritarian regime, even though you've been debanked. I think that's a very powerful message, and certainly that's one that we're trying to develop in the UK as well. Now, there's a joke that while we're on the subject of authoritarian regimes, that I think Safety came up with a joke that the only real threat to Bitcoin is good government. So I'm interested to hear each of your viewpoints on whether Bitcoin is best in adversarial environments, or is there definitely a role for it in a government that is the one would consider a good government? Maybe Sam, starting with you on that.
I think we can say that we've all lived under authoritarian regimes during the COVID times. So I myself, I was part of the COVID resistance movement in Switzerland and been unvaccinated and and so I think in most countries there was some sort of, we can call it persecution. Not, of course, as bad as the human rights activists in Venezuela. I don't want to compare that, but I think many people who suddenly realized they were on the wrong side of the state, they are so much open for Bitcoin. Once they can overcome their skepticism of the digital, because often it's also a bit more conservative people, and the digital is dangerous. And they struggle maybe to differentiate between the threat of CBDC, a real and present danger, and Bitcoin. And Hal Finney once said, well, the computer can also be used as a tool for liberation, which has become one of my favorite quotes related to Bitcoin. So definitely a very powerful freedom tool. And and back to your question, is the bad government good for Bitcoin adoption or a good government? Well, a great government would have a proactive Bitcoin strategy. And I think that would make it even easier. But a bad government makes it clear to the people or to those who hear about it that they need Bitcoin. So as it says, everything is good for Bitcoin at the end.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree fully. I would like to think that both can be true. Like what is happening in El Salvador is a perfect example, and we need examples of success also to be like a leader in the States. But of course, in my opinion, the best way for Bitcoin to be adopted is through the people. Like the people need to have Bitcoin. I'm also slightly critical of like something as strategic reserves. No, then your government holds Bitcoin. You should be holding it yourself. So I do kind of lean more to that an authoritarian government, and what we're seeing at the moment with MiCA rules and in the Netherlands being unbacked, but this is pushing people towards Bitcoin. So I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well. Picking up on an earlier part of the conversation, the fact, Sam, that you have been flagged as a PEP and you can't necessarily buy from an exchange above a certain amount. We're seeing similar frictions being put in the path of people purchasing Bitcoin in the UK, but one unintended consequence is that people are going peer-to-peer, which in my view is great. It means that people are able to buy Bitcoin peer-to-peer, KYC-free, and take it into their self-custody immediately. The regulators, I don't think, have fully anticipated the fact that this is an asset that you can trade peer-to-peer. You don't necessarily need a regulated intermediary in order to purchase it or hold it. This is completely alien to most of their thinking. And again, this is back to the education point. A lot of politicians simply don't understand what they're dealing with. So it's great that we actually have politicians like yourselves who are committed and who understand the asset, who understand the ecosystem. And I hope we see more people like you in parliaments and in whether at a regional or a national level across Europe. Slightly conscious of our time, so maybe to wrap up, one point from each of you, please, on what do you think we can do as interested citizens? How can we help to get the message through to our representatives? Maybe Sam, and then finishing with Tom.
I'd like to echo what Joanna Cottar said yesterday, the member of the German Parliament. Don't give up on politics. Talk to your politicians, because sooner or later they will be Bitcoiners too. I mean, it cannot be that a large part of the population is Bitcoiners and the politicians stay forever no coiners. It's just not realistic. And the sooner they also understand it, the better they're able to make good laws, which will help adoption, which will help the grandmother, who's not the cypherpunk and who will get it peer-to-peer.
Like it. Sure. And maybe Tom, to finish with you.
Yeah, I agree. And for me, there's like two sets to go. As the Libertarian Party, we see that we're influencing other parties as well with our points that we're making. If they see that our points are getting attention, they are able to adopt our points because they want the votes, of course. So we are influencing other parties in their stances on Bitcoin. This is what we see. And but my primary goal still is through education, I think. And I think everybody, even if you're not a politician, if you're anywhere, every small step helps. And education will educate more people on the subject. And it's the people that should push pressure on the government and on the politicians from the bottom up.
You know, people shouldn't be afraid of their governments. Governments should fear their people.
Yes.
Well, guys, thank you very much. Guys, thank you for Tom and Sam. Thank you both. That was great. Thanks.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good...
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, everybody. We are here live at Bitcoin Amsterdam. I am Frank Corva, the business and political correspondent here at Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Susie Violet Ward, Bitcoin journalist, as well as co-founder and director of Bitcoin Policy UK, and Roger Wong, author of Would Mao Hold Bitcoin, as well as contributor to Bitcoin Magazine and Forbes. Susie, we just had a panel hosted by Freddie New, who does very, very important work engaging with politicians, engaging with civil society, which is an important part of this process of Bitcoin adoption. Can you tell us a little bit more about his work?
So Freddie works really hard. He responds to a lot of the consultations that we have, and he makes a good distinction between Bitcoin and crypto, which doesn't happen very often because a lot of the altcoin companies, we found out, are funding a lot of the lobby groups and actively preventing Bitcoin from making its way into Parliament. So Freddie is making sure that he is responding from a Bitcoin point of view and making sure the right people hear.
Amazing. We had two politicians on stage right there with Freddie. We've had a lot more politicians entering the dialogue, entering the conversation, including someone like Donald Trump. Roger, you were telling me a little bit about how people around the world are starting to take notice of what Trump is saying and how that might be accelerating Bitcoin game theory. Is that playing out right now?
I think it is. And, you know, even in China, you had a former vice minister of finance who said, you know, even though we think cryptocurrency and Bitcoin are bad, you know, we have to study what Trump is saying as a former president, potential future president. This is kind of how the nation-state game theory might start playing out as you see nations start observing. And then if there are some nations that take action, there will be other nations that will follow.
Interesting. Susie, does that include the UK? Is the UK looking to follow in terms of, let's say Trump is elected in the US? Do we think that the UK now says, well, this is something we now have to pay attention to, and politicians start falling in line, if you will?
We've got to. It is game theory. And I think that they're a little bit slow, and they probably need something like this just to give them a kick up the arse.
Understood. And even if that does happen, though, do we still need the Freddie News of the world, people like you doing this work? Why is it so important that we engage with politicians and do this sort of educational work that's necessary to truly understand what Bitcoin is?
Because there is a big distinction between Bitcoin and crypto, and I just don't think that people really understand it. And I think we have to keep hammering that home. They are not the same.
Interesting. Roger, you write a lot about China. Well, actually, you know what? Let's kick it over to something else. You were talking about Maya Parpo, who's running for presidential candidate of Suriname on a pro-Bitcoin platform. She was here at the live desk the other day. Yeah. What are your thoughts about her?
Well, I think one thing we talked about was that she wanted to turn Bitcoin into the official currency, and that would be something really new in Suriname. So if you start seeing countries kind of competing with each other to be like on a Bitcoin standard, that's when I think you're going to see a lot of really cool things. And Bitcoin only, not crypto.
I like that. Do you think there's going to be challenges that might come with that, Susie? So it sounds romantic, right? Let's move to a Bitcoin standard. Everybody is empowered, right? But we know that's not magic, right? There's going to be some, maybe a little bit of, not say rocky road, but there's going to be, right, even education. People, if they're going to start using Bitcoin as their primary currency, you have to learn how to use wallets, right? Cold storage, Lightning wallets. What do you think that really looks like? How does that play out?
Yeah, there's going to be a massive education gap. That was a really long question, Frank. Can you ask me a shorter one, please?
A shorter question is it, so let's say Suriname adopts Bitcoin as legal tender.
What are the
Does
challenges?
Everybody magically adopt this overnight, realistically?
No,
Okay.
and it has to be slow. It's a 15-year-old asset. I think we're expecting the moon on a stick, and I think that we have to make sure that adoption is slow, that it happens gradually, and that it's a robust network that can facilitate what it needs to facilitate.
Yeah, very, very important. Roger, I want to go back to China for a second. You talk about how certain people, though holding Bitcoin, using Bitcoin is absolutely frowned upon / illegal in China. People are still doing it, and there is this slow growing adoption. We have about 30 seconds till we go to the main stage. Are you optimistic that that will grow?
Well, Chinese people seem to be buying, there was a Bloomberg report, Chinese people seem to be buying more Bitcoin lately. The Chinese economy is not doing that well, and there's more monetary stimulus getting pushed into the system from China, and so I think that trend will continue.
Appreciate that, Roger. We're kicking it back to the main stage. As you can see, it's about to get started. Stick with us here at the live desk. We'll be back after this.
Thank you. I want to start by talking a little about who I am and who I am not. So I am a lawyer and an advocate in London with Bird & Bird, but this is not a talk about Satoshi Nakamoto. And it's not even a talk about the one person in the world who's proven not to be Satoshi. This is a talk about an attack on Bitcoin itself, how that was defended, and what we can do to learn from it for the future. And let me be clear, I am not the lawyer who took down the lie. I was part of a team, a dedicated team, who fought against that lie for 3 years. And so this is a talk about the future, to prevent it happening again. But first, I'll step back more than 150 years to London in the 1860s, when the Palace of the Royal Courts of Justice was only an architect's drawing. And around that time, a man came forward to claim the name of Roger Tichborne. And now Roger Tichborne had been dead at sea for many years, but this man didn't just claim the name Tichborne. He claimed the family title of Baron and the family fortune to go with it. The trial was the sensation of Victorian London, and it lasted months, and every aspect of his claim was totally unseated. The real Roger Tichborne was raised British and spoke fluent French, but this man only spoke Australian English. And it turned out that he was a butcher named Arthur Orton from Wagga Wagga in the deepest depths of rural Australia. There have been many books about the Tichborne trials. But the name Arthur Orton is pretty much forgotten to history, because the books aren't about what he did, they're about the consequences of his actions. Because fraud is society's poison. This man also came out of rural Australia. He claimed a name that was not his, and the name he claimed was Satoshi Nakamoto. And in the opinion of his own people, his fraud was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Now, we won't ever know what motivated him. Maybe he just wanted to be the Baron of Bitcoin? Was it for the money or respect or power? I can only guess. But I ask, who is Craig Wright? And the answer is, it doesn't matter. That's the wrong question. Don't focus on the butcher. Think about the social poison and the consequences of those actions, and how we can heal from it. And here they are, the actions. He started many cases, and there are more besides. And as I say, we can never quite know what the objective was. Maybe at the beginning, it was just about punishing people who spoke out against him. And he began to win cases and threaten more and more people. And some of them couldn't afford to defend themselves. He claimed copyright in Satoshi's works and sued to take the white paper from bitcoin.org. And that's run by Cobra under a pseudonym. But a pseudonym can't participate in law. So Craig Wright walked away with an easy victory, as if his claim had been legally recognized. And he went higher. He asked for vast wealth. He asked for rights in the name Bitcoin itself, like it's a trademark. And when he sued the developers of Bitcoin, a long list of the contributors themselves to this open source system, he asked for them to change the code, to reassign Bitcoin to him that he never owned in the first place. Can you imagine the effect if a court can control Bitcoin's code? People say it would have been a hard fork, no problem. But what if he also won his claim to have rights in the name Bitcoin? What are you going to call the fork after it's split if you can't call it Bitcoin anymore? And at some point along this path, these guys stepped in, the Crypto Open Patent Alliance, COPA, and they have this mission to promote openness in the whole industry, to allow for development and stop people holding it back by suing each other, especially under patents and other intellectual property. And they saw he was threatening that whole industry and the open source core of Bitcoin itself. And they stepped in to sue him and prove he was lying. And we did. It took 3 years, but we proved that his whole story was based on lie after lie and forgery after forgery. And you can see from the judgment, it took 3 years because he kicked and bucked at every turn. And right there, it's recorded that even during the trial, evidence was still being forged up. So I want to take a little time to give you a flavor about how that was unseated and the effort that went into it. And really the way to start is by looking at the big set of evidence that he gave us. He gave us this list of 100 documents that he said primarily proved that he was Satoshi. It's like the crown jewels of his claim at the time. And I want to dive into that. So this is the first one. It's the earliest dated one with the word Satoshi in it. And it's about 27 pages, but I've got some snips here. The point is that zooming in and reading it, you can see that it says, I've released online as an anonymous programmer using the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto. And of course, it's got Craig Wright's name on the top. And it's dated, and I say backdated, to October 2008. Right at the beginning of when Satoshi came onto the scene. Big evidence, if it's true. It's a Word document, but you can see it here in the binary content of the file as well there. But as we looked through the innards of that file, we saw something weird. It says, to date, over 17 million Bitcoin are estimated to be into circulation. That's weird. So we look a bit further, and you see that there's actually a draft embedded in the bottom of this document, invisible, forgotten. You can't see it in Microsoft Word, but it's actually a palimpsest of the original document before the forgery began. So what do we find? It's flipped. Bitcoin was first released in 2009. Funny thing to say in 2008, right? And actually, it looks like our Satoshi here was Googling how does Bitcoin work in 2013. There was so much more in the digital stuff. Complicated things, embedded timestamps encoded 3 levels deep and undocumented that our experts managed to uncover and present to the court. Every document was different, some really complicated stuff. And then there was this, hard copy. Some people are going to recognize this. It's a document that was put into 3 court cases in continents across the world, and none of them undid it. It's said to be the handwritten minutes of the first meeting where Bitcoin was ever discussed. Nobody could undo this. It took us a year and a half. But we managed to track down the lady who was responsible for running the printing presses in the factory in China where this pad was printed, and she had all her old records. And they dated back to 2010. So this pad, which wasn't actually printed until around 2011, couldn't have been the first record of Bitcoin. I think we'd all heard about Bitcoin by then. And then this preprint of the white paper, done up like the word Craig Wright, are sliced through and replaced with Satoshi. The decision to use a pseudonym, that's the whole claim right there. Coffee stains and rusty staples, so it must be true, right? that's a scan, but it actually came up twice. Here's a photo, and you can see how the coffee stains are the same in this one dated 2008 and the other one that was August 2019. But by August 2019, he hadn't gotten around to writing Satoshi on it yet. So we found out that this actually was still in progress during other court cases. It's a big whoops. And then for a last example, back to digital, a big one, because this is the software that Satoshi himself actually used, OpenOffice, to write the white paper. And it's the same thing right down to the build number 9286. But the thing about open source software is you can just talk to the developers, and we did. And although that's dated 6 months before Satoshi did anything in public, on the 9th of March 2008, here's the releases manager for OpenOffice giving evidence that that build itself wouldn't be produced for another 7 days after that, until the 16th. So this is the level of detail that each document took. And here's the thing, though. People say, well, you can still be a forger and be Satoshi, sort of a crooked Satoshi, right? You've just got to look at the evidence, not just the document. So let's do that. Let's look at the evidence. How about this? Bitcoin's written in C++, so there was a boast about how he'd studied C++ as early as 9 years old, a true prodigy. Well, we asked the inventor of C++, and he told us that by that time he'd only just gotten started. It wasn't called C++ yet, and there was a grand total of 1 user. Because 9 years old, Craig Wright, that would have been 1979. So are we talking about the first user of C++ in the world, aged 9 years old? Or is it a lie? And the cryptocurrency thing, this principled argument that Satoshi never used the word cryptocurrency, and it should not be called a cryptocurrency, and Bitcoin isn't that. But luckily, Martti Malmi, the original collaborator of Satoshi, kept his emails, and very nobly came forward to give evidence to the court and allow those emails to be examined. And you could see in there that not only was it Satoshi's idea to call it a cryptocurrency, he and Marty chatted through, and Satoshi liked it so much that he used it as a tagline for the next release. And Adam Back, his emails, the first document Satoshi ever wrote, the first person Satoshi ever communicated with. But his emails weren't in public until Adam came forward to give evidence. And Craig Wright had described these as recording how Adam was dismissive and extremely negative on Bitcoin. Now, anyone who's heard Adam speak for a moment will know he is not famed for his Bitcoin negativity. And actually, it should go without saying that he was very constructive and supportive and positive. He even went out of his way to give Satoshi ideas. And again, this is just a glimpse of the evidence, but fact by fact, it all had to be trodden through. And I don't have time to tell you about his time capsule of documents from 2007 left untouched and discovered just before trial, but which contain traces of ChatGPT. And I don't have time to lay out the history of his LaTeX files, said to be the original source of the white paper, but which expert testimony ripped apart, and the metadata on the cloud platform that he had used recorded his every keystroke, showing that it had been forged up at the end of last year for the trial. No, I can't possibly have time to recount everything. But what we do see is 150 years ago and today, somebody coming forward with an extremely time-consuming and spurious claim to a name that they don't deserve and a legacy that is not theirs. The Tichborne fraud could have put a butcher into money, but Craig Wright's fraud could have butchered the money itself. So can we stop history from repeating itself again? And I think that there are 4 things. The first is to beware of the idea that this is in some way clownish. There's I think which comes out from these debunkings and lies that are exposed time after again like punchlines in a stand-up gig that exploded over everybody's screens for a few years. But just think about the effort that went into each one of those punchlines. And yeah, it's funny to see them laid out like that at the end, but it was a big ramp up to them. And the people who've been in the case realize that there's a sort of horror to it. And speaking for myself, it's some of the most draining work I've ever been involved in, and I think that's true of the whole team at Bird & Bird. So I say, let the butcher of the story fade away. Let the butcher be a farce, but remember the poisonous actions and how you can heal from them. Be vigilant. Keep in touch and communicate. And that brings me to my second thing, which is about cooperation and community. Because what Bitcoin has is this amazing community, and it's still a developing industry, so definitely keep pushing. Do your own thing, develop, drive adoption. But think about how you can do it cooperatively rather than destructively, because if adoption and utility goes up, it's great for everyone. These guys have it right. The point is about cooperation and sharing, not occupying resources with destructive arguments. And I recommend everyone to check them out. It's literally free to join COPA. And while I am not COPA, I think that their mission is absolutely worth endorsing for myself. And part of what COPA do is that they also have an eye to the open source foundation of Bitcoin. And that brings me to my third point, which is about the strength of open source. Because free software is an absolutely wonderful thing, and anyone who's partaken in it, whether knowingly or unknowingly, owes a lot to the movement itself. And I'm prepared to bet that most people in this room use or think about Bitcoin daily, but probably don't take time to think about the foundations of what is essentially an open source project driven by maintainers who are working alone for the most part. All of the infrastructure that's built on this balances on that little domino at the bottom. And that little domino at the bottom is where this attack was launched, because it looked weak. But it wasn't weak. It wasn't weak because the community came out to defend its open source foundations. And people donated money and time and resource to combat this attack, and it was ultimately successful. And I'd really encourage everyone to think about how you, if you're building on Bitcoin, can support that open source layer. And I don't mean just money. There are many ways to support it, but I do think that everyone who builds on open source owes something back. So if you do offer that support, perhaps you can make it stronger. The lesson is there for the taking from the Craig Wright case. And my final point is one of awareness. Because one of the things that was triggered by one of the claims that, out of many, that Craig Wright launched was this idea that he should be able to command a change in the code, and that the developers of Bitcoin owed him a duty to implement that change. And of course, Bitcoin is released under the MIT license. Here it is. We've all seen it 100 times. And it's very prominent disclaimer in all capitals at the bottom. This software is provided as is without warranty of any kind. There should be no liability. And you shouldn't rely on it. You use it as is. And that's the deal. I will give you my effort, but you take it without any strings back to me. But Craig Wright's claim needed to go behind this, to find some sort of way to trigger a liability with those developers. And he had to go behind the license. And the question was, can he even do that? So the question went up to the English Court of Appeal. And they didn't decide it one way or another. They had to just decide whether it was a reasonable thing to argue. But they did say that there was a real possibility, that it would work to impose duties on the developers of Bitcoin to the industry as a whole, that it might require keys to be reassigned in software. And the court went further. They said that it might realistically require changes to the code, a duty to introduce new lines of code into the system. Now, as I say, it wasn't a finding that this ought to happen, or even that the law should change to allow this, but it was a finding that it should be thought about. And that, for many people, is a chilling thought. Because it's entirely possible that the open source layer of Bitcoin, the developers themselves, may need support to meet whatever liability arises out of this if it's ever pursued. And that case is going to sit there as a potential argument for anyone to use who loses their Bitcoin keys. It will be a hard fight, but it's the kind of hard fight that people enjoy when they feel desperate. It goes even wider because the MIT license is probably the most used permissive license in the world. So if it works for Bitcoin, maybe it would work for others. Maybe other software foundations will find that they are suddenly exposed to this liability. And as a matter of awareness and policy, everyone needs to understand that this is a risk. And it's a risk that can only be defrayed with the support of each industry. I just want to close with a small irony to prove to you how deep the open source movement goes into our society. Because this judgment is released by the court on the National Archives of the United Kingdom. That's where the courts put their judgments. And if you examine the judgment itself, you find that this was written with open source software itself. I mean, talk about a sucker punch. But you know, it goes deeper even than that. Because when the National Archives set up this resource, it created a new license. It calls it the Open Justice License. And if you scroll all the way down and look at the bottom of the judgment and activate that page, you see a very familiar looking phrase under which the court's judgments are released to the world. No warranty. The information is licensed as is to the maximum extent permitted by law. The licensor does not guarantee the content. And we all know the heritage of that. So one way or another, something's going to have to change. Till then, forget the butcher. Cooperate and do support the industry and the great foundations on which it's built. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk here at Bitcoin Amsterdam. My name is Frank Corva. I'm the political and business correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine. I am joined by Susie Violet Ward, Bitcoin journalist, co-founder and director of the Bitcoin Policy UK, Roger Wong, author of Would Mao Hold Bitcoin, as well as Efrat Fenixon, host of the You're the Voice podcast. Welcome, Efrat. I want to go back to you quickly first here, Susie, if you don't mind. We just heard about the Craig Wright trial. I know you were at the COPA Noah versus Wright trial. What were your biggest takeaways from being in the courtroom?
It really was a moment of history, and Bird & Bird did a phenomenal job. There were pages of forgeries, and the cross-examination with Craig Wright lasted about 6 solid days. And they went through page by page by page, and every single one, and the number of forgeries. I think they even said it was one of the biggest cases of fraud that the courts had ever seen. And I was actually in court on the day when the judge said the evidence is overwhelming. Craig Wright is not Satoshi Nakamoto.
What was that moment like?
We couldn't believe it. We thought it was going to take weeks for the write-up to happen, and even though it was clearly, it was so obvious, even though some of the BSV guys didn't seem to think so, there were still people in the court that walked out thinking that the judge hadn't made the right judgment.
My lord, had to be amazing to be there for that moment in history. Speaking of history, we are here at, I think, the biggest version we've done yet of Bitcoin Amsterdam. Efrat, you're just joining us here at the desk. What have been your biggest takeaways from the conference thus far?
Well, I've been to some of the sessions, which were amazing, but for me, just the opportunity to meet people and be able to interview people talking to me about CBDC in Nigeria, like Abu Bakr. Roger telling me everything behind the scenes happening in China, going cashless, CBDC, Bitcoin adoption. I have the honor of sitting with Joanna Kotar and talking about regulation in Europe and talking about what's happening with CBDC in Europe, with Bitcoin adoption. This is insane. Like, I get to meet people from all over the world. I love the fact that I can interview these people, meet people with all different angles, and then find the similarities between what's going on in so many states around the world.
The common threads, yeah. And we're going to be talking a little bit about CBDCs and digital dollars in just a little bit. Roger, do you want to give the audience a little preview of what our panel in just a little while will look like?
Yeah, I mean, 3 p.m., on the orange stage, we're going to be talking about central bank digital currencies, stable coins, kind of that intersect. And, the short summary of it is probably CBDC bad, Bitcoin good. But we are going to go into a little bit more detail than that and kind of talk about the evolving state. And there definitely are a lot of countries trying to integrate and research central bank digital currency, so important to keep track.
Super, super important to keep track of. Susie, we know that Craig Wright is not Satoshi. We also know that Bitcoin is not like a CBDC. Can you tell the audience, for maybe people who are unfamiliar with this term CBDC, what is a CBDC and why is it not Bitcoin?
Central bank digital currency, it is central, it's from a central bank, and it has a single point of failure. It's a honeypot for hackers, and it will lead to ultimate control, going back to the authoritarianism that we're sleepwalking into.
Appreciate that. Again, we are here with Susie Violet Ward, Roger Wong, and Efrat Fenixson. Okay, we're actually going to hang out for just a second longer. Efrat, I'm going to come back to you. You recently just did a post that went viral on CBC development in Israel. Can you tell us a little bit about what that looks like?
Yeah, actually an Overton window was opened in Israel with a new plan to go cashless in Israel. So they actually announced a plan where they want to abolish the 200 shekels notes out of circulation. This is a very similar thing to what happened in India, if you remember, in 2016, where they took away 500 and 1,000 rupee notes, and that led to a big chaos in the country, many people going hungry, and many people lost their lives as well. They think it was successful, but it definitely was a harmful measure. They also talked about taking out gold and other coins and other alternatives to money from the circulation. It's a plan for now. It's not yet happening, but it's important to be aware.
Appreciate that. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go back to the main stage here at Bitcoin Amsterdam 2024. One more time, a round of applause here for Susie Violet Ward, Roger Wong, and Efrat Fenixson. We will come back to you right after this.
Woohoo!
Future. Not much is certain about it, but one thing. Change. It is omnipresent and everlasting. It is unpredictable and disproportionate, fearsome like a wildfire. History was made by those without fear and boundaries. those who turn their dreams into visions, and visions into the reality that we live today. Leonardo da Vinci, whose blueprints were so ahead of his time, they became physical representations of future telling. Galileo Galilei, who made unbelievable predictions about the stars and the universe. Thomas Edison, who predicted today's world through his invention of the light bulb. And just like these legends who built the world of today, a new breed of visionaries emerged. Satoshi Nakamoto, whose groundbreaking idea of Bitcoin reshaped our understanding of money. Hal Finney, who believed from the very beginning, making the first Bitcoin transaction and becoming a pioneer in cryptography. Nick Szabo, who envisioned a world where code is law and trust is embedded in the very fabric of our digital interactions. These modern-day pioneers have set the stage for the revolution of our time. We are here to witness the foundation of tomorrow, the proof of work for the future of Bitcoin in 2050. So, embrace the wildfire of change. Let it fuel your imagination and ignite your courage. For in the face of uncertainty, we become the architects of the future. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
You may be wondering why three academic philosophers, are here talking to you at a Bitcoin conference. The short version is that, well, we wrote a Bitcoin book, and the conference organizers told us not to talk about the Bitcoin book. Now, we're going to talk about it a little bit. Not yet, but in a little bit. But first, I want to tell you about a problem. The problem, I'm afraid, is academics and the wrong and even damaging things they say about Bitcoin. I'll give you two examples. And if you went to Daniel Batten's talk yesterday, you know of some others. There's a paper by some professors at a business school at New York University. It's about whether Bitcoin can scale. And the argument is that it can't. And it goes like this. Well, if there's more transactions, then miners will hash faster and faster. And if miners hash faster and faster, then of course blocks will arrive faster and faster. Too fast for the network to keep up. Now, I'm seeing some confused looks out there, because you know probably what's wrong with the argument already. We could sum it up with just two words. Difficulty, adjustment. Difficulty, adjustment. Now, what is wild to me, what's wild to us, is that these professors didn't know about the difficulty adjustment. And so they said not just wrong, but shameful things about Bitcoin. It gets worse. There's another paper you may have heard of before. called by Bitcoiners, Mora et al. Any of you read it? Somebody here has read it. Lovely. You are doing better than 99.9% of the scientific community that comments on and cites this paper. Because most people who cite the paper, and there have been many, haven't actually read it. And I can tell you why. How I know that they haven't actually read it. First, the main argument of the paper results in a chart that shows emissions resulting from Bitcoin mining going up like this. Now, this chart was released 5 years ago. We have 5 years of data now showing that emissions did not go up like this. And yet the paper continues to be cited. Furthermore, there's a unit error in the chart. They're talking about gigatons instead of what should have been megatons. And this error to this day remains uncorrected. That tells me that very few people have actually looked at the chart and compared it to reality. So far, what I've said is this. Academics have been wrong about Bitcoin. But nobody reads this stuff, right? Right?
Unfortunately, some people do. And those people are journalists. Journalists have a hard job. They have to write multiple articles at a time on a deadline, and they simply don't have time to become subject matter experts in all of the things that they're writing about. And so they have to outsource the expertise to others. And who other to outsource the expertise to than academics, people who work at nonprofit institutions, who've been vetted by their own scholarly community. And so the journalists read these academic papers, and then they translate them into normal, everyday parlance. And the problem is that when you start with crap, you end up getting crap. And you can see from these headlines some of the crap that has ended up in some of the most prestigious newspapers, at least in the US. We've got some from the New York Times, and some from the Washington Post. And like the academic papers, these papers get some things wrong. So they do say some controversial things that you might disagree with, but aren't obviously wrong. For example, they say that Bitcoin's not suited for payments because it's too expensive to transact on chain. But they don't know that you can build layers on top of Bitcoin to make payments, and that those layers come very cheaply. So maybe that's OK. They say that Bitcoin is used for illicit activities. But they don't say that, according to some data from Chainalysis, about $2.4 billion a year worth of Bitcoin is used for illicit payments, compared to the $2 to $3 trillion of government-backed currencies. But maybe we can set that aside. They also say that Bitcoin has been hacked, and that we just can't let go. The article on the top left, Bitcoin Cosplay is Getting Real, says that the US government took funds back from some people that had stolen them by cracking Bitcoin, by hacking the passwords. And that just simply hasn't happened. SHA-256 encryption, ECDSA have not been hacked. That's just flat out wrong. But when you're trying to write a lot of things really quickly, you skip over some of the details. And that leaves the public, unfortunately, with an impression that just isn't true. If the public, that is reading these kinds of things. But I mean, newspapers, that's kind of old technology. Are people still reading newspapers?
I have some bad news, Bradley. So policymakers and regulators don't have time to read these academic papers, so they read the journalism. And this has resulted, unfortunately, in some attacks on Bitcoin mining, self-custody, and financial privacy. So take the Bitcoin mining front, where policymakers and regulators are largely concerned, and falsely concerned, that Bitcoin mining contributes disproportionately to global carbon emissions. As a result, we've seen legislation proposed by the ministers of energy and digitization in Norway to effectively ban Bitcoin mining in the country. We've seen similar, though less draconian, legislation proposed in the United States, and especially in Sweden, to tax the Bitcoin mining industry out of existence. Or take the self-custody and financial privacy front. Here, lawmakers are concerned, and falsely again, that Bitcoin is the vehicle of choice for terrorist financing. And so we've seen people like the US Senator Elizabeth Warren propose anti-money laundering legislation that would make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to self-custody Bitcoin. We've seen similar, though less draconian legislation already passed by the European Parliament. And what concerns me most, and what should concern all of us, is the attack on software developers who are working on technologies that promote financial privacy. So here I'm thinking in particular of the Samurai wallet developers in the United States who are facing serious jail time, but also the Ethereum developers behind Tornado Cash, one of whom is in jail right now, serving a 5-year sentence just 100 kilometers up the road. So these are serious issues. The problem has bled all the way through to journalism and to policymaking and law enforcement and regulators. And bad research on Bitcoin in academia is largely to blame, and so is the absence of good research. So, Andrew, I was thinking about what you might be able to say about how, first, academia has worked against Bitcoin for several years, and how maybe now it's time for academia to work for Bitcoin.
The time is now. We've started the fight here with our own book, Resistance Money. I'll tell you a little bit about that, and then we'll turn to the next stages in the campaign to make academia work for rather than against Bitcoin. There are a lot of Bitcoin books. Resistance Money is different. We wanted to write something first that was comprehensive, not just looking at Bitcoin from one angle, for example, from monetary policy, or just from censorship resistance, or just from financial inclusion, but to look at it from every possible angle. That means being interdisciplinary, which is a fancy word of saying looking at it from every possible angle. A problem that we faced when thinking about Bitcoin, and you're probably familiar with this problem, is that our biases conspire to keep us from thinking clearly. It's easy to replace the question, is Bitcoin good, with the question, is Bitcoin good for me? And then that becomes the question, well, do I have some, and will it pump? Or am I short Bitcoin, and will it dump? But that's not a very intellectually serious or responsible way of evaluating a new technology and figuring out, is this actually good for the world? So we've proposed a framing device or a thought experiment to help us overcome some of those biases and think about these issues a little bit more seriously. It goes in brief like this. You fall asleep, and suppose that when you wake up, you could turn out to be anyone. Any one of 8 billion people alive today. You could be a Venezuelan farmer. You could be a human rights activist. You could be Michael Saylor. You could be Brad. You could be anyone. Now, from that neutral perspective, holding everything you know about the world in your head, but not knowing who you are, would you want to wake up in a world with Bitcoin or without? The nice thing about this thought experiment is that it helps us strip away our own interests and think about Bitcoin from a more general or neutral perspective. The book develops this perspective and then applies it across a variety of dimensions, thinking about both the philosophical as well as the empirical facts that bear on this. Now, one book isn't going to change academia. That's just one little battle. This is not about the battle. This is about the war. And in a war, you need a campaign. So let's think about what that campaign might look like, not just waged by these 3 guys on the stage, but by all our friends and all the other academics who are really trying to think about Bitcoin seriously to tell the truth about it. What's the first stage of the campaign, and how might this unfold?
Stage 1 is cleaning up the crap. These papers that have made false claims about Bitcoin, that have failed to account for the difficulty adjustment and things like that, are still out in the literature. They're still being cited. And they've received some responses here or there, but not enough. We're not talking now about negative articles about Bitcoin. Those are fine, as long as they are undertaken with the right scholarly methods and sensitive to the truth. It's the ones that make mistakes, that get things wrong, that need to be corrected. Stage 2 is to rebuild, to do the research ourselves. So in July, I announced at Bitcoin Nashville the creation of the University of Wyoming's Bitcoin Research Institute. This is housed in the College of Arts and Science, an academic unit on campus that is dedicated to the study of Bitcoin, and only Bitcoin. We will not say good things about other crypto projects. We will not say bad things about other crypto projects. We'll not talk about blockchains or anything like that. We'll talk about Bitcoin. And the goal is to produce peer-reviewed, scholarly research that can be cited by journalists and lawmakers about Bitcoin from all of the academic disciplines that are relevant to Bitcoin. That includes philosophy,
Good job.
That includes philosophy, computer science, economics, electrical engineering, petroleum engineering, climate science, and many, many more, right? Bitcoin is relevant to all of these different fields. And one of the geniuses of Bitcoin is the incentive structure, right? We all know this. This is one of the things that we find fascinating, that Satoshi seems to have made so many correct decisions about how to incentivize this. And so we realize that the incentive structure right now in academia is not to write positive things about Bitcoin. In fact, to write negative things about Bitcoin. And so we need to change some of the incentives. We theorize that there are a lot of Bitcoiners who are in academia that we don't know about because they have not yet been willing to step out and take the reputational risk of being in favor of Bitcoin or even being interested in Bitcoin. And so we feel that if we can reward them with community of people who are interested in talking about these issues, with potential collaborators and co-authors, with free trips to Laramie, Wyoming to hang out in the mountains with us, that they will come out of the woodwork and that the scholarly research on Bitcoin will get better. We've talked about how the scholarly research on Bitcoin that's bad has bled into bad journalism and bad policy, but how could the good scholarly work on Bitcoin make the same path, Craig?
Well, one way to do it is for us academics to do our own journalism, to write op-eds and such. Another way is to put our research directly in the hands of people who have direct connections to people who walk the halls of Congress and other branches of government around the world. So this is what, for example, Coin Center is doing in Washington, D.C., especially in defense of the Tornado Cash developers, which is really important. This is what Bitcoin Policy UK is doing, who we've heard from this week. They're doing important work. Maybe you can get them some tea and crumpets or something. And also, this is what we're doing with the Bitcoin Policy Institute, where David Zell and Grant McCarty are fundamentally altering the shape of Bitcoin policy in Washington, D.C. They're moving their headquarters to D.C. soon, and they've done really important work over the last few years. One thing that we've done over the last couple of years is organize the Bitcoin Policy Summit, where we've had something like 500 attendees, 75 government officials, 250 public policy officials, all in attendance, including representatives from places that many of you may not be fans of, places like the World Economic Forum, the IMF, the World Bank, and so on. But this is a place where we can put our heads together and think about better policies for Bitcoin. Another thing that's housed within the Bitcoin Policy Institute is the PDP Rights Fund, run by a lawyer and fellow with the Bitcoin Policy Institute named Zach Shapiro. And donations to the PDP Rights Fund go directly to the defense of the Samurai Wallet developers. So anyway, this has all been fairly abstract. And Andrew, would you say more about the actual kind of research that we might be doing?
Beyond the book, we're already working on a number of projects. We'll break off just a little bit of that to give you a sample of the kinds of questions that we find interesting and that we're pursuing and that academics will also be working on. Here's a question that a lot of Bitcoiners have thought about deeply. We know Bitcoin's valuable, but why? What makes Bitcoin valuable? As it turns out, this is a deep question. And one way to see why it's difficult is to think about other digital items. Have you ever shared a spicy meme? Passed on something that was given to you? Yeah, it's just copy-paste. It's free. And this is the magic of turning something into information and using information technologies, that information can be reproduced very, very cheap. Bitcoin is a digital item, whether it's the network, the code, the asset. It's a digital item. And yet, it can't exactly be reproduced for free. There's a lesson here. Now, here's another feature of Bitcoin that brings into sharp relief the question why this matters here, which is that, like other digital items, Bitcoin is virtual. And when we say something is only a virtual reality, that's kind of like saying it's not a reality at all. And yet, Bitcoin is valuable. So we think that Bitcoin is a really important case to use when thinking about these broader questions of digital value, digital artifacts, whether they could be real or not, and whether, if real, they could have value. So this is a nice example about how we can reflect on Bitcoin to understand broader issues, and vice versa. If you want to read the results of this, the first paper on this project is already released. It's called Digital Value.
Bitcoin prompts us to question things that we've always taken to be true, and to take a step back and try to see things more broadly. And so after the Bitcoin book, we are prompted to take a step back and think, what does a just monetary system look like? And the topic of justice has received a lot of attention in philosophy, going back to at least Plato. And so we can use some of the frameworks from this philosophical literature to try to understand money and see where Bitcoin fits into that kind of system. Two predominant families of theories about justice are pattern theories and historical theories. Pattern theories look at the spread of, in this case, let's say, economic goods, money, and determine whether that is just or unjust. Historical theories take a bit broader of a scope and look at how we got to the current pattern of distribution. But you can go a step higher and ask about the structures that bring about the historical trends and the current trends. And so it's worth thinking about how Bitcoin's structure, its governance, things like that, compare to the other monetary systems that are on offer. And in fact, if you look at some of the early social justice literature, you find people saying things that sound a lot like things that Bitcoiners say about what the monetary system should look like. Things like it should be opt-in, it shouldn't be coercive, it should return power to the people, it should involve personal freedom. And so my hypothesis is, and this is a paper that I'm working on, is that the ideal structures, governing structures that early critical theorists and social justice are embodied very well by Bitcoin.
So in April 23, I was in the audience at Princeton University, where I was sitting next to Troy Cross, the Bitcoiner, and we were listening to Carol House give a talk. And I turned to Troy and said, "Is she saying what I think she's saying?" And he said, "Yeah, I think she is." And what she was saying was that the government has a couple strategies, potentially up its sleeves, for coercing Bitcoin miners domiciled in the United States to not put blacklisted transactions into their Bitcoin blocks. And she offered these two strategies, and it triggered me so much that I've teamed up with another Bitcoin policy fellow and economist, Josh Hendrickson, to write a paper in reply. It's called #handcuffs, and we're about to send it off to a journal. Another paper that I'm working on, which I'm also quite excited about, is about financial disclosures. That sounds boring, but let me pitch it to you. So we are Bitcoin holders, small amounts, of course. We're philosophers. But we have to disclose that because that's a potential source of bias. But when you academic articles on Bitcoin and op-eds and things from other people and from journalists. They don't disclose that they've missed out on Bitcoin. And they've missed out a lot, depending on how long they've been anti-Bitcoin. So take Paul Krugman, for example. He's been critical of Bitcoin for over 10 years. Imagine if he had to disclose on his next blog post that he's a salty economist and he's missed out on something like $5 million. So this is the kind of argument I'll be making in this paper called Sour Grapes Bias. So we've covered some research articles that we're working on currently. We also have a sequel to Resistance Money in the works, and so we're excited about that. But I was wondering at this point, Brad, if you would just take us home.
Yeah. We started with more et al. That was bad. And academia has been hostile to Bitcoin for a long time. The articles that were published early on were okay. And then as Bitcoin got more popular and more interesting, more people piled on, and the trend went distinctly negative. And we've seen a lot of negative articles that have not just been critical of Bitcoin, but have just missed basic facts about Bitcoin. And we've said a little bit about how we're trying to fix that problem a couple of different ways. Through the Bitcoin Research Institute, the Bitcoin Policy Institute, our own work. But there's a lot more to do. We need more people involved. We need more researchers, more academics willing to take the risk, reputational and otherwise, of working on Bitcoin and publishing these papers, because we've seen how these academic papers affect public discourse about Bitcoin and how that ultimately filters up to policy, which affects all of us. So you can help by publicizing these things, by publicizing the work of academics who understand Bitcoin, by buying our book, I guess, and giving it out to people and saying, look, there's a university press thing on it. That means it's okay for you to read. It's been vetted by the academic community. But more than that, you can share the things that we do, and you can support the Bitcoin Policy Institute, the Bitcoin Research Institute. You can lend us your thoughts, your ideas, your arguments, your money, perhaps, your Bitcoin. We accept Bitcoin. Academia has worked against Bitcoin for a very long time, and it's time to get academia to start working for Bitcoin. Where'd the book go? It's behind.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, everybody. We are here at Bitcoin Amsterdam. I am Frank Corva, political and business correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine. I am joined by Susie Violet Ward, Bitcoin journalist, co-founder and director of the Bitcoin Policy UK, Roger Wong, author of Would Mao Hold Bitcoin, as well as Efrat Fenixon, host of the You're the Voice podcast. I want to go to you first this time, Roger. You wrote an excellent review of the book that the three gentlemen on stage wrote, Resistance Money. Please tell us a little bit about the message from Resistance Money.
Yeah, I think it's the message and the meta message. It's the fact that the academics are getting involved and publishing, books that are very well reasoned. I thought one of the things that was really interesting is that it really breaks down proof of work versus proof of stake. We get pretty technical in the book, but at the very end, what I think stood out the most was the tone of analysis rather than, sometimes there's a little bit more of a I almost want to say trying to beat people over the head with it. And Resistance Money is really a well-reasoned philosophical argument referencing timeless kind of philosophical concepts to really bring together why Bitcoin is unique.
Okay, are you saying Bitcoiners can be a bit aggressive in their messaging sometime? Is that the point you were subtly making there?
Well, let me aggressively make it.
Okay.
Bitcoiners, much love. a lot of energy. Can be very aggressive with the messaging.
Like that. We appreciate that. We appreciate the honesty. Speaking of honesty, we were talking about mainstream media before this break, or during this break we just had. Efrat, you point out a lot of inconvenient truths in the world through your work. Do you think that some of those truths will one day or soon hopefully be recognized by the mainstream media?
Unfortunately, I don't count on it. I have to be very, very careful with what I say, where I say, and that's why I'm an independent journalist today. We see a trend where a lot of the mainstream media publications are suppressing certain type of news, sometimes about Bitcoin as well. And when I put out shorts from my podcast, for example, I have to handpick where I'm going to put them. I cannot put them on mainstream social media anymore. X and Nostr would probably be the only places I can put certain truths.
Very, very.
So, yeah.
Wow, important to note. Susie, I want to give you one last question here before we kick it back to the main stage. As someone who writes for major publication, what sort of creativity do we need to sort of employ when we're trying to sort of get the important messages out there about Bitcoin? And I'll context that by saying maybe instead of hitting people over the head with Bitcoin is the best thing that's ever been created, how do we more subtly get that point across?
Well, I think it was mentioned earlier when they said that they need to get academics to start working for Bitcoin. So I think that's a really good start. I think reaching out and actually interviewing people working, so we're not talking about hypotheticals, we're actually talking about what's actually happening, would be a brilliant way to do it as well.
Amazing. Speaking of messaging and broader platforms, Roger, you write a lot about China. Certain messages get in, certain messages don't because of the nature of the system there. Are you hopeful that in the future, maybe through something like Nostr, we see more messaging getting into China and maybe changing the collective psychology there?
Yeah, I want to say, there are these cases of Chinese cypherpunks that post on Nostr, and I see that, and it's just so cool to see this grassroots community kind of forming.
Love that. Well, I appreciate that. As you might be able to tell, the bulls are running around us, which means it's time to kick it back to the main stage. I want to thank the three guests I have here, Susie Violet Ward, Roger Wong, and Efrat Fenixon for joining me. Keep it here. Back to the main stage. We'll be back after that.
Hello, Amsterdam. Really great to be here. I'm Philipp Hartmannsgruber. You probably know from my name that I'm German. And I will talk about the Bitcoin sale. First question, please raise your hand. Who has heard from the 50,000 Bitcoin sale from Germany? All right, that's like nearly everyone. Second question, who knew that not the German government sold the Bitcoin, but Saxony, a small state of Germany? Not even half of you. So maybe it could be interesting what I have to tell you about this. First, who am I? I founded a Bitcoin education platform called OrangeSats. Recently, 2 weeks ago, we founded the German Bitcoin Association in the German Parliament. Probably you saw Joanna Cotard yesterday. She is a member of the German Parliament. She is one of our founding members. And we represent right now 80 members, circa 50 Bitcoin companies. And we are trying to influence legislation. I have a Bitcoin Insights podcast and was responsible for lobbying cryptocurrency regulation, Bitcoin regulation for the last 4 years in Germany and Europe. And therefore, I closely watched what happened regarding the 15,000 Bitcoin sales. First, what happened? The Saxony General Prosecutor's Office, they confiscated 50,000 Bitcoin. It was valued up to $3 billion at the time. And it came from the shutdown of Movie 2K. It was an illegal streaming platform. I think they closed it down 10 years ago. And now in January, they got the 50,000 Bitcoin from one of the founders. The 50,000 Bitcoin they seized, it was one of the largest cryptocurrency confiscations to date. And I think that shows you that there is probably a lot of Bitcoin in the hands of governments. not just in Germany or Europe, in the US too. You probably heard Donald Trump in Nashville, he talked about it. And in the end, there was like a 4-week period in which those 50,000 Bitcoin were sold. Probably because the Saxony General Prosecutor's Office wanted to turn those 50,000 Bitcoin into fiat, into euro as soon as possible. And I think from this case, we can learn quite a lot, because this will not be the last time. There will be a lot of different cases that either Germany or any other country in the world will confiscate Bitcoin, or already confiscated it, and want to make it into fiat money. And I think in the end, I tried to showcase some lessons we could learn from this case. But I think this is really important to understand, because especially the international media framed that Germany, so the German government, that Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, that the Finance Minister Christian Lindner are responsible for the sale of the 50,000 Bitcoin. It's only partially true, because as you know or may not know, Germany has 16 states, like the US has 50, and they can operate, in this case, without the government of Germany. We have 16 different governments in Germany. They will all be elected like one time every 4 years for the German government. In this case, really the Saxony Prosecutor's Office was responsible for the sale. So they could decide, because the law is pretty clear. I will go through the law in 2 slides. And they were in the right to sell, and they didn't have to ask the Chancellor, the Finance Minister of Germany at all. I already said that in January, they got the 50,000 Bitcoin. But why? 10 years ago, Movie 2K was shut down. For 10 years, they chased down the people who were responsible for Movie 2K. And in the end, in January, one of the founders of Movie 2K gave the government voluntarily over the private key for the 50,000 Bitcoin. Probably, I don't know. I think the deal, if there was a deal, is not public. Probably to avoid a higher prison sentence. But we just have to wait for the court to do this business, and then we see what will actually happen with the people behind Movie 2K, if they have to go to prison, if so, how long. But yeah, this was the case, so they gave the private key in January over to the criminal police in Saxony. And because of Saxony, Saxony is responsible, not the German government. If we look at the timeline of the events, as I said, in January this happened, and then the sell-off was not in January, of course, it was in June or June, July. And so they had 6 months time to prepare for the sell-off of 50,000 Bitcoin. Because 50,000 Bitcoin is quite a lot. You could easily influence the Bitcoin price if you sell it like instantly in one day over normal exchange. So they prepared the sell-off. They hold, of course, for 6 months the Bitcoin. In this case, it was the BKA, or like in the US, the FBI. And then in June, the Dresden Prosecutor's Office appointed a specialized banking institution in Germany called Bankhaus Scheich to sell off these seized Bitcoins. And the thing is, I was quite vocal on Twitter, X, in that time, because I could only deal with the information I got mostly from Twitter. And this was like on-chain, blockchain analytics, what one company offered on Twitter. And then they said, okay, the Bitcoin are now moving from wallet A to wallet B. And the thing is, with this information, you can't do that much. And like every time with Bitcoin, there's the sentence you all know, don't trust, verify. And if you really look closely on what happened with the sell-off, I think Bankhaus Scheich did a pretty good job, because there was nearly no market impact Of course, the Bitcoin price went down and up, but as always. And it's not like the Bitcoin went down because they started selling. It's selling the news. As soon as the word was out that the 15,000 Bitcoin will be sold, there is the sell-off. And this has nothing to do with the procedure, what Banco Scheich did, because in the end, it was like 90% OTC trades, so over the counter. So they did not sell on Kraken or Binance or any other big exchange. They mostly traded with big clients over the counter, and this normally doesn't have any big market impact. And if you look on this 4 weeks, I think it's pretty astonishing that they could sell 50,000 Bitcoin in 4 weeks, worth up to 3 billion, without any big market price impacts, because you saw, sure, it finished, and then the Bitcoin price went up again. So it was not such a big deal, the sell-off itself. But we will talk in the next slide what the problems were with this sale. One of this is the last point here. On July 16th, the Dresden prosecutor's office issued, for the first and only time, a public statement. And of course, I understand that you don't want to make any public statements before you're selling. But for the 4 weeks, everyone knew what is happening. And only after this, they first published a statement, and this was, in my point of view, not 100% correct. I go into this on the next slide. And this is already like the lessons learned. One of the lessons could be that maybe you have to change a law, because of course the prosecutor's office, they are working on basis of laws. And what they argued in their public statement is that they did not have another choice than to sell. And then they cited a law. If you look at this law, it says you can sell the Bitcoin, or you can sell the asset if you could expect a price decrease of 10%. Obviously, with Bitcoin, this could happen in a day. So yes, you could sell the Bitcoin because of this. But first, the law was not written for Bitcoin. The law was mainly written for real estate and cars and stuff like this. Bitcoin was not there when the law was written. And if you say, I didn't have another choice, but the law says you can sell it, then you have to wonder, why doesn't there stand you must sell it? So they had a choice. But if they did not have sold those Bitcoin, and let's say the Bitcoin goes down 50%, they could be liable for this 50% decrease. In the end, the prosecutor could be liable for 1.5 billion euro because they decided not to sell the Bitcoin at a first chance. Obviously, as a prosecutor, you don't want to have that risk, and you will sell the Bitcoin. What does that mean? If we look at Bitcoin as a store of value, which sure can go down 10%, but it could go up 100% or more, you have to look at both sides. What happens if they sell and Bitcoin goes up 1,000%? Are they liable for selling the Bitcoin? Of course not. So the thing is, I think, if this is really the case, that why every prosecutor will sell the Bitcoin, maybe we have to look at the law and maybe change it, because otherwise every prosecutor has to sell the Bitcoin. And I think this shows that we need a Bitcoin strategy in Germany and probably every country in the world, because in Germany at least, the government is not looking at Bitcoin at all. There's no strategy, there's no guideline for prosecutors how to act in a case like you get Bitcoin worth up to $3 billion. And this is something Jana Kotar, for example, wrote to the government. And unfortunately, there was no response. But I hope that especially with the German Bitcoin Association, we may get into a conversation with the German government that they understand Bitcoin will not go away. You have to think about Bitcoin, implementing it in any way. And for example, Germany is the second biggest holder of gold. Bitcoin is considered as the digital gold. Why do you not diversify your portfolio as a country? You only bet on euro and gold, not much else. So Bitcoin should be a factor. The German government, and this is why now the German government is now in the position to do something. They're not responsible for the sale, but they're responsible that they did not have a Bitcoin strategy. So the prosecutor's office had to do what the law says. Other things are, of course, transparency. I said that maybe it was a bit late, that there was a public document from the General Prosecutor's Office. And I think transparency is always key to fostering acceptance and helps to build trust and credibility. I think there's one point that you could do better the next time. And of course, there are other options. We looked, we had different cases, for example, alone in Germany, and what the Saxony Prosecutor's Office did in Dresden. They hired a bank to sell those Bitcoin in 4 weeks OTC. Sure, it was a good thing, because there was not much of a Bitcoin price impact, but they had to pay them, of course, money. And I don't think that's a very cheap thing. If you work for 6 months, how to sell it, then hire a company, they sell it in 4 weeks with something worth 3 billion. So it wasn't free, obviously. Other prosecutors in Germany did another thing. They auctioned the Bitcoin. So they said, okay, we got a Bitcoin, we make one auction, and you say how much money you give us, and the highest price wins. And the last time there was a premium from up to 10%. So it was even better than to sell OTC, where you have not a premium, but you have to pay money, that you don't impact the price on the market. So I think there are different options you could look at if you sell large Bitcoin amounts. And maybe the next time this could be another option. So I think in the end, yeah, German government is only partially responsible because, as I said, there was no guidelines, there was no Bitcoin strategy, and Saxony had to do, especially the prosecutor's office, had to do what the law says. And I personally understand that if you're not the biggest Bitcoin maxi as a prosecutor, you don't want to bet on Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin goes down 20%, 30% over the next weeks, which is pretty easily the case in a short time frame, and you could be liable and someone could sue you or the office, then this is not something I would do as prosecutor. So from this point, I totally understand what happened. And in the end, I think from everything we do, we have to learn. And I hope I put out some ideas, especially regarding the Bitcoin strategy. Because again, if I look into the US, Bitcoin is even a topic in the election now. Trump says a lot of stuff in Nashville. Harris now says some things about this. So they are all talking about it openly. And the US is, always a bit quicker. And they understood for themselves, of course, that maybe those could be the 1-2% of the votes I need to get president. But at least they talk about it and they make Bitcoin a topic. And I think in Germany, in Europe, we have to do the same. And the German government, if they want not to be the last ones, they have to start now to do something regarding Bitcoin strategy. And at least they have to discuss this. They have to think about it. And then I hope it will not be that bad. And we can only offer that we try to help them Yeah, this was my short presentation. I hope I got a bit more clarity what actually happened. Again, those are my contacts. If you want to get in touch, feel free to add me. And thank you very much.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Anyone can be a part of the
Welcome back
Bitcoin.
to the Bitcoin Magazine live desk, coming live at you from Bitcoin Amsterdam. My name is Aaron van Willem. I'm the editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine. And I'm joined by Daniel Batten, a researcher about Bitcoin and energy. Daniel, I've been in Bitcoin for about, 11 years. And throughout all of these 11 years, I heard the same two stories. China banned Bitcoin, China unbanned Bitcoin, China banned Bitcoin, China unbanned Bitcoin, until they finally banned Bitcoin. And now you added a new chapter to that story. In a recent research report for Bitcoin Magazine, you make the claim that China did not ban Bitcoin. What's the story there?
If we look at the hash rate from China, we saw that it never really dipped for more than about a month. And within a few weeks, it had recovered to 15% of global hash rate, and then quickly up beyond 15%, and today is around 20% of global hash rate. So it's not a very effective ban.
Real quick, so
Yeah.
how do you measure it? How do you know this for sure, that it's actually, the hash rate, the ASICs are in China, right?
Yeah.
That would be the case.
There's a couple of different ways, and there's no exact science because you can't go to every Bitcoin mining company and ask. Some of them are anonymous.
Exactly.
Some of them want to keep pseudonymous. It's the nature of Bitcoiners. So we have to use approximations. And so it's a combination of direct reports from people who are Bitcoiners we know who are operating in China, triangulating different data sources within China to make sure we're getting the same information back, and also looking at where the mining pools are as well. And of course, mining pools is an imprecise measure because you could be part of a Chinese mining pool, but still be mining somewhere in the US. But if we start to triangulate that data, we get a sense of a consistent message, which is saying some people say it's 15, some people say it's 22, but we're honing in around that 20% mark in China.
Well, okay, so there are miners in China. Let's
Huge
assume
amount
that.
of miners in China.
Doesn't that maybe simply mean that they're breaking the law?
Well, there's a couple of things. So the law in China is quite interesting. How it works, and you need to understand a little bit of Chinese culture as well. If you have legislation in China, what it really means is if you're in a big city, you must follow the law. So if you're in somewhere like Shanghai or Beijing, then yeah, you're going to be following the law because that'll be rigorously upheld. If you're in the regions, it's widely understood that that's an opt-in scenario. And so where most of the Bitcoin mining is happening, which is areas such as Inner Mongolia, which is where a lot of the renewable resources are huge solar farms, huge wind farms. That's actually where most of the Bitcoin mining is happening. And they have just been disregarding the legislation with impunity. So that's the first thing to understand.
Right, so basically the fact that they are doing it and that it's practically being allowed? That that's the reason for your conclusion.
Not only allowed, but actually incentivized, because what the
we got to cut off. We're going back to the main stage. We'll be right back.
Future. Not much is certain about it, but one thing. Change. It is omnipresent and everlasting. It is unpredictable and disproportionate, fearsome like a wildfire. History was made by those without fear and boundaries, those who turn their dreams into visions, and visions into the reality that we live today. Leonardo da Vinci, whose blueprints were so ahead of his time, they became physical representations of future telling. Galileo Galilei, who made unbelievable predictions about the stars and the universe. Thomas Edison, who predicted today's world through his invention of the light bulb. And just like these legends who built the world of today, a new breed of visionaries emerged. Satoshi Nakamoto, whose groundbreaking idea of Bitcoin reshaped our understanding of money. Hal Finney, who believed from the very beginning, making the first Bitcoin transaction and becoming a pioneer in cryptography. Nick Szabo, who envisioned a world where code is law and trust is embedded in the very fabric of our digital interactions. These modern-day pioneers have set the stage for the revolution of our time. We are here to witness the foundation of tomorrow, the proof of work for the future of Bitcoin in 2050. So, embrace the wildfire of change. Let it fuel your imagination and ignite your courage. For in the face of uncertainty, we become the architects of the future. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We continue forward. Something picking up on what Philip said as well is about learning, and we really are going through our lessons as an industry, but we do need to constantly make sure that we're learning. That was one key example of how learning is so important. We can't see things as being negative. We just kind of have to accept that that happened. How do we do things better in the future? Life is not about the destination, it's about the journey and making sure that we're doing the right things along the way. So, and we can't always be right, let's be honest, we're not perfect as human beings. So if we do something wrong, let's own up to it and let's make it better for the future. So coming up next, we have an amazing fireside chat. This mining, navigating the difficulty. So please join me. I want to keep this energy up. We haven't got long left, guys, so let's keep it going. This is Zachary Bradford from Clean Spark with our amazing moderator, Amanda Fabiano from Fabiano Consulting. Let's get some energy, guys. Woo!
Hey. Hello, Zach. How are you? Thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you, Bitcoin Magazine, for putting on this event. It's great to be back in Amsterdam again. Last year, when we were on this stage, we were entering a pivotal halving year. We made it. We're here again. We're minus a couple people, though.
Yeah.
So CleanSpark has had consistent growth throughout that year, and with very ambitious targets. You've also focused a lot on M&A. You've purchased Grid. You've purchased sites all over the US. Can you elaborate on the targets that you have and on the M&A approach that you've taken over the past year?
Yeah, it's been a busy year. We actually just announced a few hours ago we have now tripled our hash rate since the beginning of the year.
Triple.
We have tripled it. The year
It's a
before
lot of infrastructure.
Yes, it is. Year before we had doubled, and the year before that we'd quadrupled. So growth is part of our DNA. It's what we've been focusing on specifically. I'm a big believer to be successful as a Bitcoin miner, scale is ultimately a key piece of that. We're a publicly traded company. We're on NASDAQ, which means you have overhead, you have everything that goes with it. And so the best advantage we could get as a mining company was to grow to the point where every single new miner we plug in, all of that goes to the bottom line. And that's what we've accomplished now. We're in that position and have been for some time. Everything is additive from this point. And that makes it very hard for anybody to ever catch up. So, really believe that Bitcoin is the best place to put our capital right now. And that M&A strategy has been critical. You mentioned both public and private companies we've acquired. And our focus has been on distressed assets, on assets that may be overlooked. On rural neighborhoods that no one's ever heard of before. Mm-hmm. And it's worked really well. It's worked really well, and we're really happy with what we've accomplished.
I think that's one of the main points that always gets lost is that Bitcoin mining goes really anywhere, right? And so rural communities, they are revitalized because of mining, which otherwise might not have been a thing. So pretty cool to see those random places in the US, right?
Oh, absolutely. And they're full of hardworking people that, when you think of how, especially in the US, how highways got built, if you were a town that the highway didn't end up going through, your town got left behind. And so it may have been a thriving community in 1955, and by the time you get to 2020, technology just passed it by. Mm-hmm. So being able to bring technology into a town, new opportunities, it also creates a new way of thinking, a town that maybe hasn't been exposed to a lot on the outside. But again, very hardworking people always live there.
Yeah, there's a facility that I used to work on. I still talk to the local county judge quite a bit, and it's has a small population, so it's fun to see how the emergences of worlds start to happen around Bitcoin. So US-based companies have all had a really aggressive growth plan over the last couple years. We've seen crazy numbers and targets, some met, like yours, some not met, which will remain unnamed. During my talk at Bitcoin Nashville, I mentioned how I would like to see a shift in how we focus on mining companies as only growth companies and really think about the ROI for shareholders. When do you think miners will be measured on ROI?
I think that we're starting to see that. It's when the industry or the investors start buying strategy over ideology. Mm-hmm. And I think we're getting there. And what I mean by that is everything we do needs to have an ultimate outcome for the shareholders. That's what we are at the end of the day as a business. So if the right move is to hold all of our Bitcoin, which we're doing right now, or if the right move is to sell some of it to continue to build. That was actually our bear market strategy, is we built the Bitcoin balance to a certain point, and then we did what miners are supposed to do. We distributed that in the world. You know, Bitcoin is to be used by all of us, to be held on single company balance sheets. As much as that adds value, that was really part of Satoshi's plan, is miners were to distribute it out and use it. So I think it's about taking the steps that actually add value. The missed targets are a big one. You know, it used to be that a miner could throw up any headline and their stock goes up 10%. I really like where we're at now, where the rewards are not automatic. You have to earn them. But I still think that there's a ways to go.
Yeah, if you think about it, we've looked at miners and what they report. And so across 20 different miners, we've seen 13 different metrics, or more than that. Some that we didn't even count because I didn't even understand what they were trying to get at. Even things like the cost to mine, how miners calculate that is so different. So how do you, as like an investor, decide whether one company is good versus the other? I'd personally love to see some industry standards around metrics, and ones that actually matter, and something that like you can compare one company to another.
We absolutely need to get there. There are so many metrics that get measured differently. Example, 30 exahash. I said we hit that today. If you went and you looked at our mining pool, you could verify it right now. We don't announce it till we actually achieve it and are using it. There's a lot of miners that say, hey, we reached some target, because there's a machine sitting on a shelf that's not turned on yet. And until that machine turns on and produces value, I don't think it should be claimed. Cost of power. That's an important thing for miners, but it should be all of your cost. You can't say the wholesale cost of power and ignore the tax, emission, and distribution fees.
Yeah, and even when you look at like your home electricity bill, right? You see this cost of power, and then you see that the transmission costs are basically equal to the cost of power. What I've seen, and not all miners are like this, but I've seen some miners give you just that first number versus both, and so it changes their overall output, which is unfortunate. So, definitely industry standards on metrics. Do you think we'll ever get there?
I think we will, because, although unpopular, my opinion is that when it comes to, especially the public miners, there's always going to be lots of miners in the world, but we will get to a point where only 3 to 7 are ever talked about. And that's just because that's the public markets work. You think of cell phone companies right now. If you can name 4, right? No one can name 4, everybody can name 3. You can go through a dozen different companies. It always consolidates towards that 3. And so I think that's what we're going to see. There will be 3 that stand out. They will be the benchmark companies. That's when we'll see some standardization. That's when we're going to see performance matter versus a headline.
Another major topic this year has been AI, right? And understandably so, with the connections between energy and mining. My opinion is that companies need to be extremely thoughtful on a solution to incorporate AI into their business. You can't just say, I'm going to do AI without being able to actually do it. You have to have a calculated plan. You obviously in CleanSpark have been at the forefront of the mining industry, but you have said some things about AI, but what is your approach at the AI boom? Are you taking advantage of it at all?
What we have said is that we're not pursuing it. But there's a reason. The reason is that, again, strategy over a headline. If we're going to do something with AI, it's because we're committed to something. There will be a plan. There will be a customer on the other side. There will be a business. And I think that's the number one thing that is getting overlooked. Bitcoin miners have no customers. It's a great business. I love it. Our customers is the algorithm and everyone that uses Bitcoin, but we don't sell anything. We don't have to do any of that. There's no administrative part where you have to take customer support calls. When you run a data center, you have all of that. You need a sales team. You need all these pieces. So it should never be underestimated the effort it's going to take to do that. Unfortunately, there's a lot of kind of sprinkle AI on it that is happening where it becomes a talking point and business strategy. Now, where do I think the intersection of AI and Bitcoin come? In a very real way, I think that there's going to be an amazing opportunity, because when you look at an AI data center, it has redundant power. Well, that means there's a bunch of power that isn't being used. Maybe a miner could use it, and then it could give it back to the data center if and when a redundant event is needed to source that power. You also end up building these very high-capacity facilities that are not used 24/7, 365. You think of how people actually use the internet. We're not running models while we're sleeping as individual users. Businesses are. They're running a wind model to understand how it blows in an area. That may be an overnight run. But you have these ebbs and flows on use cases, but you still want to use the full capacity. You could park a Bitcoin mine next to a data center and always be using all the capacity, but the trade-off is you mine less Bitcoin whenever AI is not there. So instead of it being AI or a power strategy, or Bitcoin and a power strategy, you're kind of playing three levels. I still think, though, that the best place to do that is with partnerships. Core Scientific, for example, great opportunity. Yep. I think they're doing it right. They're probably the only company, I think, that has a good opportunity in front of them in the space. And I think that partnerships are going to be the long-term way to go. Because who wants to compete with a hyperscaler anyway?
Core Scientific was also interesting because they had been mining altcoins and using GPUs way back in the day, so a lot of their facilities were built for that, right? I think that's one thing that gets really overlooked with this whole AI mining situation. Infrastructure is not the same. No. It's not the same build. You have different inputs that you need. You need redundancy power. So when someone says they have a 100 megawatt facility, you can think about it as 50 megawatts for AI, right? At least that. You need fiber network, which is not really in all these remote places where Bitcoin mines are being built. You need a different skill set of people, and it's just very different. And then a very different build and a very different cost of build. So per megawatt cost, I think we could look at and we could say on average is $450K per megawatt, right? That's what we're seeing being
$500,000 is the easy
sold
number.
in the market,
yeah.
and what people are buying at. For AI, we're seeing $1 million plus per megawatt. So it's a 10 million, I think, is what Russell said.
Microsoft's spending up to $90 million a megawatt on some of their data centers.
So, mining companies are strapped for capital to begin with. How do you compete with the hyperscalers? So it should be interesting to see which companies actually play out in it. I think the other approach that I've liked is groups that have said, hey, we're looking at this. We're going to see if it's viable for our site. And if we do and we do it right, we'll let you know. I think there needs to be this education to the shareholders to explain why it's important for them to start looking at it, to give the maximum value for whatever site they have. This year also was a heated political year with the election happening. Obviously, politics have been a critical factor for mining over the past 4 years with the last administration up in the US. There has been a lot of pushback on mining companies. Can you speak to some of what you've seen over the past 4 years?
Politics, my least favorite subject usually. Because I think at the end of the day, we all know Bitcoin's going to be fine. Bitcoin will continue to thrive in its own environment. Now, with that said, that there's going to be definitely opportunities that are going to benefit the Bitcoin marketplace, I'll call it that, in general, and all the participants that are in it. And a key thing I think that's important to take away, lots of meetings with senators, lots of meetings with former, maybe future presidents, and it's about what's the ask. What we're really asking is not for special treatment. It's about just being treated fairly and not attacked. And I think that's the one problem that we're, not the one problem, there's many problems. But Bitcoin is not anybody's enemy. It is not going to boil the oceans tomorrow. It's just about being on a level playing field. And I think as long as we can get to that threshold, everything's fine. And I think that that's honestly the best outcome, because we don't want politicians meddling in our businesses and subsidizing them. We want them just to let us mine Bitcoin. And so all of those conversations, what I will say is I'm enthusiastic for what the future holds. I think that we are making movement, we are making ground, definitely in the US on one side more than the other. But because we're making ground with one side, the other side is starting to pull further over. And I think on a long-term basis, I want Bitcoin to stay apolitical. I want it to stay out of politics, be a middle-of-the-road subject that everyone agrees is good. And I think if we can do that on a long-term basis, we'll win.
Bitcoin should be bipartisan, but I think how companies have been treated over the past 4 years have made it a little bit more partisan, which has been
Absolutely.
So, what has CleanSpark done to push, the political stance of politicians? It's obviously been a lot of education, like you mentioned. It seems like a lot of the larger companies have policy groups now that are actively working on things. So, what are some of the efforts that CleanSpark has worked on, both you and then with the larger mining industry?
So a big focus for us has been what we call our front door policy. And that means when we go into an area, we go in and we try and meet with everybody and the stakeholders. The easiest way to make Bitcoin mining friendly in a town when it comes in is to make sure everybody knows and it's wanted. If it's not wanted in an area, we move on. We're not going to push the issue just because there's a little pocket of cheap power. And I think that is the most important thing we can do. To make it the biggest impact, you start locally and then you build from there. Now, what are we doing as an industry to have a maybe outsized effect? One of the problems we've always had as an industry is Bitcoiners may or may not want to be involved in politics. There's a big libertarian aspect where it's just people want to stay out of it. And so as a result, we, along with some of our peers, have launched the Bitcoin Voter Project. Very excited about this. It's really based about research and understanding where the Bitcoiners are. And then when we find out where they are, it's about making sure they're aware of issues that could negatively affect Bitcoin mining. It could negatively affect their access to Bitcoin, their ability to self-custody. And then we want to be able to, on a long-term basis, activate these voters. Because there's a lot more people that have exposure to Bitcoin than our politicians realize. And they're starting to realize, which is the reason they're starting to care. Because for a big group of Bitcoiners, because of the libertarian ideals, it may be a single issue vote for them. You're either for or against us, and making sure that we can activate that base to speak up, to get involved in their local politics, the state politics, or even the federal side of things.
Yeah, it seems like miners are really the corporates of the industry when it comes to pushing forward certain things that matter and making sure that we can protect the businesses that are behind things. To your point, Bitcoin doesn't care, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, companies do have to care that have, how many employees does CleanSpark have now?
We have about 300 employees, almost all of which are in small towns.
Yeah.
So, and which I think is important because, again, it may be an overlooked place, but when you employ 35 people in a town of 350, you're usually the largest employer in the area. And so it does matter, and it matters to real people. We also recently announced behind every Bitcoin, and then it was about the people. We think too often that Bitcoin is kind of distilled down to numbers and algorithms. But when you look at what really supports Bitcoin, it's the Bitcoin miners. And that is an industrial process. There's people involved. It's hard work. Mining isn't this like AI is, where it's kind of this clean space. It's air conditioned. It's nice. It's a lot of times hot outside. You're picking up heavy servers. You're putting them on. You're taking them down. You're cleaning them. You're doing all these things. And so the people part of this is really what keeps it going. And so it's making sure, like you said, it matters to business. Making sure that we can always keep those people employed and working hard.
Yeah, the actual act of mining is not that sexy.
No, it's not.
It's very physical, and it requires a lot of people.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to hear about how these revitalizations of communities really happen in places that we wouldn't expect. It was fun building out communities too, right? So I think that there's a lot of community service that goes along with some of the larger miners. And so I know you've done a ton of that to give back to the local community. The thing that I learned was that what is important to you is not necessarily important to that local community. And so at the last place that I had worked on at a mining site, one thing that was really important to them was a community pool. Not something you would think that you would ever have to learn how to do when you sought out to be a Bitcoin miner, but there we were, trying to build a pool for this community that it was really important to. So I think mining takes you down these really weird roads and you don't understand, and then you're like, oh my God, this is people just hit a button and buy Bitcoin, but there's so much more behind it. So what do you think that there will continue to be M&A in mining over the next year? Or what do you think the future of mining will look like over the course of the next 2 to 3 years?
Well, I have a few more months to be wrong, but I've been predicting, the next push to the bull market is between September, which is now behind us, and January. And so everything we're doing now is to get as much hash rate on between here and there. And if I'm wrong a month or two, I'll still be happy about it. But I think that when that happens, for us at least, we'll slow down the pace of growth because everything will get more expensive. Because when Bitcoin is over $100,000, the miners are now going to be twice as expensive or 3 times as expensive. Somebody that has a mine today that's not making money because they have an old server, not run well, that's an opportunity for us to acquire it. They will be making money. Even miners doing a bad job will make money in bull markets. So I think we'll see a plateauing of that M&A cycle over the next year to 18 months. And then there's always a bull cycle. There's always a bear cycle on the back of the bull. And so I think that if we hit a bear market again, our growth will pick back up then. Because it's about the timing of growth, I think is incredibly important. We pride ourselves that I believe our cost of infrastructure on average is lower than most of our peers. When you can factor in machine cost, when you factor in the site cost. Because we made a point of not overpaying for our sites and buying them in bare conditions.
In the height of the bull market last year, I think we were seeing miners go for $82 a terahash. And those same exact miners are now being sold on the secondary market for $2 a terahash.
Yes, they are.
So if you didn't have insane power costs that were like lower than 3 cents and you were able to mine during that time frame, you didn't have a really good ROI.
No, it was really terrible ROI. And also there was a lot of debt taken.
Yes.
That's the other thing about this business is because it's such a volatile market, it's about taking and controlling your risk very tightly. And when you owe somebody else money, you're giving control away. And so, unfortunately, I think that will happen again in the next bull market. You're going to see a lot of leverage move onto balance sheets. And I think we'll see a repeat effect on the bear side. We'll see bankruptcies all over again.
It's hard for mining because it's not like a VC play.
No.
So how do you get access to capital? And how do you get access to capital at the scale now to be competitive with some of the groups like yourself?
Yeah, we rely on the equity markets. Again, popular, unpopular. But we think it's the best way. I think of this business a little bit like a real estate investment trust. When you invest in a real estate investment trust, you don't want them to just put dollars on the balance sheet and stare at them. You expect to have a physical asset on the other side of that. And that's really what miners are doing. We're buying real estate, we're buying servers, we're running them for profit. And the asset coming around on the other side also is then Bitcoin. And again, that's why I think we're going to see these cycles where there's a time to add real estate, there's a time to add Bitcoin, and there's a time to sell.
Yep.
And
I think there's this narrative over the last cycle where it's like, it's a bull cycle, you have to get as much as you possibly can. But you're right, the best time to buy mining rigs is a bear market when everyone else can't really afford what they set up. So it's a fantastic strategy.
I feel like the right strategy is almost do the opposite of everybody else. It's worked out well for us, and being counter-cyclical proves that on the long term. The problem is there's not as many headlines. And again, if you go headline chasing, you just usually don't end up better off on a
There's not
a
lot of really great industry coverage on miners or people that understand it that are truly independent too, right? I think a lot of the groups that cover are not really independent.
Yeah, there's a lot of pay to play that happens in the space. It's something that we try and avoid. There's always the analyst banking side. Everybody needs the banks to cover on the analyst side. There is the wall that exists between them. But then there's all the other coverage. The problem we have, though, is the Wall Street analysts still don't quite get it most of the time. The education is happening by miners. And so that's where we need to do a better job of still educating them. But I still think some independent research would go a long way in the industry.
I also do think that TradeFi just thinks that they get it initially. And that's what we've seen happen over and over again, right? So they rely now on miners versus like relying on actually like digging in and learning about it. So hopefully as more bankers get orange pilled, that whole narrative will shift and we'll see some really good coverage and then see how those metrics change and ROI can become a focus. So next year, we come back here and we sit down. What do you think the hash rate will be?
The network hash rate? I think it's going to grow a little slower than we think it's going to grow. I think it could be 800 or 900 is all. And here's why. I think that there's so many people that haven't prepared now that would have otherwise put machines on the shelf. And again, we're in this growth phase. And I can kind of look at all the public miners and what they're doing, and the fact that we are gaining global market share as a whole in such a significant manner means that the private miners are not putting things online. And so if I just judge that, I think it's going to be a little slower. The variable is if Bitcoin goes to 200,000 quicker than we expect, people are going to plug in S9s. And if the S9s get plugged in, we're well over 1,000.
Yep. Yeah, the hash rate always follows price.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll see happening. I totally agree with you. I think that the private miners are growing at a smaller scale again because of capital, right? Getting access to capital is super hard. Public miners still make up about 30% of the network, so there's still 70% of the network that can continue to grow at a crazy point. So it's great that we have some of these predictions on where public miners will be because we can have somewhat of a grounding effect of where we think things will be versus when all the hash rate was somewhere else, not in the US, because we weren't able to understand that. So I would say 850 to 900.
Okay, so we're in the same ballpark.
Yeah, I think we're in the same ballpark, which is good. Not very exciting for you guys, but good for us. What do you think will be the most important thing for miners over the next year?
I think it's going to be about being prudent, not overpaying when we shouldn't, because we control the market in a way, for example, machine prices. If a miner is willing to overpay, then the market will take it. If we're not willing to pay up, then that's going to be it.
Yep.
So.
All right, let's see where we end up next year. Thank you, Zach.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine live desk. Coming live to you from Bitcoin Amsterdam. I'm joined here by Daniel Batten, researcher about Bitcoin and energy, as well as Sam Wouters, head of marketing at River. Daniel, we just spoke about mining in China, but actually at the conference here you spoke about family office and sovereign wealth fund adoption of Bitcoin. What's the story there?
Story is that they all want Bitcoin on their balance sheets, but they all believe they can't because it doesn't tick their ESG box. And when we're talking about the amount of money, if you put ESG in funds and sovereign wealth funds together, $65 trillion of institutional capital. So that's pretty significant. So if you can imagine if 1% of that was able to deploy into Bitcoin, which is not unreasonable since a lot of the Wall Street funds have put 2 to 3% in, that could, double, triple, or more of the market cap of Bitcoin. So there's a significant opportunity to have discussions to bring them up to speed with the new data-based ESG narrative on Bitcoin as opposed to the media-based narrative, which is not backed up by data or backed up by insubstantial data, because that can lead to some very different investment decisions, which is really exciting.
Right, and Sam, you also spoke at the conference, was it today or yesterday?
Yeah, it was today.
And you spoke about business adoption of Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
So what did you talk about? What's the story there?
Everyone's waking up, right? Everyone wants to get in. It's across the board, and it's a trend we started seeing as of earlier this year, where companies began to wake up. Like, it's not just MicroStrategy anymore. At River, we have over 1,000 business clients on the platform now, and like 95% of them is planning to buy more in the next year, and 70% of them have never sold any Bitcoin. So we were just starting to see these trends that made us realize we want to investigate and produce some research. So we've put out a report on how business adoption has been growing, not just looking at the big companies that get so reported on, but there's tons of other public companies and even more private companies that are starting to add Bitcoin to their treasury. So it's been a tremendous trend that we're seeing that we've covered in that report.
And this is specifically about businesses putting Bitcoin on their balance sheet, I imagine,
exactly.
right? Not Bitcoin as in receiving it for payments?
Yeah. Yeah, well, there are some that do, obviously, but it's just the biggest trend is like they're copying what the individuals are doing, and individuals have been front-running Wall Street for the longest time. But now it's especially small to medium-sized enterprises that are getting in on this and see it as a way to hedge against inflation, but also kind of offensively, like, hey, if my treasury increases in value, then I have a competitive advantage against other companies in my own industry. So that's a big reason to start doing it too.
And specifically, you've researched this topic. Are you also actively helping companies, or is it just research on your end?
So River also onboards companies to help them put Bitcoin on the balance sheet in the US specifically. And we've, as a result, done research around this to map it out and make it really clear what's going on in the industry.
Right, got it. And Daniel, you are also actively helping these sovereign wealth funds and family offices, right?
Correct.
Can you tell us which sovereign wealth funds?
I'm not allowed to disclose at the moment, but just to give you an idea, 2 nights ago I spoke to 21 principals of family offices in Amsterdam. And to give a kind of a summary, at the start of the evening, they had strong opinions which were not positive towards Bitcoin and its ESG credentials. But what I found is their strong opinions loosely held. And by just an hour later, once we'd gone through the data and the peer-reviewed science on Bitcoin, they'd fundamentally, for the most part, changed their minds, which was exciting.
We got to go back to the main stage.
I'm Paul Buitink, and I'm honored to be here on stage. Second time. Last year I was in a panel together with my buddy Jeroen Blokland and Dylan Leclerc, and today I'm going to give you a keynote. And for me this is sacred ground, because the Westergasfabriek is where I used to go to techno parties sometimes, awakenings. Maybe some Dutchies here that have also been to awakenings. Woo! Give it up. I'm getting almost the same vibe here today as I felt during all these techno parties. But this is an amazing venue. It looks great, so thanks so much for having me today. I'm going to talk about gold and Bitcoin, or I must say Bitcoin and gold in the right order here, of course, and why they're friends and not foes. To do that, I will first show you this, because of course all of you know that the financial system is crumbling in many ways. And I'm going to dive a little bit deeper later on, but we all know inflation, high debt, and that's why we like Bitcoin so much, because it provides us with an opportunity outside of the system. Oh, let me see. Okay, yeah. Cool. So what will be next? That's the main question. Are we going to see gold? Are we going to see Bitcoin? Are we going to see something else? My point of view is that you need to hedge and choose both alternatives. I'll explain to you why. Because basically, we as Bitcoin and gold bucks, we share the same diagnosis. We all think that the financial system is fundamentally unsound, only the remedy is different. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my own personal journey, how I went from being a gold buck to being a full Bitcoin buck to being more like in the middle. So currently I am managing director and co-owner of one of the biggest precious metals companies in the Benelux. It's called Holland Gold. But I started at Gold Money in 2010, which is a big storage company for gold and silver. It was founded by 2 libertarians, James and Jeff Turk, and they really told me the value of hard money and of sound money. So back in 2010, I fully went into precious metals. And of course, being in that scene, in the scene of competitive currencies, I found out about Bitcoin relatively early. In 2011, I remember going to a first Bitcoin conference where Amir Taki used to speak. He's one of the first Bitcoin developers. And I was amazed by the novelty about the technology of being able to send money across the world without borders, independent of time. But at first I was like, nah, it doesn't have any backing, you can't touch it, it's not physical, it's not intrinsic. So I first rejected it. But then I started loving it. And in 2013, I decided to go to become a full-time evangelist, basically. So I started a Bitcoin podcast together with Tuur de Meester in Dutch in 2013. And I traveled the world to talk about Bitcoin for a few years. And I just loved it, everything about it. The events, the community, the innovation, the spirit. But then later on, a few years ago, I realized, okay, Bitcoin is going to be a marathon. It's going to be exhausting. It's going to require lots of energy, lots of applications, lots of strong will to make it work and to make it eventually big enough for the whole world to use it. But the financial system, of course, was still struggling and breaking. We've seen many crises over the years. Of course, we had the big financial crisis, which made me learn more about the financial system. But we also had the euro crisis. We had the repo crisis. We've had so many things going on in the financial system that made me still, or that kept me worried. But Bitcoin wasn't taking off as much as I thought it would be. And gold all of a sudden became center stage again. Because we saw, especially 2.5 years ago, when G7 decided to freeze Western assets, or freeze Russian assets, euro assets and dollar assets, that the BRICS countries were betting on gold. And I see it in my own company. I see a lot of demand for gold. A lot of Bitcoin people also like gold because they understand that maybe Bitcoin is the ultimate form of money, but in the meantime, there's a journey where gold could shine again. And that's something I realized too. So right now, I hold the view that, at least for the next few years, you need to own both if you want to get the most out of your investment portfolio and if you want to maximize your hedge. So, a little bit about Holland Gold. We have almost $500 million in assets under management, so gold and silver stored in vaults in Switzerland, Singapore, and Holland. We have 70,000 customers in the Benelux, and we're going to expand across Europe as well. And we have 4 offices in the Netherlands. And recently we bought the competition Amsterdam Gold. So we are now firmly the premier precious metals company in the Benelux. So just to summarize and remind you guys what's wrong with the financial system, there's too much debt across all markets, not just Europe, not just the US, China, everywhere we see the same problem. Politicians and central bankers, they still believe they can grow themselves out of their problems by issuing more debt and by lowering interest rates. And we all know where that leads to. It leads to inflation. Maybe temporarily the inflation is down a bit, but in the long run inflation will go up and up and up and up because that's the only way they think they can try to exit the debt trap that all the markets are in. Geopolitical instability, that has been a key driver for gold. And especially what I said earlier, the freezing of Russian assets, that's also what central bankers tell me. Every time I talk to central bankers or former central bankers, I interview them quite often for my own podcast. They all say the same thing, that the world, the financial system, the financial world, especially emerging markets, they've lost confidence in Western currencies. So while it seemed like a smart plan to freeze Russian assets, to make them pay for the damage, in the long run it was shooting yourself in the foot, because the Chinese, the Indians, the Arabs, they all think like, okay, maybe it's not a smart plan after all to keep a lot of money stuck or tied up in Western assets. So you see a loss of confidence in the Western currencies, and you see this split between G7 and BRICS. And the BRICS countries are betting on gold at the moment. The World Gold Council, they do regular surveys, and every time in these surveys you will see that these central banks, they buy gold because of the issues they see in the Western financial system. So I believe that we're going towards a new financial system, and I'm not sure how it's going to look like, but if you want to hedge against a collapse of the current system, it makes sense to find outside money alternatives. And I believe that both Bitcoin and gold could serve that purpose. If you look at them together, Bitcoin, of course, has great technology, much better than gold. Also, Bitcoin's ROI has been much better, of course, over the past, let's say, 10 years. And gold, on the other hand, is a safe haven. So let's look at the technology first. Well, you see, I've traveled with Bitcoin. It's so easy. You have your own wallet. You can put it in your mind. You can put it on a USB, on a ledger, whatever. It's portable. It's easy to travel with. Gold, on the other hand, if you carry more than 10,000 euro of gold, you have to declare it at customs. It depends a little bit on where you go, but within Schengen, 10,000 is the limit. So it's much more difficult to bring with you. So on a technology front, Bitcoin clearly is the winner in terms of portability, but also in terms of verifiability. With gold, you sometimes have fake gold bars, all sorts of things. Also divisible. Bitcoin is more divisible. You have gold-backed stablecoins, of course, that solve that problem of divisibility. But then you still have to trust the operators of the vault. And with Bitcoin, not your keys, not your coins. With gold, some people say, not your vault, not your gold. So you have some of these issues you have to deal with. So on the technology side, I would say Bitcoin is the clear winner. ROI, Bitcoin, of course, has been one of the best investments over the past 10 years. But of course, also sometimes one of the worst. Volatility is much higher with Bitcoin as it is with gold. And I keep on hearing, and I keep on saying too, that volatility over time will go down with Bitcoin. And of course, Bitcoin is not as volatile anymore as in the first few years, but it's still quite volatile. I would say still too volatile for most people to actually use as currency, and gold is less volatile. But the ROI of Bitcoin has been amazing, of course. But then the safe haven status, Bitcoin is not yet a safe haven as much as we want to. I mean, in 2013, I was for Bitcoin magazine actually in Cyprus, where you had the bank crisis, and there we saw Bitcoin going up a lot. Maybe that was also due to the bank crisis in Cyprus. But in general, we don't always see Bitcoin behaving as a safe haven. Take, for example, a few weeks ago when Iran attacked Israel, and of course then I directly follow the markets. And you see the dollar getting strong, or you see gold going up, you see Bitcoin in the chart going down. So Bitcoin for now is more correlated with tech stocks than it is with gold. The nice thing about gold is it's just not correlated with stock markets. So if you add gold to your portfolio, you basically get on the long run a better return on your whole portfolio. And Bitcoin doesn't have that yet. Also, the central banks have been buying record amounts of gold. In 22 and 23, they bought 10,000 tons of gold, which is like 70, 80 billion of the shiny metal. And that's huge. And this year, the first half year, is already a record half year. And at the moment, gold is already a bigger reserve asset than the euro. So the euro used to be number 2 asset. Of course, most reserves are still held in dollar, although it's going down too over time. But gold has now overtaken the euro as the second most held reserve asset by central banks, which is the sign of times. And if emerging market central banks want to have the same amount of gold as a percentage of their total reserves as the Western countries, there will be massive amounts of buying of gold over the next few years. Today, for example, there's a summit at the Banque de France, the French central bank, with 75 central banks to talk about how to manage their gold reserves. No such events are taking place about Bitcoin. Of course, we know that the Central Bank of Norway and Switzerland, they bought MicroStrategy shares, which is an indirect exposure to Bitcoin, which is a good first step, but it's still way too exotic for these boomers. Let's be honest, central banks are run by usually old folks who don't understand Bitcoin yet. If you talk to them, they would still say, yeah, I like the technology, the blockchain, the Bitcoin. They've been saying that for 10 years. The narrative hasn't changed. They still think it's about the blockchain, not about digital scarcity. So it's not going to change anytime soon. Of course, they suffer from groupthink. They hang out in the same circles. And within these circles, they know gold. They are proud of the fact that they have gold reserves. And Bitcoin is just not yet on their radar. And maybe, of course, some of these central banks are buying Bitcoin and we don't know about it. That would be a smart bet. If I would be a central banker, I would start buying. But and we know, of course, that Trump and Kennedy, they talked about having a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Let's see if something like that is going to happen. Because El Salvador was nice and everyone got really happy, me too. I mean, great, like a country adopting it. But we all know that it's not really being used there. But it's a good step. The waiting is now for a more mature sovereign wealth funds or central bank to actually start acquiring Bitcoin in better volumes. But for now, central banks are focused on gold. Also, Chinese retail demand in gold is up a lot. So a lot of Chinese people are buying gold and silver and not so much Bitcoin. We see, of course, that in China a lot of things are going on. Stock markets have been drama over the past 10 years. And now finally, because of QE, stock markets are going up again. And maybe real estate will also profit. But in general, the Chinese, they're really also trying to get into gold, as you can see from retail demand, which is at the highest level in 10 years. Also, the gold ETF flows are up again. So there, over the past few months, basically there was gold going out of Western ETFs and going into Asia. But now also we see in the West that the ETFs are gaining again, which is also an important sign. Then crypto. Trading volumes are going down. Over the past few months, we saw in March, of course, because of the ETFs, that there was huge volume, but it was just a spike. And afterwards, we've seen crypto volumes going down, and prices are relatively steady now over the past few months. Bitcoin is still a better investment this year than gold. I mean, gold 28% is not bad at all. For gold, it's off the charts. We're not used to those types of levels in gold. Bitcoin, on the other hand, still a solid 43%. And a lot, of course, now depends on whether Trump or Harris is going to win. If Trump wins, and he's actually going to implement a strategic Bitcoin reserve, then pretty sure prices will be much higher at the end of the year. If Harris wins, perhaps a bit lower, we'll see. Well, then the market caps combined. So first, we see gold versus Bitcoin over the past few years. Then you see Bitcoin is gaining market share. Market cap of Bitcoin is now a bit more than 1.2 trillion, I believe. Gold is more than 17 trillion. So what I'm going to expect the coming years is that gold market cap is going up, Bitcoin market cap is going up, and Bitcoin market cap versus the gold market cap is probably going to increase. But both, to me, are going to go up a lot over the coming years based on everything that's going on in the financial system. But it's an interesting race to keep an eye on. And of course, Bitcoin was nothing in 2014 compared to gold. But now it's rather impressive what Bitcoin has already accomplished over the past 10 years. And if we look at some big companies like Apple, Nvidia, gold is still much bigger as a market cap. But also silver actually is bigger than Bitcoin at the moment. It's also an interesting metric to keep an eye on. Of course, silver is not as discussed as is gold, but silver can still be seen as poor man's gold. For quite some people, it's interesting to keep some silver, as sort of emergency money should the system collapse. At least that's what a lot of my customers say. That's the reason why they buy some silver coins as sort of emergency money. Then we see again this lovely gentleman who owns both gold and Bitcoin. I think that's the way forward if you want to optimize your investment portfolio. We're going to see interesting times, and for me at least, the older I get, the more I would like to spread. 10 years ago, I had no family, and I was totally fine going all into Bitcoin and to wake up every now and then, see 40% my portfolio down the drain. It's fine. Now it's different. I have a family. I'd like to spread my investments, and I see opportunity for both the assets. In the long run, I would say, given the technology, given the community behind Bitcoin, I would say Bitcoin could win in the long run. But the coming years, we will see more geopolitical instability. I have also a podcast called Reinvent Money, where I talk to geopolitical analysts like John Mersheimer, and if you talk to him and he tells you what's going to happen over the next few years, then the world's going to be quite a unhappy place, unfortunately. And we all know that in those times, gold will thrive. And Bitcoin, let's see if they become, just like gold, a safe haven asset to run towards. Then to almost end my presentation with, open your minds, unlock your minds. I used to be a gold maximalist, then I became a Bitcoin maximalist, and now I'm a little bit more, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Try to talk to all sides, try to keep an open mind and see all sorts of opportunities. Personally, that's what makes me happy and makes me sleep well at night. So that's why I would advise you to do. Own both Bitcoin and gold. They're, in my opinion, friends and not foes. But I'm pretty sure that I have still some convincing left to do in this room. So feel free to talk to me afterwards, and either I can convince you, or maybe you'll convince me back into a Bitcoin maximalist. But if you want to know more about our website, we also have an English website now, hollandgold.nl/en. And if you want to check out my podcast, go to reinvent.money, and you'll see all my interviews. I talk about gold, about Bitcoin, about geopolitics. We definitely need change. We need a new financial system. That's what attracted me to Bitcoin, and it's still what I like about Bitcoin. I like the vibe, the spirit. It's almost like Awakenings, almost. And so let's keep on doing this every year in Amsterdam. Let's make Amsterdam the Bitcoin capital of the world. And yeah, thanks so much for your time today.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine live desk, coming live to you from Bitcoin Amsterdam. I'm joined here by Alan Helm, the head of product at Bitcoin for Corporations, and Sam Wouters, head of marketing at River. Sam, we just discussed briefly the research you've been doing on companies putting Bitcoin on their balance sheet or interested in doing that. Let's get a little bit more in depth. How many Bitcoin are currently held by companies on their balance sheet? Do we have any numbers on that?
Yeah, so we know for sure about the public companies, obviously. The private ones, there's only as much as we know that gets disclosed. But altogether, that's roughly around, I believe it's like 700,000-ish Bitcoin or so across public and private companies that's been disclosed at this point.
And 700,000.
Yeah, and maybe the real number will be, like closer to 800,000 for all we know. But that's roughly the ballpark which it's in, and that's been gradually growing over the past 4 years or so, with like initially MicroStrategy coming in 2020. A lot of people heard about that, and then gradually companies started exploring like, how can we do this as well? Are there any solutions for us to buy Bitcoin, put it on a balance sheet, and how does that work from a tax perspective as well, an accounting perspective? There have been a lot of questions around that, and still are, and we're seeing a lot of those at River as well. As we surveyed our clients and we asked them like, what's been the holdup basically? What was the most difficult step for you to get to this point? And in so many cases, it's just like, yeah, we don't know how the tax and accounting part works, and we had to figure that out. And that's been a roadblock in many cases.
Yeah, so you mentioned a ballpark of 700,000 to 800,000 Bitcoin held by companies, and by how many companies would that be?
Sure, so that's by roughly, I believe it's 52 public companies have disclosed it, and private ones, like just on River itself, we have over 1,000 private. So probably globally, I would imagine it's like in the 4 to 5 figure range in number of companies that hold Bitcoin on a balance sheet.
Right. So we all know about MicroStrategy, of course. Are there some other companies that we might know of that are holding Bitcoin on a balance sheet? Or are there some other well-known ones?
Yeah, I mean, BlackRock is one actually. They don't just have the ETF, but also hold it on there. Block is a big one that people are like historically familiar with from all of the companies and brands that they've had. Reddit has Bitcoin on the balance sheet, I believe. Funny enough, like actually, if you look at the big tech companies, all of their CEOs have also disclosed personally owning Bitcoin, but getting it on the company balance sheet is really challenging when it comes to a public company. And MicroStrategy has kind of been an outlier there to make that big leap as such a large organization.
Right. So what kind of efforts, and this is a question for Alan as well, but let's go to some first. So what kind of efforts are you taking to increase that number, basically?
So a lot of it is like in a lot of companies, you have an internal advocate, someone who really loves Bitcoin, really wants to take that step. And what they need are the tools and the numbers to back up their story and to have that conversation internally to help basically explain to their internal stakeholders that this is a legit thing, that there are other companies in their industry or even direct competitors that are putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet. And like, what is the rationale behind that, and what are the steps to get through that process? And I think MicroStrategy in like a couple of years ago, they sort of open sourced their playbook of like, this is how we did it, this is how you guys can do it too. But that's just one company giving an example there. And what we've been seeing is that a lot of people want more data behind it. Like, what are the trends here? In what industries are people doing this? What are their concerns? What are the steps they go through? And many of them need a partner to be able to do it with, and that's where River helps out as well. So we produced this report as a tool for those basically internal champions to try to make that step.
Right. So, Alan, you're going to take similar efforts, right?
Yeah, so we just announced the launch of Bitcoin for Corporations yesterday. And essentially, you know, we're taking Sam's hard work over here and taking it a step further. First off, fantastic report. Highly recommend anyone who hasn't read it to go ahead and go to, I think it's River Intelligence, river.com, and go ahead and check that out. But essentially, we're finding the CFOs that Sam had just mentioned, and we're arming them not only with the educational knowledge and foundation to go and orange pill the C-suite exec team, but also arming them with the tools like River, you know, when it comes to like custody, tax and compliance, and those sorts of things. And then in addition to that, right, the companies that already have Bitcoin on the balance sheet, we're creating a network that includes MicroStrategy and hopefully Reddit, and some of the other companies that already hold Bitcoin on the balance sheet, you know, to be able to network in a year-round manner and continue to just pushing forward that narrative, because as we've seen, and in your report, right, some of these larger pubcos who do have, you know, other assets on their balance sheet. I think Apple was in there, right, with like a net $15 billion like realized loss, or something of the sorts.
Yeah, over the past 5 years, they've just because they like Apple has a huge treasury, something like $150 billion, phenomenally large company. I'm not going to pretend that if I had to manage that treasury, that I'd necessarily be able to do a better job, because they do need to get the mandate to be allowed to buy Bitcoin, and there's a lot of apprehension there probably because they are so public facing. There's so many stakeholders involved who wouldn't want Apple just like backing up Bitcoin. So it's really hard to get that kind of thing through. Well, they should like.
Is it still an image problem for Bitcoin in that sense? Is it still?
Maybe not just Bitcoin, but also like they're like, is this worth the? I mean, you could argue like $15 billion after adjusting for inflation is a huge loss. So at what point does that become worth the price tag for them basically to say, like, okay, we believe this is a solid thing and we just have to adopt it because we don't have great alternatives. I'm not sure. I'm not Apple. Like, it's kind of interesting to see Tim Cook personally owning Bitcoin, but then not being able to get it through internally. But at some point, it's going to become a big enough problem. They have to move.
Do you think it's just because the market cap of Bitcoin is just not big enough for them yet?
It could be. I mean, it is pretty dang big at this point, and they don't even need to hold a lot. Like, we did some of the math on, like, if over the past 5 years, you would have held 97% of your treasury in cash and just 3% in Bitcoin, which for Apple, that's like $4 or $5 billion or so, then you would have made a 7% return on your treasury instead of a loss. That's all it takes. So they can do that. Like, it takes a bit of time to build that position up, obviously, without moving the market. But MicroStrategy's done it, so has done more than that, has done 3 times that. So there's no particular reason why they can't do it, other than it's sort of the internal stakeholder convincing that they need to do.
Yeah, essentially it's just someone waiting to tell them that it's okay and that they can do it. And I'm hoping that's what we're going to accomplish, at least with BFC.
So we just heard Paul Buiting speak about gold. Have you looked into that? Like, how does it compare to gold? Like the Bitcoin owned on balance sheets compared to gold? Do you have any idea? Like big, publicly traded companies, for example?
Yeah, good question. Actually, I haven't really looked into it too much, like how much they hold. We've looked at the sort of the breakdown of a typical treasury, like what's mostly in there, and a ton of them just hold bonds. But bonds is basically locking into a guaranteed loss, but they like it for the liquidity reasons. Like a lot of these corporations, they just want stuff they can very quickly get rid of. And in that sense, like gold isn't like much better than Bitcoin either. Like there are just challenges involved in moving billions of dollars worth at a day's or a week's notice. So I don't know the exact numbers there or what the adoption looks like. Maybe Paul has some insights there.
Yeah, so Alan, real quick, so if one of your contacts at one of these companies asks you, well, why not just get gold? What's your answer? One sentence answer, because we have to get back.
Yeah, well, Bitcoin is the most finite asset in the world, and while gold, has capped and unlimited supply, Bitcoin's the future.
All right, we're heading back to the main stage of Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Thank you.
Hello, Bitcoin Amsterdam. How are you guys doing? You know, I'm also European, so this is like more the American way, but I live there now, so I hope you can forgive me. But this is going to be an exciting conversation here. I have none other here than William Middelkoop, and he mentioned that he has a very personal connection to this place as well. But before I say that, he is, of course, a former journalist, but you have written also 8 books about all kinds of different topics regarding the economy, business cycles, fiat money, gold, and he is also frequently talking about Bitcoin. And he and I have been discussing this backstage as well. We will be pausing our friendship for the time being to make it a little bit more, controversial. And yes, we had a Bitcoin conference, but it doesn't mean that you always have to hear the same things about like how great Bitcoin is. I mean, no doubt it is. But there should be also some good arguments against that, and we're trying to make it a little bit spicy today. My name is Wolf, and I'm the CEO of Students for Liberty, an international pro-liberty student organization that is active in 107 countries. We actually pay 20 of our staff members in Bitcoin, and I'm a huge fan as well. I also have a master's in Austrian economics and a PhD in political economy. However, the real expert is this gentleman here. And so, Willem, you mentioned earlier that you have a personal connection to this place here because you were dating your wife around here. Is that so?
Yeah, it was about 29 years ago that I met my wife at Westergasfabriek during a party. And, well, here we are, back again.
Very good. And so the audience is hungry for your insights. And so I know that you have, in the past, predicted hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is defined as inflation more than 50% in an annual year. And of course, many economies around the world have seen this, over 50 at this point. And you predicted a crash of the economic order. Now, they have been printing a lot of money, more money than ever before during COVID, and still to this day. But is this still your thesis regarding hyperinflation? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, it's a bit more nuanced. I'm always afraid to use the word hyperinflation because, as you said, that's over 50% higher price every month. So that's very rare. But actually, when I wrote The Big Reset, I tried to explain that we are on the road towards hyperinflation. And we are on a road towards an implosion of the current financial system, which became very close after the Lehman crash in 2008. But we shouldn't forget that the central bankers who are very powerful and who built this system and who still own this system, they understand this very well. I'm always very negative, or I'm often quite negative on central bankers, but if I meet them, they're quite bright. They studied the monetary history. They know the classics. They know hyperinflation can happen. They know money can die. And that's why they keep gold, and that's why they add to their gold reserves, because they know they can always play the gold card to avoid hyperinflation when it's necessary. So I don't predict hyperinflation.
So that's a little bit of a controversial point. So you're saying that central banks, I mean, that's less controversial, but also good human beings, right, somewhat.
Yeah.
But even more so, you're saying that they actually have the power to control the inflation, that it will not run away from them. Tell us more about that.
Well, actually, I've always been an outsider. I used to be a journalist. I even used to be a photojournalist. So when I started to write about the financial system, actually nobody took me that serious. Maybe still true. But actually, I joined a London-based think tank, a monetary think tank, OMVIF. And OMVIF is an odd beast. It's the think tank where central bankers and the private sector meet and discuss these kind of topics. And we could join them because they're always looking for sponsors. And I run the Commodity Discovery Fund, so we pay them 10,000 every year. And then we are allowed to sit in on these Zoom calls, on these meetings with central bankers where they discuss many of these topics. And they won't tell all during these meetings. But during these meetings, you get a very good impression what the current state of affairs is in the financial system, where we're heading, and what they're planning. And what I learned over the last few years is that they're building their own central bank digital currency. They're building their own digital, well, network, one could say. And what I also learned is that they take gold very serious. As a matter of fact, they just asked us if we could write a piece because they want to work on a larger essay on gold in the financial system. So in a way, they're starting to promote gold. And I never hear them about Bitcoin. The only time I hear them about Bitcoin is when they're discussing whether the on and off ramps should be opened or closed. So they see Bitcoin as real alternative money. It's like almost money which, well, they know they can't control Bitcoin, and that's what all you guys like. And that's why all you guys say Bitcoin would be a great successor for the dollar as the world's reserve currency. But since central bankers don't control and can't control Bitcoin, and they can control gold, and they all own gold in their financial reserves, I'm quite sure they'll play the gold card and they won't play the Bitcoin card. There's only one scenario where Bitcoin could take over, and that's the be careful what you wish for scenario. That's when everything collapses. And central bankers and governments will lose control. But then you're in a Mad Max scenario. And then your neighbor with a bigger gun will take your Bitcoins. So you don't want that.
So that's interesting. And since like I'm responsible for bringing some of the Austrian stuff in here, I would say that central bankers are able to control fiat money for a long time might be what Hayek would call the fatal conceit. Right? Because right now in the United States, you have 121% GDP per debt ratio. In the Netherlands, you had 49. So you're in a much better space right now. You have much more time. But I think at some point, they will not be able to print themselves out that anymore. However, they can probably do much more financial repression, instruct people and bigger institutions to take more money and have different investments and so forth, so that you have to hold by force your investments in government debt. All of these things are possible. So, but you're thinking that before Bitcoin ever will be actually discussed as a new money, gold will take over. Central banks will just replace the fiat money system with gold. Is that your thesis right now?
Look, the international financial system is man-made. It's not God-given, it's not given by nature, it's man-made. It's like a plumbing system. And you can change the financial system. So when the major powers in this world agree, it's very easy to morph into a next phase for this financial system. And when I wrote The Big Reset, in the epilogue, I explained there are two scenarios. Hopefully, the East and the West will keep working together within the IMF and move the international monetary system towards a next phase, make it more stable again, by using debt restructurings, a gold revaluation. But the other scenario, what I wrote in 2014, would be when the East and the West wouldn't be friends anymore and would be confronting each other, and then we could have war. And it's very hard for me to accept we're on the path to war now. And especially the US is really preparing for a very large conflict with China and Russia. And what I'm hearing from well-informed sources here in the Netherlands, that US is telling their European allies, well, to prepare for that as well. And this might start to complicate things for the financial system, because then you can't use a joint IMF monetary reset. So I don't have a crystal ball. It's very uncertain what will happen next. But this is the first time in the world ever that all the major blocs, East to West, were all part of this international monetary system. almost using the same rules, using the same plumbing system. This was all different after the Second World War, when we had Bretton Woods, and the US proposed to use the dollar as the new gold, as the world reserve currency. And then China and Russia, the communist country, the communist bloc, they opt out. They built their own system. And once their system collapsed at the late 1980s, they took over our system. And now we had this globalization trend, and now they try to deglobalize. China is trying to build their own system around the BRICS, them leading the BRICS. And the West is trying to decouple from China, which isn't possible. Ask the German car makers. But this is a new trend which only started 2-3 years ago. But it's a major trend. This deglobalization, this decoupling, will go on for quite some time. And I'm afraid once you walk that route of deglobalization and decoupling, this will end in a much larger conflict.
Right. That makes sense geopolitically. Going back to the backing of the monetary system, you think that gold could be something that could stabilize the system if ever it falls out of order. But what prevents something to take gold away? Because there's an inherent incentive for governments to go back to a fiat money system because they can just print themselves out again.
Yes.
So why would they stay on a gold standard? Or you just think it's a short-term thing?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't answer previously, but I was explaining how the former communist countries took over the Western financial system. So now we are in this worldwide plumbing system where money flows freely. And you shouldn't forget that China had very low debt, let's say around 2010. Russia defaulted on their debt in '91. But now, if you look at China, China built up so much debt, it's almost, I think they're more indebted than Europe. They're almost as indebted as Japan. Japan is the world leader in national debt. But now the whole world is full of debt. There's a mountain of debt. And what we've done after the Lehman crisis is only create more debt and create a new layer of debt on top of the old debt, which caused this credit crisis. And we only build more credit and credit. So in a way, all these blocks, even when they are not fully cooperating financially or economically, they all have this same idea that they want to stay in control. That's the only thing which powers care about. They want to stay in control. And in a way, the Chinese leadership is the same as the EU leadership, is the same as the, the White House, the Pentagon leadership. And that's what makes it frightening for guys like us who are trying to put their money in stuff the government can't print, like gold or the digital gold Bitcoin. Because you shouldn't forget these guys in power. They have the guns, they make the laws, and they will never hand over that power to us because we think we have a better plan. And then come back to your question about gold. And because all these entities, Russia, China, EU, US, they all have around the same amount of gold per capita in their central bank vaults. So if they need to change the system, it's so easy for them to use gold and to avoid hyperinflation and to tell the general public, you don't have to be afraid of inflation anymore because we can use gold. And we even had the president of the Dutch Central Bank, Klaas Knot, he was in Buitenhof, which is a leading program on Dutch TV. And he explained on the question why you still own gold. We need gold to bring back trust into the system when this system fails. So we know the game plan. And sorry guys, Bitcoin is not part of their game plan. It can be part of your game plan. It's great to diversify. But look what happened to El Salvador. The IMF openly said 2 weeks ago, El Salvador has to rein in their Bitcoin policy. Otherwise, we have a problem. So they're open about it.
They're fighting it. I mean, that's then their incentives. That makes a lot of sense. And by the way, guys, if you are disagreeing with anything that's being said, follow William Middelkoop on Twitter. And we just tweeted a picture of us. So just like put your comments under there and discuss it a little bit there, so that we can hear your opinion too.
Who's following me on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. There's a bunch here. That's good. He has good stuff out there.
Thank you for that.
He might be wrong about Bitcoin, but there's good stuff there anyways. So now El Salvador feels the pressure of the IMF. The powers that are right now in charge, they want to fight this. But is an example like El Salvador, and we should definitely question all of the motives behind any kind of politicians and don't just be excited about that, because recently, a few months ago, he also talked about price controls. So please know that he's not like the free market hero that some people make him out to be. But still, there's some countries discussing this. So is this not possible that some countries that have been screwed over by the IMF system, by the post-Bretton Woods system, or the Bretton Woods system, that they're adopting Bitcoin and it's more marginal? Maybe it's not Russia, maybe it's not Europe, because Europe is not that innovative, right? Maybe it's not the United States, but maybe it's a smaller one.
Well, that's the best case scenario actually for Bitcoin. That a few countries, and actually President-elect Trump, he said, when I'm re-elected, I will start building a national reserve, 200,000 Bitcoin, whatever.
No, I was in the audience in that speech, and it was mostly bullshit.
Mostly is.
I mean, surprise. But no, he's appealing to the right audience, which is great, and he's talking about Bitcoin, which is great. But
let's forget about him.
No, he basically said the United States right now has a few 10,000 Bitcoin. I don't know how many it is, and they would not sell it. But they've been stolen from some people.
Well, let's forget Trump. The best thing for Bitcoin would be that certain countries, more than the 3 or 4 now who own a bit of Bitcoin, let's say Qatar or Dubai or the Saudis will say, we'll invest 1 or 2% of our reserves in Bitcoin. And then you could have a few more countries doing the same, because then it's not a taboo anymore. Because in the world of central banking and governments, they'll look at each other, and the IMF might get mad. So they all behave. There's a lot of groupthink. And when 1 or 2 of these countries might start to buy some Bitcoin, not flee to Bitcoin, but just diversify a bit, and this would become a trend, that would change a lot. Because this is such a small market with 93% of all Bitcoin already being mined. But actually, I'm afraid there's a small chance that this will happen, because central banks and governments know that once they start diversifying into Bitcoin, they will put so much more pressure on the current financial system. So in a way, they will help to break the financial system, which might then lose control, and that's the last thing they want. So, and there will be a lot of communication, not openly, but through the back doors and diplomatic channels, and the IMF and everybody will call the central bank, please don't do this, because this might bring the system down.
So Willem, to restate your argument, to fully understand that, you're saying because the incentives are against them adopting Bitcoin, it wouldn't happen. But does that same argument not apply to also gold? Because it also takes away power from them. It's tethered to something hard, something that cannot be inflated that easily, so therefore shouldn't be any incentive. So why don't they just do another currency reform, do a haircut, do some inflation, introduce a new euro or whatever?
Of course, but that's what they try to do. in the big reset, I proposed that we need a gold revaluation. But there's not one central banker who has proposed that yet. They know they can play the gold revaluation card, but they will only do that when the crisis in the fiat money system is that large that they'll need to play that joker. And they will try to stabilize the system by bringing the central bank digital currency, by changing laws. There was this new law or proposal here in the Netherlands that as a wealthy individual, if you want to immigrate, there's an exit tax. So expect much more financial repression. And people who have all their savings in Bitcoin, be very careful, because when they close the on and off ramps, and we've seen that happening in the Netherlands already, people who used to bank, had an account with the Rabobank, if they had a business account there, they couldn't do any trades with or in Bitcoin. So I'm afraid we'll see much more financial repression, a lot less financial freedom, and that's why I'm already diversifying my assets also outside Europe. I bought a few apartments in Dubai, because Dubai is for me the new Switzerland. Switzerland was neutral for 200 years, but now they took part in the Western sanctions against Russia. And don't forget, there are 140 countries worldwide who didn't join the Western sanctions. And, well, you need to diversify, and maybe if you're quite wealthy, you also need to look outside your own jurisdiction, maybe.
So it makes a lot of sense. Of course, there's the danger with on and off ramps, and we've seen this being shut down in some governments, and some governments also returned it again. India, for instance, and China's also like sometimes wobbly on that. Yeah, the risks also happened with gold, of course, historically with 1913 and the executive order there. So it's all about like risk management and not putting, I guess what you're saying, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Which makes sense.
But it happens a lot in the crypto space. The crypto space is like the real estate space. Many real estate investors, they have all their money in real estate. And now they know that they're a bit fucked because of the change of the tax system here in the Netherlands. But I see that a lot in the crypto community as well. Everything in crypto, because crypto has been the fastest horse in the race. And that's the way how you can make money and become wealthy. But if you have created a bit of wealth through crypto, be sure to diversify.
Absolutely, and be careful with the C word in this audience here. We only say Bitcoin.
I agree, I agree.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I agree.
And we know that you do, because that's what you're focusing on. You have also invested in Bitcoin as well. But yeah, it seems like you do see that there is a case for it, but gold might be still like the stronger horse. On a theoretical level, do you think that gold is still superior to Bitcoin in some aspects, like monetary aspects, or do you think it's mostly just because of the beliefs of the central bankers and the politicians and just like older generations that think like, oh, I can touch gold, it's shiny, therefore valuable?
No, I'm on the record because during a podcast 2 years ago, I explained why Bitcoin is the best money ever invented. You know, that's a fact.
Amen.
It's not to please you, but if you look, I'm a student of monetary history. If you study monetary history, you will learn that over 200 fiat money systems have failed over the last few hundred years. And Bitcoin is even superior to gold because you can store your wealth. It doesn't matter what location you use. And that's unique about Bitcoin. And in a way, Bitcoin is more scarce than gold because there's still a lot of gold to be mined. Gold is very scarce, but in Bitcoin, 93% is already being mined. And if you look at the way Bitcoin was designed, it is superior money. But we have to be realistic. And from a central bank point of view, gold is superior to Bitcoin. And if you want to know what will happen next, you have to understand what the people in power will do.
Sure.
Yeah. But I explained
it's superior based on the beliefs in the people in the system right now, not necessarily because of the technical aspects of Bitcoin versus gold.
No, Bitcoin is designed in a way that you could even say that people have been thinking and building and designing money systems for over 5,000 years. And I think Bitcoin is the first which solved almost all, or maybe all of the problems money faces. And that's so fucking special, I once said in a podcast. And that also explains why we have these kind of conferences worldwide. It really, especially younger people, I'm always surprised that us boomers, it took me a bit longer to understand this. But the younger generation, it's like they understood this from the start and they ran with it. And it has built such a powerful community worldwide. But it's not the community who is in power. And then they will say, the Bitcoiners, but we will be next. And again, be careful what you wish for.
Indeed. So we have like only one more question left, if you can answer this fast. So right now we're living under a petrodollar system. If you don't know what that is, Google it, Bitcoin Magazine. Alex Gladstein has a fantastic article about the petrodollar in there. But recently Saudi Arabia said that they don't want to price their oil in dollars anymore. However, they're still doing it. So nothing has changed right now. How do you see that?
No. It's a bit more nuanced as well. We are in a petrodollar system. We were in a petrodollar system, and that was because the US took the dollar off the gold standards in '71. So then we had a dollar crisis, and then Henry Kissinger had a great idea. Let's ask the Saudis to join our team. We'll give them all security and military assistance they need, and then they have to assure that all oil from the Saudis and OPEC would only be sold in dollars. And that worked until 2 years ago. And then China made a deal with the Saudis that they could pay with their own currency. So now Saudi accepts other currencies than the dollar as well.
Okay.
And that means the end of the current petrodollar system, but it doesn't mean the Saudis don't accept dollars anymore. And that's why I believe that we'll have two separate systems. The dollar system will stay around in the Western world. We'll keep trading and investing in dollars, but the BRICS community will build their own currency, their own trading system, and make their own deals, maybe commodity-based, and this could be a big change for the international financial system, that we move from a unipolar to a multipolar world. So the dollar won't be the sole reserve currency anymore. We'll have several next to it.
Fascinating. Give it up to William Middelkoop.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine live desk, coming live to you from Bitcoin Amsterdam. My name is Aaron van Widdem. I'm the editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by Alan Helm, head of product at Bitcoin for Corporations, and Amanda Fabiano, co-founder of Second Gate Advisory. Amanda and Alan, both. We just heard Willem Middelkoop, Dutch Goldbach, basically talk about how states will never put Bitcoin on their balance sheets. No strategic Bitcoin reserves for states because it would destabilize, well, the fiat currency system and basically undermine the power of the state themselves. Your thoughts?
I think a lot of the fiat is already broken, and we're seeing countries already start to mine Bitcoin. So you wonder, like, where is that Bitcoin going? Do they already hold Bitcoin on balance sheet? I think
which countries are mining Bitcoin?
There's been talk that Russia mines Bitcoin, although they haven't really said it. Kazakhstan mines Bitcoin, Venezuela mines Bitcoin, Iran, and there's one more that I'm not thinking of. But yeah, there's like 4 or 5 different countries that are already mining.
So, and your assumption is that they are holding on to the Bitcoin as a sort of Bitcoin strategic reserve?
There has to be some hold, right? Or maybe they're selling, right? And then that's allowing them to build. But either way, they're mining Bitcoin, so they're involved in the network in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, Alan, any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't really buy into Willem's argument here that nation states aren't incentivized to want to adopt Bitcoin. Like, we already see they have gold on their balance sheets, right? And similar to corporations, like, ultimately, the control of the monetary supply means nothing if that currency is valued at nothing, right? So depending on, like incentives, everyone's got different incentives here. Like, it's, first mover advantage, right? The first one to do it, which has been El Salvador, right, is going to be at a competitive advantage here. And so I just don't really think the argument as a whole stands up very well.
That's the other country, El Salvador. They're also mining Bitcoin.
That's right. The
exactly.
the most important one.
Exactly. Whoops.
Speaking of mining, why is there no mining in Europe, Amanda?
Energy costs are just too high, and the policies around energy are just not useful to miners, right? You need to be in a position where you feel super confident that the infrastructure you're building is not going to be something that is going to continue to be, pushed back on. You're spending millions of dollars on transformers, on containers, right? On building a community around that. And right now, that cost is just too high in Europe. You're seeing miners, do things in the U.S. like help stabilize the grid, right? Like, that's not really an option in Europe, I don't think, right? Or I haven't heard of. I think also capital markets is a little bit harder, right, for miners to build over here too. So I think, I'm pretty bearish on European mining. I think we've seen a lot more in Africa as like a new location, which is pretty cool, but I think dominance will still remain in the US.
I mean, I've got a question for you. So I know you've been involved a lot over stateside in the U.S. with policymakers, just, overall energy and, the symbiotic relationship that there is there with mining. There's a lot of EU policymakers here as well. Just curious what kind of conversations you've had with them there.
And I haven't had any, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I think I might be like American proud over here.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. It's time to go back to the main stage of Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Am I saying or am I?
Nation state power play. Bitcoin strategic reserves. Okay, so I'd like to invite to stage our amazing panel. Welcoming back again actually, is Tom van Lamoen from the Libertarian Party, Pierre Ricard from Riot Platforms, we have Shinobi Trolls from Bitcoin Magazine, and we have our wonderful moderator, David Zell from Bitcoin Policy Institute. So let's raise the roof. Come on, guys, let's get some energy for our next panel.
Welcome, everybody. We are here to talk about nation-state power play, Bitcoin strategic reserves. I'm David Zell. I run a think tank in Washington that examines Bitcoin's societal impacts. It's called the Bitcoin Policy Institute. To my left, we've got Shinobi, we've got Tom, and we've got Pierre.
Excuse me, my name is Matthew Pines.
Yeah, we had a last-minute substitution, but happy to have Shinobi with us. So why don't you guys take a second and introduce yourselves?
So hi, I'm Shinobi, the technical editor at Bitcoin Magazine. I am pretty much the person to yell at if technical facts are incorrectly stated in Bitcoin Magazine publications. And other than that, I don't know. I've spent way too much time obsessing over how Bitcoin works, so I've wound up knowing a lot about it.
All right. Tom?
Yeah, I'm Tom van Lamoen. I'm the party leader of the Dutch Libertarian Party, so I'm a politician. Don't call me that because I don't like it, but here we are. And I've been an activist in the monetary system for like 15 years, very much against fractional reserve banking, central banking, and a proud Bitcoin maxi.
Hi, my name is Pierre Rochard. I'm the Vice President of Research at Riot Platforms. I also helped co-found the Satoshi Nakamoto Institute, and I'm also a libertarian. But I don't know if I'm a politician. I wouldn't use that title.
Neither would I. So look, guys, today this conversation is going to be a bit of a debate. I think Pierre over there is sort of in favor of nation-state strategic reserves of
Strongly
Bitcoin.
in favor.
Sorry?
Strongly in favor.
Strongly in favor. Let the record reflect that. The gentlemen here in the middle both have reservations, criticisms. I guess we'll sort of see that hash out. But the way today is going to work is Pierre's going to take 5 minutes and give you the case for nation-state reserves, why these are good. Tom and Shinobi are going to take 5 minutes each and respond, give their ideas. We're going to let Pierre wrap it up. And then we're going to have time at the end for these guys to kind of ask questions, go back and forth. And then maybe we'll take an audience vote at the end and see whether or not we're in favor of strategic reserves here. So, Pierre, you want to just kick it off and maybe sort of set the framing for what exactly a strategic reserve is?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, a strategic reserve would be the government holding some quantity of Bitcoin on their balance sheet as an asset. And the reason why I think that they should do this, there's, first of all, just the same reasons why any corporation or individual or family or a nonprofit would want to have a Bitcoin reserve. Because of Bitcoin's finite scarcity, right? There's only going to be 21 million. So we can start from there. And then, of course, the permissionless nature of transacting with it, self-custody. It comes down to the freedom of holding your own money, of controlling your own money and being empowered in that way. I think that when we talk about a nation state, then the only difference is that we're talking about a nation state. And so we have to think about, OK, well, in the context of a nation state, do those arguments still hold that we would want this entity to hold reserves of Bitcoin? And I think it does. First of all, from a philosophical perspective, what I really enjoyed hearing was Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, on national television saying, Bitcoin is above governments. And I think that that's a really keen insight that he had, and one that I've heard from Bitcoiners a lot over the years. And it comes down to the fact that by being decentralized, Bitcoin is outside of the control of any single government, and that when we think about a nation state adopting a Bitcoin reserve, in my mind, they are bending the knee to the private sector, if we want to call it that, to the market, to human freedom, to say that, hey, we're going to adopt a monetary asset that's open source and that's outside of our control, and we're doing it in a way where the government becomes a pleb, right? It's a levelizing way of they become a peer on the network. So I think that I don't see a concern of governments controlling Bitcoin per se by adopting it. And then it's a matter of, OK, well, do we want the government to get the same benefits that individuals and corporations get from Bitcoin? And here, there might be irreconcilable differences between those who say, well, we want the government to collapse and to go away and to disappear, and so therefore, we don't want to give them any tools that would benefit them. Then there's the opposite perspective of actually we want some form of government. Now, whether it's territorial monopoly, like a state, like a very, or if it's a more competitive polycentric law, something more libertarian along those lines. At the end of the day, we want some kind of governance structure in our society to engage in some collective action projects. And we want them to do it in the best way possible. And if we have a very optimistic view of the government and of wanting to improve it, and we have hope, then it's obvious that we should want the government to have a Bitcoin reserve so that it will have the resources to serve the citizens.
All right. Tom, why don't we start with you and your perspective?
Sure. Well, Pierre said a lot of things, of course. Let's not make this into a libertarian discussion about how much government we want. It's a totally different subject. So, but in my opinion, I'm principled libertarian, and from these viewpoints, it's pretty easy. If your government can buy Bitcoin, you're paying too much taxes, in my opinion. It's the people who should own Bitcoin and not your government. So this is, of course, a very libertarian view. But even if you accept that your government is going to buy Bitcoin, then there's still a lot of criticism that goes with it. The first thing is for the balance sheet, as you said. When government holds Bitcoin on their balance sheet, it incentivizes them to print more money. Even in the way, because then their Bitcoin will become worth more. So debasing the currency is an implied incentive. But also their balance sheet will look more healthy. So they are able to loan more money and to go more deficit spending without having to go to Congress, if we take the United States for an example. And for me, it's very different. If we look at El Salvador, they've just said, we're not going to do any deficit spending. We're going to have we won't go over budget. And this is, in my opinion, a very good thing, of course, as an example. But I think the United States is not really there yet. It's the country that's most addicted to money printing, with 35 trillion in debt. So if the United States would put it on their balance sheet, I think it would only incentivize them to do more deficit spending without having to go to Congress to raise the debt ceiling. So in my opinion, this is kind of not good for the people in the country. It's good for Bitcoin, it's good for the Bitcoiners, but me, for sure, I'm Bitcoiner first and then politician, but from a political viewpoint, you have to do what's best for all your constituents in the country, not just the Bitcoiners. So if you want to debase the currency and cause very much inflation, maybe even hyperinflation when you put on the printer to buy Bitcoin, I think it will create also, because it's so bad for the people, it will create sentiment against Bitcoin. Bitcoin could be seen as the cause of this. And the other argument I want to make is strategic reserves themselves. Of course, Bitcoin might be just for on the balance sheet, like gold is, but we can see other strategic reserves being used politically. We can see Joe Biden was selling the oil reserves just to get down the price because it was good for sentiment against him. Oh, the oil price is going too high, it's not good for my image, so I have to sell the reserves to fix my image. It's going to be politicized. You can see now with the disaster relief in the United States as well. I think it's very harsh, but it's also a strategic reserve, like for FEMA, disaster relief, and they're going to use it politically. So if they have Bitcoin on their balance sheet, maybe we can see that Donald Trump will put it on the balance sheet and he will use it ethically, just for reserves and for a good balance sheet. But we don't know who the next president will be, and he can just use it to sell it off in one big bunch, crash the Bitcoin market, which is also a problem, of course. And then he can just use it for, I will make the train fare for free. You will campaign on something, I will give you free stuff, and I'll sell the Bitcoin. We never know what will happen in the future.
All right. So that's one angle of criticism from Tom, and Shinobi, I suspect your angle is going to be a bit different. So let's hear it.
Well, I have a couple points to touch on. And first of all, I think even in the most optimistic case of Bitcoin price performance in the long term, the value that Bitcoin could add as a reserve asset is insignificant to any country, anywhere, especially something the size of the US. When you really take into consideration what's the reasonable amount of coins they could accumulate, what will be the cost of that to them, and then even in the most optimistic price appreciation, what does that really matter in terms of the backdrop of the overall deficit, the overall budget? The most delusional Bitcoiner who is still bullish should just immediately go talk to a doctor if they think that those types of price levels are going to be seen anytime soon. And just to try to make this such a political football in the context of how irrelevant it is economically just seems like a complete waste of time to me. The risk-reward calculus of that is just broken. especially if you think about the context of like what other second order effects is such an endorsement or adoption by government going to have in terms of how they have to approach this issue now going forward based on public sentiment. Like Bitcoin is a thing anyone can use for anything. Every fucked up thing that gets done with Bitcoin after a change like that now becomes something that that government has to indirectly answer for. Like they endorsed this. They said, yay, this thing. We are diverting like public money to accumulate it. And the incentives there just seem to me like that's going to cause the worst case scenario of how Bitcoin can be attacked by governments, like strangulating regulation, like surveillance baked into everything, insane requirement overheads for like what you have to oblige the government for if you interact with in this space, for them to justify like what they've done economically, allocating into Bitcoin, like endorsing it that way. And I just feel like the entire incentive alignment structure of an action like this is something that is delusional in my opinion, just hoping government will abdicate their attempts to influence and control things and just go, okay, we give up, guys. Or that's the incentive to just be as like animist as possible, to attack this and try to subvert it in every possible way just because of the realities of politics and them being held to account to public opinion and how what they've done for some strategic higher order reason, they still have to look at how normal people are going to react to and perceive that and what their reaction to that is going to be. And I see that as just setting up the worst case, like nightmare scenario of Bitcoin dealing with something adversarial. Like governments actually having a sustainable incentive to try to subvert it in like logical, tactical, long-term ways rather than just the stupid, futile attempts that we're used to. And I just think the whole thing is the worst idea possible.
All right. So a lot of good arguments made. I guess maybe we briefly recap. So Tom is sort of saying that if a government is buying Bitcoin, they're taxing too much, saying that he wants individuals to accumulate and worries that the sort of slush fund, so to speak, could just be used for short-term expedient political gain by a greedy politician. And Shinobi makes a different argument, saying that the economic benefit, even in the most bullish scenario, isn't there. And in exchange for maybe nothing economically, you take on political risk because politicians who buy Bitcoin have to justify that purchase when things happen. And so maybe that sort of creates more attention on deleterious regulation. So a couple of interesting counter arguments, and Pierre, maybe you could go through them in turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm always for lower taxes. So I definitely think that's a huge drawback of building a strategic reserve. I think that money should just go back into our pockets. But then if we look at it over the long term, in my mind, having a strategic reserve could help lower taxes long term because now you're going to be able to draw on that reserve rather than tax in the future. So in my mind, it's just shifting the timing of the taxes. And then if we've got price appreciation, then it's going to lower taxes because the government will have resources that they wouldn't otherwise have. I think that in terms of the incentives that it creates, I think that the incentives are good. That it's going to shift both the mindset of the voter and of the politician towards a longer time horizon, whereas the fiat currency system very much emphasizes a short-term horizon. And so then, in terms of the political football aspect of this and getting more state attention on it, which they could do negatively, I don't see how that changes, just the logic of that. Because in my mind, them not having Bitcoin means that they're going to be more hostile towards Bitcoin. And then if they have Bitcoin, then they're going to defend it more. They might even get involved in mining or getting software developers to work on it. So the incentives, I think, are the incentive change is positive. Now, not 100% in the sense that, yes, you'll still have politicians who make short-term decisions and who will sell the bottom or panic sell or something like that. So that's where it's really interesting. And if we look at the bill that Senator Lummis proposed, it was really about creating a long-term structure in the law that says that, OK, we're going to accumulate these Bitcoin, and then we're not going to spend them for 20 years. Right? And so then you put that in place to bind future politicians to the long-term horizon. And the other part of Bitcoin as a strategic reserve that is differentiated from any other reserve is the aspect of how it's secured. So with Bitcoin, you can do a multi-sig. With gold, you have to put it all into Fort Knox and surrounded by the US military. And so I think the gold custody is very centralizing from an organizational perspective even. Whereas with Bitcoin, you can decentralize the keys and have a multi-sig with lots of different locations, even different parts of the government, right? So it's not just the military securing Bitcoin, but you also have civilian control, and you could have 50 keys in each state. So I think that it unlocks a lot to have the cryptographic technology of Bitcoin. It could help reduce the risk of misuse of the Bitcoin reserve and really keep it for exigent circumstances or for big opportunities in the future.
All right. So what about Shinobi's point that the price appreciation may not be sort of sufficient to generate economic benefits? What's your sort of specific response to that?
Yeah, I'd have to run the numbers on a spreadsheet because Bitcoin's a $1 trillion market cap today at $60,000. The national debt in the U.S. is $35 trillion, and so let's take the absurd scenario that somehow the U.S. government has all the Bitcoin, right? So they got $1 trillion of Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin would have to 35x, right, to be equal to the national debt. And that's assuming they get 100% of the Bitcoin. And so if they only get 10%, now it's got a 350x to pay off the national debt or something like that. So those are big numbers. And I don't want to get too bullish up here in the bull arena. But I don't see. I'd have to see like Shinobi's spreadsheet to see why that is such a unrealistic number, because it seems like it's bullish, but it's Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin goes up, and it has gone up by orders of magnitude in the past, and I don't see why it would not go up orders of magnitude in the future under particular scenario.
Pierre, we are experiencing 10 years in the desert. Like, on a serious note, though, like, my entire thesis about Bitcoin from a market point of view has always been it will hit some inflection point and the price behavior will fundamentally change. Like, these exponential market cycles that we've seen progressively for the last decade plus, it's predicated on a market dynamic driven by a certain level of liquidity and volume, like a certain size. And we have grown to such a massive scope, like not only has the assumption of exponential price appreciation just stuck with everybody, but the lack of understanding that the exponential increase of liquidity required to continue those types of price appreciations is a factor. And so I do not fundamentally believe that we are just going to see this as a cyclical thing that keeps repeating. Like, yes, obviously I hold Bitcoin. I think there is a bullish potential for it. That's why I still own it. But in my mind, those have always been, eventually it's going to get to a point requiring fundamental drivers. Like, people aren't just allocating into Bitcoin because this is the price model or like how people are analyzing or projecting it's going to perform. It's, I literally have no utilitarian option other than to do this. That, in my mind, is the world essentially turning into Mad Max land. And as screwed up as things are, I don't think we're anywhere near that. And so, like...
Well, yeah. I agree with you from a transactional perspective that, you know, using an on-chain wallet, that it would really only go fully mainstream in a Mad Max scenario where you need, you know, maximum decentralization to protect yourself. And, but I think that from a store of value perspective, I don't think that you need a Mad Max scenario. In fact, I think that would be very negative for the value of Bitcoin if we were in that situation, because your purchasing power would decrease so much because they're just less being produced, right, in that chaotic scenario. So when I look at it, I think that your criticism is valid from a transactional perspective. From a store of value perspective, though, I think that we're at less than 1% adoption. Bitcoin has an extreme amount of utility from a store of value perspective, right? When we think about long-term savings, that is really its product market fit. And so that is what has been attracting so many people over the past 15 years. And the fundamentals there have only improved. And the adoption is very far from any kind of ceiling. There's still, you know, it's a drop in the ocean when we compare it to the wider world of wealth. And so I think that, you know, I don't know the future with a crystal ball, but I don't think that all of the returns on Bitcoin are in the past, and that in the future it's just going to be muddling along, or, you know, 8% a year or something like that. I think that we're going to continue to see tremendous value appreciation.
Shinobi, sure.
Well, just really quick, like, I feel like that ignores the strange loop of like how the store of value function works, which is ultimately rooted in speculation over like a means of exchange, that will be achieved in the future. And that is the whole predicate that the store of value function bootstrapping actually works. And so if we just try to isolate those things and not work on one or the other, it's just going to like not continue functioning the same way. Like, that expectation that has historically driven like its fulfillment of that store of value function needs to like remain an expectation realistically. Otherwise, that behavior loop is not going to continue functioning the same way. And like where we're at right now, like the expectations, in my opinion, on a technical level, have far exceeded the practical ability to deliver on anything. And so I think we are witnessing those two things decouple. And that's going to not play out the way it has historically, in my opinion, until they're recoupled, until we actually develop the technical means to maintain those expectations that market participants are going to act on.
Tom, do you have thoughts here?
Yes, I think so. I think we all have pretty much valid arguments. This is kind of turning into a means of exchange versus asset discussion. And when we look at Austrian economics, like it's more of like a chicken or the egg story, you know. And when we follow Austrian economics, it says value comes from being used as a means of exchange, not just as an asset. But in my opinion, it's fully intertwined. Like when we look at how money came into existence, how it was formed, it wasn't like they started trading with berries and berries became the money. No, because berries they will rot away. You need some store of value in your means of exchange. So it's not either or the other, in my opinion. But I think we do need to look at both sides in what is best for Bitcoin adoption, because there's always the centralization risk. You know, I'm a staunch follower of Jeff Booth, and he can say this much better than me. But if Bitcoin will be purely seen as an asset, and dollar and fiat money will always be more liquid than Bitcoin, in my opinion. So if we only see it as an asset, then we might go like retrace history. And with gold was first very much centralized. We had gold coins and everybody owned the gold. But when gold became the gold standard, it was centralized in the banks, in governments, in the central banks. If you go this route and Bitcoin becomes the backing of currencies, even if it's just strategic reserves and not truly the backing of a currency, in practice, it's almost similar. So I think it's a big centralization risk if we accept that Bitcoin will only be seen as an asset.
So Pierre, what do you think? I mean, does a strategic reserve make some sort of proto-Bitcoin dollar more likely? And if so, does that create centralization risks in your mind?
I do think it makes it more likely. I mean, I think that de facto you would be indirectly backing the dollar with Bitcoin. Now, the huge difference with a gold standard is that the ratio would not be fixed. Right, so the Bitcoin would continue to freely float against the dollar in this with this kind of reserve. To the point though of, is that what we want? Right? Is that as a crypto anarchist cyberpunk movement? Do we really want everybody on layer 6 using Visa with dollars that are indirectly backed by Bitcoin? Through the Federal Reserve. And so, I think that's a totally valid perspective to say, hey, no, this is not the destination that we want to get to. I would argue, though, that it is a means to that destination. And that's probably the most controversial part. But when we look at what are the limits on Bitcoin adoption currently, I think the biggest limit is the anxiety that people have with regards to the volatility, and that they don't want, and so that now people are talking about, oh, well, stable coins, all this. It goes back to exactly that, of having a fiat currency that's indirectly backed by Bitcoin or treasuries and whatnot. So I think the centralization risk is already fully manifested with people using USD tethers on Tron, right? So it's like saying, well, is that a risk? It's not a risk in the sense that it's already happening. It's already being realized. And so I don't see it as like additive that, oh, if we add Bitcoin reserves into the mix, now we're increasing the risk. I don't think that's the case at all. I think that, if anything, we're helping distribute Bitcoin to the greatest audience possible, right? So this is the same analysis I have of MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy got hundreds of thousands of shareholders who hold shares of MicroStrategy onto Bitcoin. And when I was at Kraken and we added custodial Lightning, we added millions of users onto the Lightning network. Now, granted, they didn't each have their own channels, their own UTXOs on the base chain. But I just see it as part of the process of, hey, there's a funnel. At the end of that funnel is, hey, not your keys, not your Bitcoin, run your own node, have your BitAxe miner on your desktop, and be a sovereign citizen. I think that's the destination. And then there's lots of different paths that people have taken to get there, whether it's S-coining or using stable coins, or in the future, seeing a strategic Bitcoin reserve and thinking to yourself, well, if it's good enough for the government, maybe it's good enough for me. And I think that's the social proof element of it is really important as well, because when we think about accelerating Bitcoin adoption, do you have a higher leverage opportunity than the former US president and hopefully the next US president, Donald J. Trump, on stage, talking about the importance of never selling your Bitcoin? I think that's great marketing for Bitcoin adoption, regardless of whether a strategic reserve happens or not. The politics of it are very positive for Bitcoin, shifting the narrative away from energy consumption and criminal use towards debating the merits of using Bitcoin as a reserve and debating how high is the Bitcoin price going to go. I think that's a much better debate.
Shinobi, you look like you have something to say.
So I don't think it's going to shift the narrative in that way at all, as far as just away from negative things to positive things. I think that type of involvement of the governments endorsing and supporting Bitcoin to that degree is going to create like the horrible situation of we have to justify this. And now every tiny example of like something horrendous or horrible or fucked up that is done with Bitcoin, the government is now answerable for. And that's going to be the narrative that it creates, is we have to do something about this. And there will be a significant amount of people who will just go, yeah, do something about this. That's fucked up. And that becomes the incentive to just distort and attack Bitcoin in an actually tactically subversive way, rather than just impulsively or like, I'm going to do this dumb thing because but like long-term strategically, how do we actually undermine this? And it's just like, I don't see any scenario where this type of like government involvement with holding and accumulating Bitcoin doesn't go that way, unless you want to just go on a last minute bent to the left out of nowhere and start talking about DAOs on Bitcoin and how we can make DAOs work.
Yeah, I guess when we look at what happened with Elizabeth Warren recently, a year ago now, with the October 7th attack, and she immediately came out and said that Hamas used Bitcoin to perform their terrorism or to finance it. And so I guess from my perspective, we're already there, right? They're already trying to weaponize and scaremonger events and distort. And so I don't see how a reserve changes things in a negative direction. I can only see how it would change things in a positive direction.
Well, just it makes you responsible directly. Like, whereas like currently you can just go, we'll do some, this symbolic thing that accomplishes nothing. But where you actively endorse and participate in the thing, the incentive or socially assumed requirement to do something actually effective is so much greater than just, this thing that we're not involved with and fix the bad thing. It's like, no, you're enabling the bad thing yourself directly.
I think we know empirically that their incentive is to cover it up when they're involved. And so we saw this in exactly the same scenario where Iran was money laundering billions of dollars through the Federal Reserve. And they didn't have money laundering controls on this. And rather than, try to take any kind of responsibility, they tried to cover it up and say, well, we fixed it, now it's not a problem. But I think the incentive is not so much to attack Bitcoin as it would be to, hey, let's not take any responsibility and pretend nothing happened.
Sure. Well, we are closing up on time here, and so I think this has been an interesting conversation. I mean, you're kind of left to decide whether or not you think the government's incentive to crack down on Bitcoin meaningfully changes if it adopts it, and sort of by proxy, whether or not leaving it untouched is as much of an endorsement as purchasing it. So fascinating conversation. One thing we never addressed, though, is how far out in left field is this debate, right? We sort of just jumped into it. And so I think with closing thoughts, it would be good for each of you to share just roughly what probability you assign to, let's say, the US government adopting a reserve in, let's call it the next decade. So maybe we start with you, Shinobi, and go down concluding thoughts and probability of SBR.
Well, honestly, I think that is just kind of like, how messed up does the world get? Like, the more messed up it gets in the next decade, the more possible that becomes. But even with how screwed up everything is now, like, under 5%. Like, I do not realistically see Bitcoin anytime soon becoming that important of a political issue that it would actually get pushed through Congress. Like, we're just barely at the point where we have like a small group of politicians in both parties that are open to and engaging with this space. Like, to just think through like the support it would require from Congress and the president as a whole to like actually not have to deal with the judiciary if you're trying to step over lines or change them. Like, I don't see it as practical. Like, it's...
Yeah, Tom, what do you think? And maybe you can answer for the Netherlands.
Well, in my opinion, nobody knows the future, right? But well, Trump and Kennedy both were at Bitcoin Nashville. They were talking about adopting Bitcoin as strategic reserve. So now it's out in the open, they've talked about it. So in my opinion, this changes a lot. And I see that adopting Bitcoin as strategic reserves is in the next decade, in my opinion, is now above 50% that it will happen. But of course, that's what I'm saying. And it's still, in my opinion, always like the current financial system, which Bitcoin tries to undermine, maybe, that's a political opinion, of course, has a lot of lobby power and has a lot of strength still. So it's going to be like the end game. We'll see what happens next.
All right.
And I think all the arguments we had is just like, we know what the end will be. Bitcoin is unavoidable, and I think we all agree. It's just the way towards it is the discussion. And I fully hope, like yesterday, Jack Mallers was saying the same thing. United States are all set to put on the printer to start buying Bitcoin. If this happens, I don't think it's the best for the public in the United States, but when it happens, hopefully, it will be the last time they can ever use the printer.
All right, 30 seconds, Pierre.
Yeah, I'd give it 50-50, which is currently the odds of Kamala versus Trump getting elected. But, you know, I think that it depends on how good the world is. And the better things turn out, the more likely it is that we'll have a strategic reserve. The more freedom-loving politicians we have in office that understand Bitcoin and understand its value, the more likely it is.
All right. Give it up for these guys.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin Amsterdam. I am Frank Corva, the business and political correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, I am joined by Tracy Hoyos Lopez, industry liaison for the Advocacy Project, and Amanda Fabiano to her left, co-founder of Second Gate Advisory. Amanda, we're nearing the end of day one here. We just heard this amazing talk talking about Bitcoin being used as a strategic reserve asset for government. Almost kind of insane to think about that we're already at this phase of governments talking about holding it as a strategic reserve asset, the U.S. government included. Your thoughts?
I think it would be fantastic if governments start to use Bitcoin as a strategic reserve. It's an incredible asset, right? Why we all have it, why we're all here. I do think that we've seen a lot of adoption and thought process of that might becoming a thing, especially with the Trump campaign. So hopefully we have, you know, a future president that is interested in having further discussions on that being a thing.
Let's stick with that. So Trump is now talking about Bitcoin. We know that the rest of the world is paying attention. I actually came from a panel where someone was talking about China paying attention to it more because Trump is talking about it. How much does this set game theory in motion, Bitcoin game theory in motion?
Well, first, you're welcome.
Yes. Please tell us a little bit about your role in that too, if you don't mind.
I got David the introduction to President Trump. And then David, Amanda, and I worked together to get President Trump to the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. But before he even came to Nashville, it was how do we orange pill him, which we did.
Yes, you did.
And you know, it was a very successful event that occurred because it kind of put the foot in the gas pedal with Bitcoin to the rest of the world.
Yep.
Now everybody's looking at a strategic reserve. Now everyone's looking at, hey, this Bitcoin thing, it may be real.
Yeah, and one of the things I think is most notable to say, when he does talk about crypto, he does make a point to differentiate between Bitcoin and crypto. Is that part of the work that you did as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So doing that sort of work, does it really mean sitting down with him taking a genuine interest in this sort of thing? Do you feel like him? And I know we had his son on the live desk with us in Nashville, and when we're talking with them, there's genuine talking points. This is money that's censorship resistant. This is money that dictators can't confiscate, right? So is that process, has it been eye-opening for him to genuinely say, like, I know that this is a wedge issue or something that people care about, but is he actually sort of learning in the process?
I think that, well, one is he's the money man.
That's right.
He understands money really well. So explaining Bitcoin to him wasn't like explaining Bitcoin to someone who doesn't understand finance or money or the history of money or the history of banking, right? He knows it.
Understood.
So once you're able to sit down, and here's the wonderful thing about President Trump is he's actually willing to listen to anybody talk. So he'll sit down with you and he'll listen to what you have to say. And if it's something good, he'll be like, okay, tell me more.
Yes.
I think that was the most eye-opening thing for me, is like hearing him say, I want to hear about this and I want to learn about it, and sitting there and listening. I think, there's Bitcoin, as we always talk about, should be an apolitical thing, but we have one side that's willing to listen to us and one side that's not. And so I think, as businesses grow, you see this division happening, and people just want to run a business normally. They don't want to have to constantly be stressed out about things popping up that shouldn't be. They just want to be treated normally.
Yes, this is important. And I think we can very much, I think we were all in the room when he came to PubKey in New York City and actually came there to buy some burgers with Bitcoin. The rest of the world, I don't think my phone stopped blowing up for a few days after that, asking if what happened there was real. So just some final thoughts on that. You have Donald Trump showing up to buy Bitcoin, genuinely listening to us as we asked him questions. What was that moment like?
I mean, he gave me a burger that he purchased with Bitcoin. I ate it, and it was delicious. PubKey burgers are really good.
Shout out to PubKey. Get those PubKey burgers.
PubKey.
And Thomas.
On that note, we are getting pumped up. Amanda, I wanted to hear what you have to say. We do have to kick it back to the main stage, though. We will be right back after this. We're heading back to the main stage. Again, we're here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk. We'll be right back.
There we are. All right. So thank you all for being here, listening to our presentation. So we are here announcing 2140. My name is Ruben Thompson.
And I'm Josie.
Nice.
So 2140 is a nonprofit foundation aimed at supporting Bitcoin development. And where we came up with the name for 2140 is a reference to when the last subsidy is going to be mined in the year 2140. And so what we hope to inspire here is this idea of long-term sustainable support for Bitcoin development.
So yeah, I've been in Bitcoin since 2014 when I started the Bitcoin meetup in Seoul, South Korea. And really, like at the time, I was also new to Bitcoin and sort of learning about how Bitcoin works. And what fascinated me is what fascinates everybody, that Bitcoin is decentralized money, money that nobody can control. And that got me thinking, if nobody controls Bitcoin, who is responsible for the software, for maintaining it, for doing all the work? And that was sort of the thing that made me realize, ultimately, it's up to everyone, right? It's up to you guys, it's up to us, it's up to me. And that really motivated me to think about, OK, well, there's this thing that I like, this decentralized money. And if I want it to continue to exist, I should also contribute. And that's really what made me think about wanting to support Bitcoin. I've done this through various projects. State Chains is one of them. This is implemented by Mercury Wallet, and currently Arc has an out-of-round variant that utilizes it. Space Chains is a project that basically creates Bitcoin-friendly blockchains without a speculative token. Proof of work fraud proofs is an idea to create basically a full node-like software that only uses a fraction of the bandwidth. And finally, silent payments, which is BIP 352. And that's the one that got me collaborating with Josie. And I've been working together with Josie for over 2 years now. And the collaboration has been quite pleasant. I really like Josie, which is why I'm very comfortable working with him here also on 2140. And so specifically for those who don't know silent payments, it's a way to do privacy-preserving Bitcoin addresses that are reusable. So you can have a single address, and people can make repeated payments to it without it being obvious on-chain that this occurred. My work has been supported over the years by Spiral, Gemini, and HRF.
So my interest, Ruben mentioned decentralization, but when I first heard about Bitcoin in the 2016 era, it took me hearing about it a few times to actually capture my interest. But the thing that made me fall in love with it was the open source nature of it. And so in like late 2020, I kind of had this crazy idea that I was going to quit my job as a developer, and I was going to focus on Bitcoin for 1 year and just try to get involved and contribute any way I could. And the idea was I'd do that, at the end of the year, I'd either have found a way to fund myself or I would have an impressive enough resume that I could get a job at a Bitcoin company. But I was really fortunate in 2021 that I heard about the Chain Code Bitcoin Protocol Development Seminars, which is kind of this boot camp style introduction to how Bitcoin protocol development works. And that really just made me fall in love with the open source nature of the project. And an analogy that I really love for open source is that open source is a garden. So it's a shared space that we all have access to enjoy and use, which means that we also have the responsibility to take care of it, and then we all need to tend after it. And I loved the analogy of the garden when this was first explained to me because it implied that multi-year effort of needing to weed the garden and plant new things each year. And so the more I got involved with Bitcoin, everything became about how do I become a gardener in Bitcoin. And how I've done that over the years in different projects. Most recently, I've been working on a thing called WarNet, which is about simulating and analyzing peer-to-peer behavior in Bitcoin, stress testing. I spend the majority of my time in Bitcoin Core, where I've been helping with the Bitcoin kernel, a project aimed at extracting and encapsulating the consensus engine of Bitcoin. And then I also work on privacy things in the wallet and general review. And then most recently, through my work on silent payments, I've been getting involved with libsecp, which is the cryptography library in Bitcoin. And as Ruben mentioned, silent payments is where we started working together. And also being supported on grants by Coinbase, Gemini, and OpenSats. When we were working on silent payments, we started to realize we had similar challenges over our last 3 years of working in Bitcoin, which is what led to the conversations that would start 2140.
Yeah, so we've seen quite a few challenges in the industry, and the ones we really think are important here are so Bitcoin development really, it needs to be seen more as a career. And currently, if you're a Bitcoin developer, it's kind of hard to really answer the question of like, how do I make sure this is really a sustainable thing? Let's say you have a family and you want to support them. The 1 year grant thing might not be ideal, where you're not certain you're going to have a job next year. That's great for freelancers and everything, but not for everyone. So we really need to grow up as an industry and have more support for developers in a way that can really be said that you actually have a career, you have a stable job. And there needs to be a focus on really long-term thinking, where in Bitcoin, everything we do, especially these days, they're multi-year projects, and you can't just always have a nice deliverable at the end of a year. So if you're on a 1 year grant, and at the end of the year, you feel like you need to justify like what you did with your time, then it can be it can incentivize people to really try to have a deliverable within the end of the year. And that's not always what's good for Bitcoin. We need Bitcoin to exist even beyond our own generation after we die. And for that, it really requires long-term thinking. And finally, we really need to make sure that there's new talent coming in, and we don't just rely on the same veteran developers, but have new people come in, have the new Peter Woola come and be there to work on Bitcoin, and have these developers come in and have a new set of developers for the next decade. And then finally, we really like to see more diversified support, and that's also why having a foundation here in Amsterdam we thought was a good idea, to having it be in the EU, and that's really what we've been focusing on. So to talk more about how we're going to tackle some of these challenges, I'll give it up to Josie.
Yeah, I think coming from grants, so there's a lot of people that are already doing grants very well. So when we talked about how do we want to differentiate 2140, what we're going to focus on is hiring. And I think one of the things that comes to mind with having an office where we're hiring people is a Center for Engineering Excellence in Bitcoin. And as we mentioned, when you're coming into Bitcoin new, and we talked about the emphasis on careers, I think a place to do that is pretty important. The job stability is also important, I think, because again, the messaging around this is long-term sustainability. And so when you're coming in as a new person, you need to kind of have that guarantee that if I invest in learning this very complex thing, I can see a career for myself over the next 3 years, which is why we're looking at 3-year runways. I think also to touch on the diversity thing, how can we leverage being in the EU uniquely to provide visa sponsorships and give people access to the conferences and the things that are happening in Europe? And so all of that's coming together with the office here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, and so we're really excited to be able to open an office in Amsterdam right here. Really, it's just productive to really have a place where you can meet in person and work. And I think in Bitcoin so far, you're sort of been forced to work on it on your own from home. And having more places where you can come together, collaborate with developers, I think it's really essential. And we're also hopeful that this will reduce some of the burnout rate we've been seeing, where working on your own and getting a grant, like there have been developers that have just felt uncomfortable even taking a vacation, because you take a grant and you're just said like, okay, here you're going to do a certain amount of work for a year, and then you decide to take a couple of weeks off, and it just it feels uncomfortable. And having a place where you can come together, you're working with other developers, you talk to them, and it gives comfort, and I think it's important for a healthy development and for really make sure that the developers are sort of feel comfortable and have a good mental space. And then it's a great way to get out-of-town devs, people that come from other places, especially Amsterdam, right? It's such an international city where people come in. For developers to come here, work with us for a couple of weeks, and really exchange ideas, and just have there be this place, this physical office where you can come in and work. And finally, we're hopeful that this will enable us to do some more in-person mentoring and help out new people. And Josie will talk more about that.
Yeah, I think talking a lot about getting new people in the door, fostering new talent is really important. And so one of the ways we plan to do that by having the office here is through education and outreach. And that's something that Ruben and I have already been doing. We are co-hosts of the Amsterdam Bit Devs, which has been really successful here. And we want to look for more ways to expand on that with more in-person type workshops and events to get people who are maybe developers currently but interested in working on Bitcoin. And the idea is that by having the physical space, you have more talented senior individuals who've been working in Bitcoin for a while, working alongside the new people and kind of teaching them the ropes. Because I think working in Bitcoin is already kind of complex enough, but then working on open source also adds another layer there. And we hope that this helps with preventing developer ossification. And what I mean there is people are going to leave and they're going to move on to new things, the people that are currently working on Bitcoin today. So we're trying to find a way to make sure that that pipeline is ready so that the next generation of Bitcoin developers can be learning from the current generation.
Yeah, so in short, our foundation really focuses on being a center of engineering excellence and making sure we get the established developers to come in, work from our office, and have them collaborate with new people coming in and really fostering new talents and making sure those two, old and new, come together. And all of this, we want to achieve this via a physical office right here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, and all of this is only possible because of the support of our founding partners. So we're really excited to announce support from OKX, who has been working with us since 2140 was just an idea, and excited to announce that they're making a multi-year outlook commitment with funding 2140, kind of committing to that long-term vision. I also want to mention OpenSats and HRF, who in the past have funded either Ruben and I individually, and have also been instrumental in helping us get this thing off the ground. I also want, just from my own, a personal shout out, I want to mention Mike Schmidt from Brink, because we're coming from the contributor developer side, and it's an entirely different ballgame to figure out the legalese of starting a foundation. And Mike has been great there, just in sharing his experience and knowledge. And I mention that because when doing something like 2140, we're only able to do that because we're standing on the shoulders of giants and the organizations that have kind of paved the way for this, and that we hope that other people would follow in our footsteps.
And I'd like to thank Jonas from Chain Code, who's also helping us to move forward and supporting us also in sort of getting this all set up. And then finally, we aim to diversify, and we want to get more people in the door and have people contribute to Bitcoin, either via supporting us or just supporting the ecosystem in general. And we want to talk to different companies that are not necessarily sponsoring anyone today, from Europe, from the Netherlands, and get them in the door as well and help support Bitcoin.
Yeah, and so our last call to action would be, if anything that we've said here sounds interesting to you or you want to learn more, reach out to us. We just launched our website, 2140.dev, where you can get more information. You can also reach out to us at hello@2140. Ruben and I will also be hanging around the conference, so feel free to come up and say hello. And in closing, I also want to give a big thank you to the Bitcoin Amsterdam conference organizers. So we were scrambling at the last minute to get all of the paperwork and everything buttoned down for this launch. And we emailed them saying, hey, look, we're launching this Amsterdam effort. It would be amazing if we could announce it at Bitcoin Amsterdam. And they were very generous in getting us in at the last minute. So thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you.
Future. Not much is certain about it, but one thing. Change. It is omnipresent and everlasting. It is unpredictable and disproportionate, fearsome like a wildfire. History was made by those without fear and boundaries, those who turn their dreams into visions, and visions into the reality that we live today. Leonardo da Vinci, whose blueprints were so ahead of his time, they became physical representations of future telling. Galileo Galilei, who made unbelievable predictions about the stars and the universe. Thomas Edison, who predicted today's world through his invention of the light bulb. And just like these legends who built the world of today, a new breed of visionaries emerged. Satoshi Nakamoto, whose groundbreaking idea of Bitcoin reshaped our understanding of money. Hal Finney, who believed from the very beginning, making the first Bitcoin transaction and becoming a pioneer in cryptography. Nick Szabo, who envisioned a world where code is law and trust is embedded in the very fabric of our digital interactions. These modern-day pioneers have set the stage for the revolution of our time. We are here to witness the foundation of tomorrow, the proof of work for the future of Bitcoin in 2050. So, embrace the wildfire of change. Let it fuel your imagination and ignite your courage. For in the face of uncertainty, we become the architects of the future. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Amsterdam, you are in for a treat. We have two incredible people on this stage. I'm so excited for this. I met both of them in Hong Kong, and I'm really excited to hear what they have to say on this stage here in Amsterdam. It's amazing you've got your seats right now, because I feel like everyone's going to be flooding in here before they head off for their drinks this evening. This is going to be incredible. Now, this stage is basically made for a rock star, and we asked for a rock star, and that's what we've delivered. So our moderator is going to be Rockstar Dev from BTC Pay Server. Hold the applause, hold the applause. And then, of course, she doesn't really need an introduction. This woman is incredible. I can't wait for this fireside chat, so please join me. Let's get a roar in this crowd for Elizabeth Stark from Lightning Labs. Let's roar, guys. Woo!
What is up, Amsterdam? You having fun? Let's go. So, your Uncle Rockstar here with an absolute pleasure to be together with founder and CEO of Lightning Labs, one and only Elizabeth Stark. Can we get a round of applause for Elizabeth? She is a rock star, so if you're not applauding, I'm going to be prompting you a lot. So, Elizabeth, you and me,
Thank you, Rockstar.
No, thank you.
By the way, this is our on-stage debut, and what some of you may not know is he and I are forming a punk band. Anybody that wants to join, let us know.
Yeah, find us after this talk. But earlier today, we were talking how in order to look into the future, often you need to first look at the past. So let's start with that. What are your thoughts on the past and how we got here?
Exactly. So today in the Bitcoin world, we together as a community and as a movement have built a global, decentralized cryptocurrency that no one controls. And every single person in this room is a part of that, which is so significant. But it didn't necessarily have to be this way. And in fact, there were quite a number of times when it may not have ended up this way. And the most well-known one, and I'm actually curious, show of hands in the room, who here followed or is familiar with the block size wars? Show of hands. Okay, interesting. So about maybe half. But for those that are less familiar, in the past of Bitcoin history, there was a fight for the very soul of what Bitcoin is. And one of the big questions was, how will we scale Bitcoin and will we maintain its decentralization and then, of course, its security that comes along with its decentralization in doing so, or will we move toward a more centralized approach? And there were times, and for those of us that were deeply involved in this, started maybe 2015 era through to 2017, where people were genuinely afraid that, what if Bitcoin became captured by, say, corporate interests, or companies that wanted to control it, or people that held a lot of Bitcoin and wanted to influence it and control it. And there was a lot of stress, there was a lot of drama, and I would highly recommend, if anybody has not yet read it, the book called The Block Size Wars by my friend Jonathan Beer, who goes into the history of this very important part of Bitcoin's evolution. And yet, what happened? Well, I actually remember being at an event with many companies in the Bitcoin world and the broader crypto space. And somebody asked the question, who supported, at the time, there was a proposal, SegWit 2x, that involved a block size increase along with segregated witness, the upgrade that ended up activating. And about 90% of people in the room raised their hands because people wanted this kind of quick fix to scaling Bitcoin. Of course, once that fix came in, then how are we going to scale it further? Well, the approach that the community took was to take a layered approach and one that was far more decentralized and prioritized security. But if you're in a room and 90% of people were saying, yes, this is going to happen, some might have thought, well, that's going to be the resolution of the block size wars, but lo and behold, it's not what happened. And the developer community, the enthusiasts, the community of people running Bitcoin nodes actually stood up. Interestingly, markets matter substantially. Some people may recall there were futures on this potential fork of 2 different versions of Bitcoin and which one would win out. And at the end of the day, it was the original Bitcoin, the Bitcoin that we have today, that gained this belief from the market. And then the broader community stood behind the principles of Bitcoin. And as a result, Bitcoin, as we have it today, won out. There was no Bitcoin hard fork to, say, a 2x. And we have taken the decentralized secure approach. In fact, Lynn Alden, brilliant researcher, friend of mine, got interested in Bitcoin because she saw that Bitcoin had these internal fights, and they were resolved. And it was resolved in a way that maintained the security and decentralization, and it gave her this confidence and this conviction in Bitcoin. So we can thank the block size wars and the resolution for bringing Lynn Alden into this community as well. And the idea being that as a community, we prioritize decentralization and security over, say, corporate interests, over a number of large holders that wanted to potentially try to control the protocol. And at the end of the day, the lesson that we learned as a community is both that no one controls Bitcoin and everyone controls Bitcoin. And as a community, we collectively make up Bitcoin, and no single actor or small group of actors can change the protocol, which is why it's so valuable and secure today.
Absolutely, for that, yeah.
And by the way,
it's actually pretty trendy topic of who is Satoshi, but it doesn't matter who is Satoshi.
No one is Satoshi and everyone is Satoshi except Peter Todd and another unnamed individual, where a court in the UK proclaimed that they're not Satoshi.
No, I mean...
no, Peter's part of everyone.
And when it comes to that, you were also at the forefront of standing up for Bitcoin. That's actually how we met. You remember the days of HODLNet and early on supporting people in Bitcoin, but also us developers. When it comes to us developers, again, like, what are your thoughts for the future? How do developers add to the current ecosystem we're in, and where should they focus their efforts?
Well, when I was thinking about this idea of the future will be Bitcoinized, and what is the future of Bitcoin? We are a movement, and that differentiates us from pretty much any financial system out there. No one's saying like, oh, the US dollar is a movement, or the euro is a movement, or I don't know, like, you know, various stock exchanges are a movement. Bitcoin is a movement. You know, people in this room travel from all around the world to be here because they love Bitcoin. And part of what's so critical about this movement is everyone contributes to be a part of this movement by being here, by using Bitcoin, by telling people about it, by, you know, contributing, say, building projects, making videos. Collectively, we are building Bitcoin. You know, Bitcoin has no marketing department. There's no foundation that controls it. We are a grassroots movement, and everyone is a part of this, which is unique and distinct from really anything else that's out there, even other crypto communities. And the future of Bitcoin is growing this movement, right? And bringing more people on board, especially bringing more developers on board, something that we at Lightning Labs are very passionate about and working on, particularly in onboarding new developers to Lightning. But an interesting part of this is I think a lot of these new Bitcoiners, we can call them, say, pre-coiners or new coiners, they might be onboarded because of a need they have at first, right? They might need to send a cross-border payment. They might be living in an authoritarian regime with hyperinflation or capital controls. And for them, Bitcoin is meeting a real need that they have. But as they learn more about Bitcoin, they're already a part of this movement. But the future of Bitcoin is onboarding more and more people to this movement where they see the benefit that Bitcoin provides to them, because as we know, no one controls Bitcoin, although everyone also controls it. And that is radically and fundamentally different from our existing financial infrastructure today. And I was chatting with Rockstar earlier, and I said to him, sometimes, working on a startup in a company, you wake up and you're like, oh, my lawyer sent me something, or the accountant said something, and then you take a step back and you're like, wait, we're building an entirely new financial system from the ground up, right? Like, how cool is that? And everyone here is a part of that. And to be able to work on that day in and day out, and focus on this future of making the system fairer, making it more accessible. Why should it be that the country that you're born in, well, if you're born in a country that has a stable financial, say, system or currency, you're in a much better place than if you're born in a country that has, say, hyperinflation and the government's stealing from you. We want to use Bitcoin to bring financial freedom and to bring accessibility to all of those people. And it's such a privilege to be able to wake up every day and be a part of this movement and to build technology that's pushing it forward.
No, it is 100% the people that are under authoritarian regimes and in developing markets, like I once was before immigrating to US. Those are the people that need Bitcoin the most. It's not the people that are loudest online and are, on X, even now on Nostr. What are your thoughts when we come to those topics, and especially how do you look at the developments when it comes to stable coins as a vehicle to onboard these people to, the real thing, Bitcoin?
A lot of questions there, but I'll get to all of them. So sometimes people say, well, I don't need Bitcoin because, they're not necessarily Bitcoiners, because I have a credit card or because I have a bank account. And my answer is, that's fine, but there are many people in the world that don't have access to what you have access to, right? So even having a bank account for many people around the world, the cost can be incredibly high. The banks may not be trustworthy. I've heard from friends in places like Argentina or Lebanon, where banks just took away people's money. It's not like a bank is necessarily going to keep your money there. And there are numerous reasons why people might have opted out of that system or are not in that system. And the goal with Bitcoin is to provide, and Lightning, by the way, a superior alternative and one that is open and interoperable and global, right? Even today, I live in the US, right? From the US to Europe, it's like to send wire transfers in the US, it does not operate at nights or holidays or weekends. Like, what are we in, I don't know, like 1980? And yet, we don't have these systems that are 24/7 and global and interoperable. So with people in emerging markets, which is something that we work on with the Lightning community, with the Bitcoin community, something that I'm personally very passionate about. The goal is, well, they don't even have to be a part of the legacy financial system if they're not already onboarded, because we want to build something that is superior and something that can provide them with greater access. And it's kind of like in the old days, like landlines. Some people here might remember them. A couple of people might still have them, right? And then if you looked at emerging markets, well, people went directly to mobile phones, because that was a superior technology, and you didn't have to install the wires. You could actually just use the mobile network, right? So today, we have, well over 1 billion people in emerging markets with mobile phones that can access both the internet with data and then the internet of money that is Bitcoin and Lightning, and they don't have to make use of the legacy financial system that's going to charge super high fees. If you talk about the idea of a cross-border payment, to me, should be obsolete, because it's like sending a cross-border tweet or cross-border email. Like, you don't say that, right? And yet, today, you still have to pay incredibly high fees. It can be something like 5%, 10% in order to send money across borders. With Bitcoin and Lightning, and I know we have many founders here and companies that are working on this very problem and building solutions for people. We want to make this as seamless as possible, as global as possible, as low fee as possible, and as fast as possible. And we are doing so. So then, to get to your how do we onboard people, so we at Lightning Labs have been working on a protocol called Taproot Assets, building on the Taproot upgrade with Bitcoin. And shout out to my co-founder, Roast Beef, the brains behind it, who's worked tirelessly on developing this new protocol. And it's an open protocol. We've gotten great feedback from the community. We're building the first implementation of it. And the idea is to have multi-asset, both on-chain and Lightning. And the goal here is not to say have like tons of meme coins on Bitcoin, and I've said this before, but like meme coins are not what get me up in the morning. I care about solving real problems for real people and bringing financial access to them. But we know globally there's an incredible amount of demand for stablecoins, right? Last year in 2023 alone, there was $11 trillion in stablecoin volume. I mean, that's huge, right? Visa, by contrast, did $14 trillion in 23. 2024 projected $30 trillion of stablecoin volume, eclipsing Visa's projected volume. So this is a massive number, and there's massive demand. And I consider every stablecoin user a pre-coiner and a potential Bitcoiner. So instead of using the other protocols and other technologies that they're using out there today to send stablecoins, we want to onboard them to both Bitcoin and Lightning. And by the way, why do these people want the stablecoins? Well, for example, in a place like Turkey, there's been substantial inflation. You know, people's life savings is going to like way, way down. And for example, there was a stat recently, 4% of Turkey's GDP is in stablecoins. This is a way for people to onboard to the US dollar, which is something that they want today. You can debate whether they should want it, but they do want it. And they're able to hold these dollars in a way that is actually likely more trustworthy than, say, trying to hold dollars at a local bank and how do they access it, and then they have the seamless capability to send it over a blockchain. So what we're doing with building this protocol for assets and stablecoins on Bitcoin and Lightning is we want to onboard these users to Bitcoin because the future of Bitcoin will be the world's currencies running on top of Bitcoin. It will be getting rid of this idea of cross-border payments, because they should just be digital payments or payments altogether. And Bitcoin, with its secure decentralized blockchain, will underlie these transactions. And then for day-to-day payments, these users can use stablecoins on Lightning. And importantly and interestingly, the way that stablecoins on Lightning work is that all of the payments that users use on Lightning route through Bitcoin. So let's say like I'm sending Rockstar, you know, $1 Lightning dollar.
You mean 1 Bitcoin?
Well, no, this is a stablecoin example. And let's say, you know, I'm going to route through like 2 people over here, and it ends up at Rockstar. Well, those people can be running Bitcoin nodes, and they're actually using the Bitcoin liquidity to then transfer the ultimate Lightning dollar that you receive. And what's significant here is I believe that Bitcoin liquidity is going to underlie a lot of global transactions, be it fiat transactions or other assets that people are sending. And that then increases the importance of having Bitcoin liquidity, because not only are we using the security and the decentralization of Bitcoin's base layer, and you can also send these stablecoins on chain, but for speed reasons or for fee reasons, you're likely going to want to send day-to-day payments over Lightning. And now you can literally run a Lightning node, and we have node operators here at the conference, and you don't even know about the existence of these stablecoins. You're just running a Lightning node, and you're just routing Bitcoin, and now you're making fees as a node on this. And it's really quite significant that Bitcoin can then be the liquidity and this asset that will underpin these other transactions. So we know there are many, many people out there that want access to stablecoins and dollars. And as we onboard them to Bitcoin and Lightning, they're going to find out about Bitcoin. They're going to learn more. They're going to say, OK, I'm using now this Bitcoin network. What is this? And then we're going to see them, I believe, just allocate to Bitcoin, because once it's on the protocol, it'll be easy. You can do a swap between, say, a Bitcoin and a stablecoin, and those people will all then come on board as Bitcoiners. And that's part of the master plan, so to speak, to bring Bitcoin to well over 1 billion people globally. And then one other thing. So just this past summer at Lightning Labs, we shipped the first ever multi-asset Lightning protocol with Taproot assets. And one really cool thing is now we've had the first ever stablecoins bridged into Lightning. So these are bridged from other chains right now. We've got 2 of them bridged Tether on Lightning. So today, you can use these early versions to send and receive stablecoins on Lightning, and then stay tuned for more around native issuance of stablecoins on Bitcoin and Lightning.
Yeah, so much for my try to get 1 Bitcoin instead of 1 Lightning dollar from you. Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, it is possible as well with the protocol for me to send dollars and Rockstar to receive Bitcoin, and that's super cool.
Well, everyone here would probably prefer euros, but we won't get into that. one thing that I do want to get into is getting to occasionally work together with you, Elizabeth. I love the philosophy with which you approach work, which is, you don't create a solution in search of a problem. You always start from the problem first. And you being the one that what is now even 9 years ago, saw the potential of Lightning and that there is a problem, there is a solution. I'm curious, in your view, what are the problems today that are pressing and what are the solutions? In which direction should we go forward?
Yeah, I mean, my team at Lightning Labs is probably sick of me saying this, but they also appreciate it because I always ask who needs this and why, right? And I think there are many other things that people are building in the broader crypto world where it's a solution in search of a problem, and I deeply believe that as the Bitcoin community, we need to be, and we are largely focused on solving real problems for real people, and maybe some bots soon too. But that is really important and significant as a part of our community, given that Bitcoin is the most secure cryptocurrency, it has the most liquidity, it has the most hash power backing it up, it's the most decentralized, and we have the most users and brand recognition as well in terms of people being familiar. They've all heard about Bitcoin. One of the things that we need to do in the Lightning community, and we have many community members in the room, is continually improve the user experience. We cannot expect end users to be protocol experts or super technical, and we need to build for their needs. So for example, I've been involved with the Human Rights Foundation, have a lot of great friends there, and we recently had a woman named Anna come talk to the Lightning Labs team about what human rights defenders need and what their experience has been with using Bitcoin and Lightning, and how we can better help onboard human rights defenders to Bitcoin and Lightning. And by the way, for those that may be less familiar, financial freedom is such a critical aspect of fighting for human rights because, well, how do authoritarian regimes crack down on activists and people fighting for democracy? They shut down your bank account, right? They might even try to enter your home, as happened, unfortunately, with a number of activists, and take your cash. And Bitcoin is a critical part, particularly because no one controls it and its decentralized nature, to enabling activists in these regimes, and also those that are living outside of them, communicating with people in these regimes, to fight for freedom. And thinking about things that get me up in the morning, just hearing about, by the way, I'm also a night person. I don't love getting up in the morning, but hearing about these stories of how Bitcoin and Lightning are solving problems for people that are living in these regimes, that are fighting for freedom, that is what this is all about, right? People talk about number go up, and yes, it is great if the Bitcoin price goes up, but I'm passionate about onboarding people, bringing freedom to the world, and getting the number of people to go up, because Bitcoin will be stronger and way better with more and more people using it and the freedom that it brings to the future of the world.
I'm getting so many messages that I needed to take it out, silence it with the way
this is what happens when you're a rock star,
Well, two of us, Elizabeth. And out of the messages and questions that I'm getting, the main question is Nostr. What are your thoughts on Nostr, and especially how Lightning has really super Nostr with Zaps? What are your thoughts?
So I have always been passionate about decentralized protocols. In fact, the thing that actually got me interested in Bitcoin early on was not the financial aspect. I actually never thought I would be working at the intersection of the financial world because I love the internet and technology. And I was like, no, I don't want to be in finance. I want to build technology. Well, here I am. I am building technology, but it does interface with the financial world. And I actually do think it is really beneficial to be coming from the outside because you can rethink a system. And that's the same thing with Nostr, right? Because members of actually the Lightning community came to the social media side of things and then were able to rethink, okay, how could we build this differently, right? And what we see with centralized systems is, well, any point of centralization is a single point of failure, right? And I'm sure people heard about what happened with Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it these days, in, for example, Brazil, right? Where a judge pretty much single-handedly was able to then block access to this platform. And that was a single point of failure. We had a lot of users, I believe, onboarded to Nostr as well through that. But what that shows is when you're relying on central entities, and this is a lesson as Bitcoiners that I believe we know very well, with great power comes great control. And it's almost like people can't even help to control it once they have that power. So the answer is to remove the power and not even make it possible in the first place. And that's where I see Nostr coming in here. Because one of the really important things, and something I really love about the protocol is, for example, let's say you have your account on Twitter, and then you want to move over to Nostr, and you have all these followers on Twitter. Well, sure, you could theoretically send a tweet, although maybe it would be like shadow ban or something. But another point of central control, but you cannot bring your identity with you, and you can't bring your followers with you because it was not built as an open, interoperable protocol. So with Nostr, as folks that are on there may know, you can then move from different client to client and bring your followers with you. Bring your prior posts with you. Bring your identity with you. And this concept of portable identity is so critical when it comes to the open, interoperable internet that I really believe in. I believe in the future will continue to take hold. Now, of course, one very cool thing about Nostr is the fact that you have the zaps, the built-in Lightning payments, but I will note, for example, the Apple App Store did try to shut down a certain number of, or certain features involving Lightning payments and zaps because it threatened their centralized model and their 30% take rate. So really, but of course anybody on other clients could send them, and there were certain workarounds and so on. But what we're fighting for in this community is a more open and more decentralized future. And what Bitcoin is to the financial world, Nostr is to the world of, say, communities and social media, and really onboarding people to the communication layer. And they go hand in hand to building this brighter future.
Yeah, and for me, Nostr is really about identity. And that's what I love, the fact that you don't need to be, first name, last name, submit your...
You can be a rock star.
Yeah, you can be a rock star, and anyone that's not on Nostr, I would encourage you to create identity on Nostr and explore, your interest. But more importantly, and we're getting to the good parts, we only have 4 minutes left, but to me, it's like you don't need to be human in order to open an account on Nostr. The same way that you can be a bot and use Bitcoin, use financial system. Like, what do you see in the future when it comes to that? Like, will we have bots using Lightning as their
Exactly.
currency? Yeah.
Yeah. So, the future of Bitcoin involves onboarding many more people to Bitcoin, but it also involves onboarding non-humans to Bitcoin. And Michael Levine from our team at Lightning Labs gave a great talk yesterday on the intersection of Lightning and AI, where the bots pay you. And we've seen this explosion of people building LLMs in AI. It's become this super hyped area. And interestingly, today there's a lot of, say, venture capital money flowing into this space. And people are a little bit less focused on monetization, but that party's not going to last forever. And in terms of integrating payments, well, okay, some humans can get bank accounts, not even all. But no bank is going to give a bank account to an AI agent or a bot, right? But lo and behold, they can use Bitcoin and Lightning. So we at Lightning Labs have developed a protocol called L402, and it's actually harkening back to the initial HTTP 402 error code created by the early developers of the World Wide Web, payment required, and the idea that you could have natively integrated payments into the internet and into the web. And a standard that's open and interoperable that doesn't rely on any, say, single government or single corporation. And the idea here is, okay, well, instead of having like a username, a password, a credit card, chargebacks, a debit card, or whatever other forms of payments in the legacy system, today with this protocol, you can authenticate on the basis of the payment itself, because it doesn't have to clear with a bank, and there aren't 5 different intermediaries in the background. And so bots can actually hold Bitcoin, AI agents. They can make payments with Bitcoin, And then, the bots can pay you. You can pay the bots, and the bots can pay each other. So in the future, and there have been a number of posts about this. Arthur Hayes actually wrote a really interesting post around the future of AI and how they're going to need Bitcoin in order to transact. But Bitcoin, we're building the currency of the future and the asset of the future and the network of the future. And in the future, there are going to be all these machines that are paying machines. People used to ask, well, why does Lightning need to scale to, say, theoretically 1 million or more transactions per second? Those may not be humans. Those are likely going to be AI agents or bots and API calls and very high volume payments, maybe a lower amount. And we're building out this protocol so that bots can pay other bots. And in the future, with this emergence of new AI technologies, the monetization will be through Bitcoin.
Yeah, and the way I'm getting this, Elizabeth, is do not create kids, create AI bots that then pay you in Bitcoin over Lightning. And I say we close at that. One last round of applause for Elizabeth, please. And
wait, Rockstar.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to close on something. I've got 30 seconds.
Go for it.
The future of Bitcoin is both all of us, but one very important point is we have a network effect in Bitcoin, and that's only going to grow. And what's really significant about this is the more people that contribute and the more people that onboard to Bitcoin, the more value the network creates, both with Bitcoin and Lightning. And so the importance of network effects cannot be, I think, overstated. And with our future, we are building this network so that as more people onboard, Bitcoin only increases in its importance and its global significance. And as mentioned, the future of both the financial world and everything we're building will be open, decentralized, and interoperable. And it's not the same as the past. And I am so incredibly proud to be a part of this movement. And thank you, everyone, for contributing.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Let's contribute to Bitcoin.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk. We are here about to close out Bitcoin Amsterdam 2024. I am joined to my left by Bart Mol, founder and host of Satoshi Radio podcast, the biggest podcast, Bitcoin podcast in the Netherlands, and Aaron van Werdum, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine and author of the Genesis book. Thank you both for joining us. Bart, we just heard Elizabeth Stark talking about Bitcoin being this global movement that we're all a part of, but I want to hone in a little bit closer to where we are here in Amsterdam. You host the biggest Bitcoin podcast in the Netherlands. What's unique about the Dutch Bitcoin community?
I think what's unique is the hands-on approach. So when we see something, we want to try it. So one thing that we did when the Lightning Network a couple of years back was really starting out, we in our community, we reached 1,000 Lightning nodes in the Netherlands. We are the country with the most Lightning nodes per capita, for instance. And what we did now is with the open source mining movement, we sold more than 500 BitAxes, which is basically the biggest single order of BitAxes in the world. So yeah, when the Dutch see something, they want to get in on the action, and that's what we do.
Can we confirm all of this, Aaron? Is this guy just blowing some smoke here or what?
Always.
Yeah.
never trust Bart. No, Bart is actually kind of a leader in the Bitcoin, the Dutch Bitcoin space. The thing you were just mentioning, is that the Ring of Fire?
Yeah, it's
Maybe you should
based on the Ring
explain
of
what
Fire.
that is, because it's kind of a fun concept.
Yeah, so back when Lightning started, we just needed to figure out, like, are we connecting to everyone? Are we connecting to specific nodes or hubs in the network? And the Ring of Fire was a way to just kick things off.
Okay.
So I connect to you, you connect to Aaron, Aaron connects to me, and we make a ring.
I like that.
And we actually made the biggest ring with 65 people, 65 nodes in the same ring.
Appreciate that. Don't
No
need to cut
worries.
you off. Thank you so much, Bart. We're kicking it back to the main stage. Final presentation here at Bitcoin Amsterdam. Over to the main stage.
Good afternoon, Bitcoin Amsterdam. How you doing? Give me a hell yeah. Woo! Hey! That was better than I thought. I appreciate that. My name's Fitzy. This is Boomi. We represent Tap Protocol. A quick 1-minute TLDR for you. Tap Protocol is the most programmable L1 Bitcoin protocol. The TLDR on that would be imagine Ethereum functionality, but on L1 Bitcoin. So today we are, well, yesterday and today, we've been the official Hackathon of Amsterdam 24. And so we have had 10 teams hacking away in the basement behind here. Not really a basement, it's kind of nice, aircon and everything. And we're here to announce the winners. And so in order to bring us to the winners and announce the teams that are here, I'll pass you on to Boomi.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here, everyone. And I know that the teams are also excited to be here. I'm Boomi, like he said, and we're here to announce our winners. So just for some context, the third place winner will be receiving $5,000 in stables, another $5,000 worth of TAP tokens, about $12,500 worth of legal support, and a track node that's worth a little north of $2,000 at this point for a grand total of $24,500. And without further ado, our very first winner, our third place winner is Tapalytics. Please join us on stage, Tapalytics. Oh, there they come.
You didn't
hurry,
want to
hurry, hurry.
Maybe and make it easier, or you just all the way from the back? The stairs are, oh, nice. There are stairs, I think, right?
Okay. So here we go. So there are winners for today, so congratulations. And, okay. Awesome. Well, you can take your big check, but while you're holding it, please give us a little summary of what you did.
Tell us about Tapalytics, guys.
All right. So TAP is the most important and interesting protocol on top of Bitcoin. And we're building an analytics platform. So we're basically visualizing what's happening on TAP protocol. But we're also building infrastructure and tooling, providing an API for wallets, marketplaces, and everyone to integrate TAP and make it more accessible. So you should check it out, tapalytics.xyz, or our API, tapapi.xyz. You can get it all there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
So now for our second place winners, they will receive something a little bit more. So for the second place winners, they will be getting $10,000 in stables, another $10,000 worth of TAP tokens after launch, $19,000 worth of legal support, and a track node. And that has a total value of $41,000. So without further ado, our second place winner will be Big Noodle.
Use the stairs, come on. How you doing, man? Congrats.
Congratulations. Awesome.
Want me to hold this? Tell us about what you're doing, man. It's 6, so tell everybody what you're doing.
Generative AI, containerized, on Bitcoin. We're using ordinals and we're using TAP protocol to track provenance and use of models. So for the first time, we're able to do privacy. None of the big guys are doing privacy. They all want to scrape your data. So we're doing models with privacy.
Amazing.
Thank you, mate. This is yours?
Yeah, you can take it to the bank. And for our first place winner, they will receive $15,000 in stables, another $15,000 worth of TAP tokens after launch, $30,000 worth of legal support. And by the way, our legal support comes from Ventura. Thank you very much for the sponsorship for this. It is a big deal. And even beyond that, those who did not win in the hackathon still will get some services from them complimentary. So we appreciate their support at Ventura Legal. On top of that, the first place winners will also get a track node for a total value of $62,000. And our first place winner for the first TAP Protocol Hackathon is the Ordering team. So the Ordering team actually did their presentation online. They were working remotely and presented remotely to the judges. So we'd like to thank all of our supporters who supported us. We have, of course, TAP Protocol. We have Scry Labs. We have Blue Node VC. We also have, again, the Futura team. We really appreciate all the sponsors for this event. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next year.
And thank you to Bitcoin Amsterdam, who have been absolutely amazing. It's been a pleasure to be a sponsor and
Yes,
having the hackathon
absolutely.
as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, Sebastian, this has been epic.
Everyone in the room, all visitors, but also all of the people who worked so hard at this event. Over 200 people, those in the back, the show crew, thank you so much, give it up.
And Sebastian as well, let's get a big round of applause.
But also our beautiful Lily, 2 days in a row, thank you.
I mean, this crowd kept me going, thank you so much, guys.
I want to invite everyone back next year. We are coming back. It will be a hard one to beat, but we will definitely be there. Have fun tonight in Amsterdam. There are lots of events going on. And I say see you next year.
Yes, let's party, guys. And I'll hopefully see some of you in Abu Dhabi as well. And then next year, Sebastian.
Definitely.
Enjoy, guys. Party hard.
You were just on that one, yes.
Thanks.
Yes. Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk, closing out Bitcoin Amsterdam 2024. I am joined to my left by Ludmila Kozlowska, president of the Open Dialogue Foundation. To her left, Pierre Rochard, vice president of research at Riot Platforms. And to his left, we have Wolf van Laar, CEO of Students for Liberty. Wolf, I want to go over to you first. We just had an absolutely incredible 2 days in a venue that, while it was quite grand and the production was amazing, it also provided an intimate space to be able to talk to people and learn from people pretty close up. What were some of your takeaways from this event?
Absolutely staggering event. It was fantastic. Bitcoin is beautiful. Bitcoin is growing. Bitcoin is international. It is everywhere, and Bitcoin Magazine is at the forefront of this. These events are always so much fun and really uplifting, and I really have more hope for the future when you come here. And one of the main takeaways here was specifically for my presentation for my wife this morning, because she combined centuries of history and religions with what can we learn from that about how spirituality works and what is the connections to Bitcoin. So this was entirely something new, and I never thought about it. I thought it was really interesting.
I love that, and I commend her for taking that risk and introducing something like that, some new sort of framework for us to think about Bitcoin. Appreciate that. Pierre, over to you. Main takeaways from the conference.
Main takeaway is that I should be more grateful for what we have in the United States, because while there is a thriving community of builders here in Europe and lots of great Bitcoiners, and I enjoyed hearing from a lot of them today and yesterday, there are big regulatory challenges for Bitcoin mining here in Europe, and it's something that we take for granted in the United States, that we can just go out and mine.
Appreciate that. Speaking of regulatory challenges and Bitcoin mining, there's probably no one better to my left to ask about this. Ludmila, you do a lot of work that a lot of people don't see. A lot of work behind the scenes, speaking with MPs, speaking with members of governments around the world, and speaking with international regulatory agencies. Please tell us what we should know about Bitcoin mining, its importance, and the challenges we're currently facing regarding regulation.
Right now, we are in a very turning moment. So, or we defend Bitcoin, like actually Bitcoin community did in the US, we're going to lose it. I mean, I'm not afraid to say it. Because right now, developed very restrictive regulation from the side of AML regulation, anti-money laundering regulation, which treat Bitcoin peer-to-peer transactions and general crypto assets transactions and the suspicious transactions, high-risk transactions, which highly impacted end users as us, as human rights defenders, who cannot survive, who cannot support and provide humanitarian aid, support human rights in many countries without Bitcoin. This is the only tool for us. From other side, we see a number of attacks in Iceland, in Norway, from the side of European Central Bank, from the side of the European Security and Market Authority against Bitcoin mining in EU, in European single market. So we have to address it. We have to defend our freedom technology. This is what was all about our 2 panels, thanks to this amazing platform of Bitcoin magazine. Yep. But of course, it's also important for us as human rights defenders to connect with developers, to learn how, unfortunately, also rights of developers violated. For example, what's happened recently with Belgian developers when we're completely de-risked. So software developers should not be de-risked. Yep. They should be protected. And in order to do so, we have to establish structure, the same like guys do in US, yep. Here in Europe, yep. And have our freedom technology embassy, where rights of all freedom technology, the same for chat, for example, like messenger communicators, right, and providers, or Bitcoin miners, or everybody who is providing us peer-to-peer transactions freedoms, yep. Lightning, they all have to have their place and space to talk.
We appreciate that. Bitcoin is a global phenomenon, as you just talked about. Wolf, a lot of the work you do is about, more broadly speaking, spreading freedom around the globe through spreading the word of liberal democracy. I attended a Students for Liberty event earlier this year. It was truly a remarkable thing, quite an international group of people. What sort of concentric circles, what sort of overlap do we see with Bitcoin, and how does that help you in the work that you do?
I mean, it helps tremendously. I mean, I personally believe that Bitcoin is the single best shot at achieving liberty in our lifetime. Nothing else. Okay. Right? And this is super exciting. Maybe many classical liberals maybe don't agree with that, but this is my position, and more people are waking up to that. I'm paying 20 out of my staff members getting paid in Bitcoin. Because like it's so complicated to pay people all across the world with like fiat money, because like all of these complicated regulations, specifically in Brazil, it's a nightmare. Yep. So we need to depend on that. Right now we're working also on Lightning integration, so that the 2,000 to 3,000 volunteers that we have at every given point in time in 107 different countries around the world, that they can get reimbursed on Lightning. That they don't have to worry about that and say like, okay, I've organized this event, maybe talking about Austrian economics and Hayek, like, okay, and has some beer and pizza expenses, so hey, get a reimbursed on Lightning and get involved in that. And I really see that the youth is asking about that because they feel that something is wrong with the money and that we need something else.
We appreciate that. A big thing that we have to do here at these conferences is constantly sort of share ways that we can fight FUD. Pierre, you are well known for a video that went viral on Twitter of you walking around checking, I believe it was it the carbon dioxide measurements from Bitcoin miners. So can you tell us a little bit about that and your part in fighting FUD when it comes to Bitcoin mining?
Yeah, absolutely. So I troll only when I'm attacked, and so
never otherwise.
I try not to. I try to be peaceful, mostly peaceful. And so when we received notice that the New York Times was going to publish an article accusing us of emitting carbon emissions, it seemed like an ideal time to go out in the field and do the scientific work of determining whether we are actually emitting CO2. Yep. And obviously it was a facetious, humorous troll, but it also is very substantive, which is that if policymakers want fewer carbon emissions, they have to go where the carbon emissions are actually happening, which is at a power plant, for example. And so, EPA has a regulatory rulemaking process around carbon emissions from coal plants and natural gas plants. Yep. And that is the correct avenue to which to address this problem of carbon emissions. Trying to manage or regulate or attack users of electricity due to their indirect carbon emissions, that is a path to tyranny. Yes. And so that's where I really wanted to mock the New York Times, make fun of them, but also point to a legitimate issue and a legitimate policy difference between Bitcoin miners and the press, the journalists.
Appreciate that. Ludmila, we have to wrap this segment up. I want you to leave the audience with one call to action, please. Tell them how to use their voice to defend Bitcoin.
So first of all, remember that you are constituency. The same like US show example that they care about Bitcoin, they care about freedom technology, and they made it. So right now it's a main topic, mainstream topic in the US. We can do the same actually in EU, and we have to. If we want to have freedoms, if you want to have privacy of communication, if we want to have privacy of payment, if we want to actually live in a free world, we have to coordinate it. We have to join our efforts, and we have to defend our freedom technology. We have to defend our Bitcoin, our privacy of communication, encrypted messengers, and everybody who guarantees freedom of our rights. So let's join forces. Let's build together Freedom Technology Embassy in Brussels. Contact us, please. Support us with your expertise, with your funds, with everything you want to invest, including your time, to freedom. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Ludmila. We're going to cut over to commercial. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
Dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at the close of Bitcoin Amsterdam 2024. I am Frank Corva, the business and political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I am joined by Tracy Hoyos Lopez, industry liaison at Advocacy Project, Pierre Rochard, vice president of research at Riot Platforms, and Aaron von Werdum, my boss, so to speak, editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine, as well as author of the Genesis book. Tracy, I want to start with you. We had you on the live desk just a little bit ago talking about your involvement bringing Trump to Bitcoin or bringing Bitcoin to Trump. I don't know. You tell me, what's the better way to put it?
How about Trump's wedding to Bitcoin?
Trump's wedding to Bitcoin. Okay, you're going to need to expand on that a little bit, please.
You know, I'm a big fan of President Trump. He has been incredibly receptive to the community, to the industry, and I've said this before, he's the money man.
He is the money man.
There's no one better positioned for us than him as the next president of the United States because he gets money.
Understood. Yeah, understood. Pierre, your thoughts on this upcoming election in the United States?
Yeah, I think it's we often say it's the most important election of our time, and I really think it is.
Yeah.
And that Kamala Harris has come out and said that she fully supports every single policy that Biden has ever implemented.
Right.
and that she stands behind it. And so when I hear that, what I hear is that she's fervently anti-Bitcoin, and that given the opportunity, she would ban Bitcoin mining in the United States by imposing a 30% tax. You know, that's what they were proposing, which would have killed the industry. And so, to me, there's no other option. And you know, I also like Trump's policies on a lot of other issues, but the number one issue in my mind is always Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, and how can we keep growing that in the United States.
Appreciate that. It's a concern of mine as well. Aaron, you write a lot about the cypherpunks, the history of Bitcoin, right? Cypherpunks write code, right, so that they don't have to ask permission from politicians. But I think it's even the likes of Adam Back, a cypherpunk himself, talked about the idea of we need to write code, but we also need to engage with civil society. We saw a lot of politicians here at Bitcoin Amsterdam this year. Your thoughts on that? More politicians coming into the fold?
I mean, in general, Bitcoin doesn't need politics. You know, like you said, Bitcoin, I see it as a cypherpunk project. It exists outside of politics.
Right.
That said, it's still better if politicians embrace or at least allow Bitcoin rather than ban it. Like, even if Bitcoin itself cannot be stopped, people can still end up in jail, as we're now seeing with the Samurai developers, for example. They might go to jail potentially.
Yep.
So, you know, while Bitcoin is a political project, as I see it, it's still better if it's not banned.
Right.
I do have a question. So you mentioned you orange-pilled Trump. Is that so? How genuine do you think his support for Bitcoin is?
It's actually very genuine.
Why do you think that?
Because he gets money. And he understands the issue that we have with inflation. He understands how it's becoming increasingly difficult. And he just gets money. And he understands that there's parts of money that are broken.
Well, a couple of years ago, he didn't understand it, right? So did he change his mind?
You know, I think that a lot of it has to do with the fact that he's surrounded by a lot of Bitcoiners. There's a lot of people involved in Bitcoin in his campaign. And, you know, there's only so much. Like, you can't fight your environment for too long, you know? And for me personally, like, I was hesitant with Bitcoin at the very beginning, and then I got orange pilled, so I understand that to just be the transition, just the steps that people go through. No, it's not real. Okay, maybe it's something. Wait, let me take a look at it. Oh my God, it keeps going up. All right, it's a thing, right? Like, there's just all these steps to it, and I don't think that just because he's Trump, he's exempt from having those steps as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, sure, everyone, a lot of people start out as a skeptic. That's definitely true. I'm just skeptical that I don't know him personally. Obviously, I've never met him. I've never had a discussion with him. I just, from a distance, it seems to me that he's catering to, you know, a voter base, and I'm not convinced that it's like genuine.
So the first roundtable that we had with him was with the miners. Because him coming from traditional finance, we thought that the most important thing was to bring the most serious people in the industry, and there's no one more serious than the miners. Mm-hmm. And of course, a lot of them have Wall Street backgrounds. So, you know, he sat down with the miners, he listened to them, he asked questions, he was very on board, especially when he got to hear more about just how, like, the grid works with miners, right? How power is distributed, how you can offload power, buy cheap power, how it assists the grid, right? That was very interesting to him because he's also into AI. And AI is going to require a significant amount of power, and mining will help us get there. So he's very receptive to this. He sits down, he had a full-blown conversation with the biggest mining companies in the United States. He asked the questions, he got the answers. We talked to him about the 30% tax increase in electricity. I don't know that he was aware of it because it was a bit of a shocker. So here's the thing he's honest about, because time will tell you, you'll have your experience. It's about him observing an emerging industry being torn down to pieces for no reason whatsoever, except that government wants to control it. And of course, government has gone against him, so he understands the predicament that the industry is in.
Understood.
And that's extremely genuine.
I appreciate that. We do have to wrap it up and bring it back to commercial, but we very sincerely appreciate that explanation. Thank you so much, Tracy, and thank you to Pierre and to Aaron for joining us. We're kicking it over to commercial. We'll be right back after that. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. I am Frank Corva, the business and political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm seated next to Isabella Santos, host of Bitcoin Backstage, Greg Davis, organizer for Bitcoin MENA, which will be happening, I think, in 2 months, and Aaron Van Weerdem, editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine, as well as author of the Genesis book. Isabella, you have been quite busy these last 2 days. Please tell us a little bit about what was happening backstage here at the conference.
Yo, well, we've been cooking the show backstage. We got major interviews coming up. We got Adam back, Joan Cotard, like we got the major tea. And honestly, just the environment with all the Bitcoiners, it's insane. It's intoxicating.
Yeah.
As you can tell, my energy has been drowning and eliminating, but...
Your energy. I don't think your energy ever disappears.
It's disappearing.
Yeah.
I think the Bitcoiners sucked it out of me.
Okay, I don't think anybody at home believes that. Anyway, let's go over to you, Greg. What is going to happen at Bitcoin MENA in 2 months?
Oh, it's a big show to follow. This has been an incredible couple of days here in Amsterdam. But we're doing things differently. You know, this is a different market. So we've got a beautiful alignment with the Abu Dhabi F1. So we've got lots of people in town already for that. We're going to really maximize the F1. But, you know, we're going to be really focusing on our market there. You know, there's lots of energy. There's lots of remittance. There's a great narrative to be told in MENA. And we can't wait to talk to you about it.
We appreciate that. I just got word that I think we're going to be doing this live desk from MENA. Aaron, how much does that excite you? Are you super excited to bring the world the first Bitcoin MENA conference?
You know me, Frank. I'm always excited. No, I mean, yeah, that will be fun. I'm looking forward to Abu Dhabi, and I've never been, so it will be interesting, yeah, for sure.
We appreciate that. Isabella, again, host of Bitcoin Backstage. You were backstage this whole time. One of the really cool things about this conference was that it was sort of big enough to sort of feel like you were in this sort of larger-than-life spectacle, but it was also small enough to really have a bunch of really interesting conversations with people, you know, from all over the world who attended. What were some big takeaways from some of the people you spoke with at this event?
The big takeaways, I got to talk to Joanna, as I was telling you, and asked her why Germany sold the Bitcoin. And it's really interesting.
How many Bitcoin, if you don't mind? Tell everybody back home.
It was 50,000, no?
50,000 Bitcoin.
50,000. They were actually surprised that we were covering it because the people in Germany, they weren't even aware that they were breaking news all over the world, especially for all the Bitcoiners.
Love it. I appreciate that. Bitcoin MENA, are tickets on sale? Can people buy their tickets for Bitcoin MENA yet?
60 days away. It's online. It's ready to go. We've got some great passes that are going to get announced in the next few weeks.
Okay.
60 days to go. I hope to see everybody there. It's going to be quite a show.
I appreciate that. Aaron, we had quite a trip here at the live desk over the last 2 days. It kind of feels like it went by in the snap of the fingers, but we had a lot of people here. We learned a lot of really cool stuff. Any highlights, anything come to mind that you're going to remember looking back on this?
The one and only highlights, that would be you, Frank.
Oh, man.
You did an amazing job.
I appreciate the kind words. Likewise, Aaron, it was beautiful to be here with you to share this experience as co-hosts. And thank you to all you for tuning in as well. Some final things. Isabella, what's next for you? What are you working on after this?
Well, after this, I'm going back to Isla Mujeres. So if you guys are at home and want to see what it's like to build a Bitcoin circular economy, you know, follow BTC Isla. I'm sort of documenting and creating this blueprint on how to start from scratch orange pilling a whole island.
That's all.
Yeah,
so just orange pilling a whole island. Good. Is there anything we could leak about what people might be able to expect at Bitcoin MENA, whether it's production, guests, anything like that?
I mean, this stage is going to be quite hard to follow.
It's
quite a spectacular setup here.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, we're going to be really leaning into the unique location that we've got for Bitcoin MENA.
Yeah.
It's going to be on a waterfront. We're going to have some boats. It's going to be a beautiful sunset, an orange sunset across Abu Dhabi during the Bitcoin conference. It's going to be spectacular.
Can't beat that. And Aaron, final thoughts here. You know, this was in the Netherlands, your home country. What is it like to see so many Bitcoiners from around the world gather in your home country like this?
Yeah, it's a home game is always fun.
Yes.
You know, I think this was the best Bitcoin Amsterdam conference so far. Every year was probably better than the one before. This one they outdid themselves again, I think.
Amazing. Well, I think that's a perfect note to leave on. It has been an absolute honor to be broadcasting here for 2 days, to be speaking with all of you. We sincerely appreciate your tuning in. Thank you to all the guests who attended. Thank you for all your attention in watching this. Thank you to the staff that helped us make this a reality. Give them a round of applause. So many people worked tirelessly behind the scenes. We heard from so many incredible voices that traveled from around the world to get here. It was truly an honor and a privilege to bring this to you live. And we will see you next time from Bitcoin MENA. Thanks so much for tuning in. We will talk soon.